point where we can control the laws of nature by advanced electronics.
Game changers. It's about competition, pure happiness.
It's like a crazy experience. We're making history.
It means so much to us.
It's good to be back.
I guess you know what I've been looking for, success.
The beauty of gaming is it doesn't matter who you are. And as long as I'm good enough,
Everybody's getting a 4K.
I can go as far as I want.
That's what I like to see, baby.
全世界都会知道我们的厉害。
Whatever happened to the showstopper? Oh, wow, what a paranoia from Ion. Gonna come for a minute, it's about a game. No respect. Valor through the smoke and off we go. Envy trying to get his classic play from above. A bit awkward for Timo, has to get off that line.
mesmo assim consegue ganhar espaço ao Winthrop.
Não é
Tá sozinho
possível.
no meio do bombe, será? Será que eles vão devolver pelo sino da linha? Quero primeiro, segundo, vai segurando o dedo! Sujo, safado, sem vergonha, vai varando todo mundo!
First thing that we need to left, it's the desperation to trying to fix the things, you know? Like, I think one of the main problems of our team is that we desperate a lot. So I think that's the first thing.
I think just a lasting impression on the audience and our opponents. I think a lot of people didn't anticipate us qualifying or that we even deserve the spot that we're in to even be here and competing. And so I just want to represent North America. I want to represent all the people that we took their places over just by getting lucky, I guess. And just tell them that we're meant to be here. We're good enough to be here, and we can compete with the teams that we're playing against, no problem.
Eu sei que ele tá pensando muito bem. Tá tentando dar o bait, o primeiro bait funciona. Sabor vai embora. Ele pega mais um. Olha o
Honestly, I was surprised to play against them so early. And I do think both of our teams are very strong. So yeah, I do see ourselves as at least two of the favorites to win the title. Yeah.
I think Alvin Boy saw those traces. What a risk! It's a swing as a home run. Alvin Boy nets 3 for the round.
Eu acho que esse primeiro jogo contra a TSM vai ser um bom começo nosso para saber o nosso nível, né? Se a gente ganhar, pode ser que a gente já comece bem embalado no campeonato, mas se perder também não é o fim do mundo. Então eu acho que é um bom primeiro confronto pra gente saber onde a gente tá pisando.
Se tivesse o modinha agora, né mesmo? Brigou, Cido respondeu, o defesa passou da metade.
Cara, a gente como STE tá esperando a vitória nesse campeonato, né? Somos 5 jogadores aí fora do radar. Então a gente tem uma motivação a mais de provar que a gente consegue. Então a gente tá mirando a taça e não tem nada que impeça nós disso.
We're ready.
Yesterday, we set the tone with some clutches and back and forth rounds, but today the action continues. Welcome, everybody, to Ascension Americas Day 2. I'm your host, Dryad, and today I'm joined with Roy and Ash. And guys, yesterday, we had a little bit of everything. We talked about it, Roy. We had these one-sided maps, and we had these really close maps, so I don't know what's waiting for us today.
Yeah, we got to see some pretty interesting matches. Just going to do a quick recap, right? We got to see Envy dominating 9Z. It was on the first map. In the second map, it was an insane comeback. And then, of course, the wild back and forth between Shinden and Team Solid. I feel like we kind of got to the whole Valorant experience yesterday. But today, guys, I think we're due for some amazing Valorant. That's my predictions, my expectation. My bar is set very, 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 very high. And I'm excited for today, to say
Your
the least.
predictions, we will be talking about that, Roy. Don't worry. just give it some time. But today, today we're going to be looking at Stella against TSM and 6 Karma against Winthrop Ash.
We are. And then in that little preview that we saw from Stella as well, I think that it was a really good show. That it is going to be this kind of litmus test for both TSM and Stella to see how they match up against each other within this cross-regional matchup to start things off here for round 1. And then things get interesting when you go into our second matchup today with Winthrop versus 6 Karma. The fact that these two teams have played each other before, Winthrop being able to take that matchup in a 2-0 as well. And then with how the rest of that day played out and them nearly potentially almost losing the series up against the red cannons that 6 Karma was able to sweep away too. I think it's going to be really interesting. That rematch is something to definitely keep our eyes on.
It's going to be a good day because we're finally going to be able to see all the teams that we have in Ascension for us to now be able to measure them, who we want to put at the top, who's kind of struggling a little bit more, who is sitting at that mid-table, because our early teams already got their wins and their losses just yesterday. But let's also talk a little bit about what the match of today is. In our first series is going to be Stella against TSM. For us in North America, we absolutely know the side of TSM a little bit more. They have been this team that now is the second year in a row that they make it to Ascension, just keeping GMD and 7, Roy. But also for Stella, is a team that has some very recognizable names in Brazil.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think also to keep in mind, I mean, Stella is the first seed from Brazil. It's the second seed versus NA and the TSM. It's going to be a very interesting match. I think for me, the similarities between these two teams, guys, is almost uncanny. Like the mechanical aura in this server, the specific match is through the roof. The players, the overall potential in both of these rosters is just so insane. I'm incredibly excited. But to focus a little bit more on the Stella Gaming side, I feel like for me, this team is very interesting, guys, because they placed second in split 1, they won split 2, and just from an outside perspective, it almost feels like an achievement to place this consistently in what I consider to be like a really competitive region, especially in T2, where you have so many former VCT talent and just so much experience overall in the region. The fact that they've been so consistent domestically has been insane in itself.
Yeah, it really is. You're talking about those placements, but not only that, they lost only 4 games across the entirety of both splits of VCL Brazil, which is absolutely insane. And then it's giving kind of like the envy vibes, I guess, when it comes to those types of results there. And then you also think about the fact that the teams that they did lose up against, like Los Conde, they were players like FRZ, like former MIBR players, former Furia players, former Loud players. And this is a team where I think you look at these individuals and they don't have that kind of tier 1 experience, right? They're truly one of these tier 2 teams that is looking to make this breakthrough for Ascension. The fact that you're talking about that consistent performance is absolutely insane. The core of this roster as well within is Cedroid. You've got Chizora and then Guy as well, like rounding things out, something that's been the consistency between both splits. You've seen the synergy, and they seem to have only gotten better with the additions of Zanatsu and SW during split 2.
And you talk about the consistency and you talk about how good these players have been individually. One of the biggest highlights that we have here, Roy, is Cedroid. He has been incredible throughout the years since he was able to join the team and can be the reason why the team is able to move forward against a pretty tough match in TSM.
Yeah, I mean, he's the brains of the operation. And I think the fact that his stats look so, I mean, like just rock solid in a region that is so mechanically confident and dominant, the fact that he's able to do all of these things while IGLing, while carrying the IGL tax, I mean, it's so impressive coming from, you know, former IGL myself. I can only imagine the level of mastery this player has. I think for me, the other thing as well is he mechanically is obviously very, very strong, but I feel like the way this team plays together is so fun to watch, and they're just very high impact, whether it comes to retakes, whether it comes to pulse plants. Like, it always feels like they're on the same page. And when it comes to like the agent masteries themselves, it feels like every player is on the exact role that they should be on.
And I feel like when we are looking at that comparison, I guess, between the IGLs, looking at those stats that we saw there for Cedroid as well as that IGL style, that's what makes this TSM match so exciting too, because I feel like that head-to-head, him and Bora are very similar in that regard.
And a player that is very, very interesting as well is Tesora, who we always talk about these flex players and kind of, you know, what roles are they starting to pick up, but Ash, Tesora is playing a little bit of everything, literally.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. Like, you see Chizora putting out these stats with so much consistency across 3 different roles. And we're talking that initiator, this within the breach, the sentinel and the deadlock, and then the duelist with the Yoru. But it kind of lends into, I think, that storyline that we've seen throughout kind of like 2024 and 2025, with a lot of those like previous duelist players turning into these extremely flexible players where they're picking up all of these different roles. But the fact that it's the consistency across this flexibility is what is so impressive about this player.
I really like to see the players that really mix the roles as much as possible. I know that, you know, there's some players that are on the duelist role and then they go and only play Sentinel. And you have this big contrast, Roy, that, I mean, for you as a player, you know for sure how difficult it is to be able to play not only multiple roles and just in multiple agents in just one role, but in different roles and knowing how you need to switch out that playstyle.
Yeah, and I think just to kind of circle back to Tesora, I think the interesting thing with him is he's kind of like Brazilian Nismo. If Nismo also played Duelist, which I think Nismo did kind of play the Raze here and there, but this player is literally playing everything. It looks like he doesn't skip a beat. It's like he's been playing every single role for years on end. It's honestly just really impressive, and especially the fact that he's, you know, relatively young in comparison to some of the other players in the league. I think overall this is a pretty rock solid team, guys. We've painted the picture. I'm excited. That's really all I can say.
Do you guys feel like maybe other teams or the community as well, Ash, is underestimating this team of Stella, because we're talking about how good they were regionally, but maybe that's not a narrative that got to everybody else.
Yeah, I do think that there is that underestimation. I think that with some of the NA teams there as well, and then also these teams with so many like veteran tier 1 players, it's easy for the community to kind of brush off the achievements of a team that's been so steady, but because their names as individuals aren't as well recognized, they might not be given that kudos. But that could also be a little bit of an edge here for the side of Stella, especially the fact that we haven't seen them since Split 2. It's been so long since this team has played. I'm sure they have plenty up their sleeves.
Well, just to get to know the players a little bit more, here's what Senatsu had to say ahead of this match.
Cara, minha expectativa contra a TSM é ser um jogão. Os caras foram os campeões do Challenge NA, mas a gente está bem confiante. A gente fez bastante treino essa semana. Semana retrasada a gente fez o bootcamp na Europa também. Estamos bem confiantes. Então, a gente espera que seja um jogão e espero vocês lá.
There's always this level of respecting the enemy that plays and is really, really important as you go into these matches, Ro, because we've heard already in our day one, teams may be underestimating what the other team was going to be doing, or underestimating how they were going to be playing, and that ends up, you know, not turning into what you want to. If you're overconfident, if you're thinking that the match is going to be easy, it often is the complete opposite.
And there's also like the kind of element that people don't really consider is like watching a VOD and seeing how a team plays is one thing, but experiencing it in the server and the pressure and all of like the different tempos and paces that people play at is like an entirely separate realm of Valorant, like Mindscape, if you will. So I completely agree with you, Dan. I think it's very hard to, you know, to underestimate any of these teams. I also feel like, you know, for TSM and, you know, for Stella as well, it's kind of hard to know. Like, you can watch the domestic matches and you kind of don't really get like a full scale of like, you know, how good is this team, right? Like, how much have they adapted to their region versus, you know, objectively, how well do they play Valorant? It's kind of hard to tell. And I think that's why this match to me is really kind of interesting, is because we're going to get that scale, because TSM is a team that you don't sleep on in North America, and Stella feels like the team that you don't really sleep on in Brazil either. And now we kind of get these two teams clashing, which will give us so much clarity in the potential that these teams have and kind of what they're up to.
Yeah, it should be a really good match. So now let's talk about the other side. Let's talk about the North American side of TSM, because this is a team that, as we mentioned before, it is the second year that they make it to Ascension, but it's a little bit different, Ash, because last year, honestly, not a lot of people were expecting them to make it to Ascension. They were not even the top 3 team that people were considering as part of that conversation. And even though they made it to Ascension, they couldn't make it to the end. They couldn't ascend. But this year, they do come as one of the favorites with that core that they keep from last year of 7 and GMD.
And I think that's kind of been the TSM storyline since the very beginning. It's always the fact that they come in underrated, and then there's like this slow build from the team, the improvements that you see throughout the season, and they kind of just sneak up on you in a way. That's kind of how it felt also during the 3rd stage. It was just very consistent improvements, but it did feel like teams were still consistently underrating TSM even within our region. And then they're able to confidently and comfortably qualify for this with a win up against Envy as well. And I think that's something that is absolutely massive for this team to be able to, I think that was a wake-up call as well for the community. Like that, what was it, like 3-1, I think, in the grand final up against Envy?
Yeah, TSM is such a peculiar team, guys, because they're so easy to underestimate. Like, they have this aura where it's just, you just always think of them as an underdog, but like when you look at the accomplishments and sort of the performances that 7 and G&D have had on this roster, and then you look at their new additions and how well they've been playing in recent Valorant history in the tier 2 scene, like, this is a super strong powerhouse roster. And I feel like my expectations for this roster is, the bar is actually set really high, and I feel like they're going to surprise a lot of people in Ascensions. And because towards the end of the run, Ash, like you were saying, it feels like they really have found the rhythm heading into this event.
And I think what we have to really keep in mind too is that for TSM, Timotino and Alvin Boy were those late additions to this roster as well, ahead of the last split of VCL that we had. I think some of the kinks that they were working out was just the adjustment to having these two new players joining this core. And then that's why we really started to see them shine after they had more of that time to build that chemistry and that synergy, because they were absolutely big shoes that had to have been filled by Alvin Boy and Timotino, with Sim and Recoil, insane players of their own regard. And I also think that some of those changes are part of what I think made TSM a little bit underrated within NA, and they've absolutely proven themselves.
Some of the things that have made TSM a very unique team is that since last year, they would swap the IGL. I don't want to say pretty often, but every
No, you
stage
can say
we
often.
didn't really
You
know.
can
We
say
didn't
often.
really know who was making the calls, and even towards the beginning of this year, it was the same kind of scenario as they were going to playoffs for stage one, I believe. So going into this one, we believe that the IGL remains the same, and it should be Vora. And Vora Roy has been incredible, not only in the calling,
Yeah.
but also when it comes down to this initiator role too.
Yeah, and I feel like the stats here are really not doing him justice when you consider the entire year's performances. I think I kind of want to circle back to something that we were saying earlier, which is like the similarities between both of these roster, right? Where you have these players that are all very strong mechanically, and it feels like every single role on the team, and this is one of them, right? In comparison to Cedroid, that he's kind of IGLing as well in the info initiator. Then you have Vora kind of doing the same thing. It's interesting. I think both of these players are mechanically strong. Vora specifically, I kind of just always think back to so many of his D clips and so many of his multi-frag clips that you see. Even though he's IG yelling, he's willing to brawl. He's willing to resolve things mechanically, and he at the same time he looks like he's calling extremely well for this roster.
It's really what made the difference in that grand final too, because that grand final we were talking about, is going to be an MV3. Oh, this is going to be done so quickly. And then it was a little bit different. TSM really showing the improvements that they've had, not only in getting more confident with the compositions, but also getting more comfortable in the calling that Vora has been making. And another player that has allowed them to get more comfortable is Alvin Boy Ash, because he has been really, really good when it comes to the sentinel role. And this is something that we've seen even before he joined this team. I still have memories of him playing Killjoy on Icebox and just being insane. But currently with a little bit of the Cypher, a little bit of the Vice, just has been a very strong piece and somebody that they can always rely on.
He definitely is. And I feel like when he was on Burger Boys, Alvin Boy was kind of underrated at certain points, like on that team. And then coming into TSM, it feels like we've only ever heard the team actually sing praises for him. The fact that he not only is he such a consistent Sentinel player, his communication is great. He's a very selfless player as well, as far as like the information that he's looking to find for the team, relay back to them. And then the way that he's also like helping create that space on that Sentinel role with some of those lurks on top of that. And they just always talk about, I feel like, how great of a teammate Alvin is, like whether it's the energy he's bringing into the server or how he's helping with like certain calls, certain comms, and his willingness to really just get in there and get into the fight, regardless of like if he's going to be able to get the kill or not. He's guaranteeing that trade is going to come through.
And it makes sense why he brawls so much too, right? Because he's literally a graduate of the Duellist to Sentinel pipeline. Like he's already in the mindset of taking a lot of risk. He's already comfortable doing these like high pressure, risk taking that you kind of need in matches. Like we've seen it before in play-ins. We've seen it in the first day as well. Like high risk gets rewarded often on land, especially when you're backing it up, especially when you're hitting your shots, right? And when you have players like Alvin Boy on the team, it really opens things up, because now you have, mid-round pathways off the lurker. You have your anchor that you're trusting to hold things down or take space when, when the enemy team shows things. Like you have these people that are not skipping a single beat when the macro starts playing out, when information's playing out. So he's definitely a valuable addition to this roster.
We've talked about the value that these rookies are bringing to the table on the side of TSM, but also let's talk about the experience too. And let's hear actually what Seven had to say going into his second Ascension.
When you come to like a tournament like this, international, you don't really know what to expect. I think a lot of teams could play very differently than like how they have been playing. I'm hoping for a good match, and I'm hoping for a good victory for us.
He just keeps it simple, Roy.
I like
nothing
it.
else to say.
Yeah. I mean, I think he's going to let the Odin, the Judge, and every cringe weapon speak for itself in the matches. So I think he's already got the whole speech plan in the server.
He's so good. He's also one of the most incredible flexible players that we have as well. I know that recently he's mainly playing a lot of that initiator, but when we even saw that swap to the stage in a few of these maps, or what he's been doing over time, he's just willing to play any agent, Ash, and that's something that he's talked about as well before, that whatever the team needs, he's going to be willing to do.
And that's what makes TSM so great, is it feels like that is kind of the vibe that everyone on the roster brings to the table. But for Seven in particular, we've talked about like the consistency for a lot of these players already, but Seven is one of those where you see him on any agent and he's going to be putting out numbers. Like, honestly, give me some Seven Chamber today. That's what I want to see.
Okay. Honestly, yes, I see that vision.
Yeah,
It
you see
could
the
happen.
vision.
We saw Chamber yesterday already, and I feel like for TSM, yeah, that could work, maybe. But also, I mean, we talked about the players that are making the calls, that are keeping things organized. We talked about the players that can have a little bit of impact. I want to know the players that are going to keep it chaotic, the players that are going to be opening up these rounds over and over again, and that is these two duelists that we have in Senatsu and Timotino. Obviously, Roy, we're a bit more familiar with Timotino. I feel like this is one of the most insane rookie players that we've had since he joined TSM. But for Senatsu, it's a little bit of the same too. He is really good, and as we mentioned yesterday, we know how scary Brazil can be.
Yeah, dude, I kind of want to just hit this point one more time of how uncanny, like the similarities between these two teams is so uncanny to me, because it feels like every player on these teams is like a perfect head-to-head. Like whenever you watch the Natsu player, like you look at even his VLR page, like the agents are overlapping. They have kind of similar first kill, first death ratios. Like you can very clearly tell that they're able to play Valorant on very different paces and rhythms, and whether they're opping, whether they're rifling, whether they're getting in there, whether they're doing set strats, like no matter no matter the style, the pace, how they're playing, and what phases of the round, it feels like both of these players are just so good at their role, and they're such a critical piece to each of these teams. And I think this head-to-head is going to make a very interesting dynamic in the server.
I think the biggest differences that I can highlight between these two players is there are definitely a lot of similarities stylistically, but when it comes down to a lot of those first engagements, how these plays are being made, I feel like Zenatsu is one of those like playmaker duelists. Like he is getting in there regardless of like the spacing for his team. He's getting in there, he's getting his one, maybe his two, and opening up the round. And he's taking a lot more risks in that regard. That's why I think it was like a 0.26 FKPR and then a 0.22 FDPR during split 2 of VCL Brazil. But then for Timotino, he's definitely a playmaker in his own, but isn't necessarily taking, I don't want to say he's not taking as many risks, but it's more on the rest of TSM to follow up. Like, I feel like something TSM is so good at is they allow Timotino to get into his flow state. He's doing his thing, but it's the follow-up where he's always getting traded out by somebody on his team.
Yeah.
And that also allows him to survive a lot later into the mid-round.
Okay, well, we mentioned both teams, and towards the beginning of this pre-show, we talked about, hey, Roy, yeah, we needed to hit this prediction. So we really want to know what is going on here, because, well, we have the two NA teams playing today, and for first match, Roy, what's happening?
Listen, it's very simple. I opened VLR. I saw second place split 1, first place split 2, looking great. Looked at all their VLR pages, looked fantastic. Checked the VODs, liked the way they played, liked their compositional choices. And I also did not want to... Listen, I didn't want to complete the Exodia of Caster Curse, so I went ahead and chose Stella Gaming. I do want to say, though, I will say this, okay? On my defense, people, put the pitchforks down, okay? Everyone put the pitchforks down.
No, I'm not. It's up.
I will say this is going to be a very close game. I honestly, truly do not know which way it's going to go. And I feel like it's really going to come down to the individual performances and the players that we've highlighted so far in this segment. And I feel like those pieces are going to be so important for this game.
I feel like the fact that you also said that you didn't want to complete the Caster's Curse, like, does that...
Yeah,
like,
that
negate
Caster's
it?
Curse?
Like, does that cancel it out, Roy?
Does it cancel? How does this work? I need like a rule book or something for the Caster's Curses, because I just thought it was just, you don't want to see 5 out of 5, I thought it was just that simple.
I don't know. But why not? Because you think you're gonna curse TSM? So, but that would mean that you're on their side. So I'm just a bit confused.
Oh wait, so it's
Roy.
not just... Yeah, honestly, at this point, I might be too after this conversation. So yeah, let's move on. Thoughts?
No, what we know for sure is that this match should be close, but it's really hard to tell. It doesn't matter how many VODs you watch. It doesn't matter how much as you as a team prepare for the enemy team. Watching VODs from another region without being able to play against them officially makes it hard to tell how close this series can be. I mean, that is exactly what happened yesterday. We were talking about Envy and Nancy. We talked about how close that first map was going to be, and it was not really the case at all. So, I mean, going into today, it was a little bit of the same, but we do expect these two to absolutely put up a fight, Ash.
That we definitely do. And I think that going back to like the predictions that we're talking about as well, the fact that we saw like that sweep of TSM on our screens, I don't want that to take away from the skill and the expectations from Stella, like you were just talking about there, Dan. This is a squad that definitely deserves their respect. I just feel like, at least for our first match of the day, with the experience that TSM have, not in general, but also on LAN, that is where the big difference is. And I feel like for Stella, they are kind of learning a little bit more on in that kind of regard, and it's a new experience for a lot of their players.
And something that has to be said though is that as the players get to walk on stage, yesterday we saw how excited the crowd was for the Brazilian teams, and you know that that's going to happen once again. I mean, it's still the weekend, the people are still going to be very excited, and it seems like as we were hearing that interview yesterday, that really helps you. It hypes you up. You're able to hear it. You're able to, you know, take that energy to your side. So that is something that Stella could be doing today. And for TSM, you mentioned it, Ash, they have that experience on stage. They have that core that has already been in Ascension last year in Mexico, this time around in Sao Paulo, and it's little strengths that both of them have going into today, and it's going to come down to both the maps and also who's going to be filling up more to start us off.
It definitely will. I think that the other thing though is for Stella, even though they don't have that experience, this is where like Lanimals can be made as well, right? That's where you really get a taste of what these players are able to bring individually. And I think that's what makes this matchup so exciting, is that there is, I think, not as many expectations that you can have, or like predictions as to what we are looking to see on the side of Stella on LAN at an offline event in that kind of regard. I think this map pool is going to be really interesting as well here, Roy, because both these teams have performed so well. It's not like you're really going to find a lot of weaknesses.
Yeah, I think I'm only seeing like a slight gap in the difference between these two map pools, and it's really just Ascent. There's not too much data on it for Stella Gaming. TSM does like to play it a lot. But yeah, I kind of want to circle back to the conversation of like, you know, experience, and it's something that we often talk about on the desk, but I'm really starting to like kind of question like how important is experience really, because a lot of these young teams are the ones winning. Like you look at Envy's history, they don't, it's like what, 1 or 2 players on the team that have competed extensively, probably just one if it's Inspire. And like look at the team, they're actually absolutely a top dog. So I think confidence is very important, being on the same page is very important, and you know, sometimes we do put a lot of stock in it, but it's really just how well they're playing and how much they're on the same page, and then the level of confidence and flow they can kind of get things going in the server.
Absolutely. Now we get to take a look at the maps as we go into our first series off today. I see Haven as a first map, Ascent second map, and that decider, if we need to, is going to be Lotus. Ash, what do you make of this?
I think that Roy was talking about a little bit, right? The main difference maker being that Ascent, something that we didn't get to see too much from Stella. The rest of the map pool, like Haven and Lotus, are very strong maps for both of these teams. I know TSM has also been cooking in some off-season tournaments, like the Fun Haver events and whatnot, and they've been playing pretty similar compositions, if not the same compositions, to what we saw during the last split of VCL. Ascent is definitely where my eyes get drawn, but talking about Haven, I don't think it's any surprise that Stella are actually going to lean into that for their first map. I feel like the results that we've seen recently from them have been very strong.
I also feel like for Haven, a part of me would be almost surprised to see a compositional swap for either of these two teams, because the way they play around their Duellist and the way they set up the flow of the round with the double initiator breach has just worked so well for them, and it helps to have such strong Duellists behind that utility, right? We talked a lot about, you know, the explosiveness and kind of a lot of that, you know, the Duellist factors. I feel like this is one of those maps where you have so much support for the Duellist, and whenever you have that Duellist that is, you know, consistently popping off, it kind of makes sense to have, you know, things to back it up. But there is a slight switch here for Stella Gaming. They're hopping off the double initiator. They're going into double Duellist to up that tempo, just swapping the breach over to Neon for Tizora. We talked about how flexible of a player he is, and now he's adding Neon to the mix, guys.
That is really interesting too. I mean, there's always conversations about the breach for the past couple of months, and actually, never mind. He's going back to it, Ash. It's all good. I guess things should stay the same. Yeah, he locked it.
We're getting a little bit trolled at the beginning there. It could have been fun, definitely.
Just a little bit.
I did like it. I did like the idea of that. But I feel like it's no surprise. I think for Stella Gaming, if they've been watching TSM as well, they know how important it is for TSM, especially starting on the defense first, to try to get that operator online for Timotino as early as possible. And now having two Flash players that you can really look towards on the side of Stella, it gives them that kind of added flexibility with their utility when they're trying to clear those long lines.
There's a few things that you can do here, and keeping things the same. Roy, is there one of the compositions that you benefit a little bit more with the changes being so slight?
No, I feel like overall both Duelists make sense to me. The only real difference that I can think of is the fact that Jet is just a little bit easier to get on sites with because you don't have to rely on the TP, but you also have a lot less self-sustainability when it comes to flashes or when it comes to, you know, solo fights. I feel like the Yoru is just a little bit more self-sustainable. I also feel like the macro for Yoru just has so much more potential where you can kind of get around. But of course, TSM starting on the defensive side, I want to see them get active as early as possible in this first half, guys. They have to control the flow. They cannot let Stella Gaming keep them guessing. That's like the exact recipe of how teams lose the defensive side on Haven. You got to keep lines, you got to keep map space, and if you're losing the A fights, I would like to see some more reactions towards mid from the TSM side.
Our eyes are going to be on TSM and Stella as they go into this first map of Haven, and let's find out who gets away with it with Vantile and Lemon Kiwi.
Thanks so much, Triad. Yeah, 8 teams begin the Swiss stage, and 4 teams are becoming Swiss cheese. Not today, but this is the first match and the first clash between TSM and Stella fans. And Stella get to kick off their first international LAN with their most played map from the regular season.
And it's international in some case, but also they're playing from home, so they do have home term advantage against TSM today. This is going to be a tough ask. I think for Roy that was asking at the desk, is experience important on the stage? I think it is, because if you're looking at it from Vora, Alvin Boy, and Timotino, it's their first time here. So they're going to have to rely on the experience from GMD and from Seven, and as well as Coach MBS to make sure that it could be comfortable playing on the stage.
Kind of with the desk highlight, the difference between those Duelists, the 2 flashes with the Yoru and the Breach versus maybe a bit more speed with the Jet. But we'll be watching to see how Stella puts their mark down onto C and already cutting deep and maybe getting towards a flank position. Stella already trying to scratch towards the back of the defenses, but TSM just hold the wall and off the pistol. The knife kill on the very first round. That is insane.
Yeah, and he already has spiked down too. If anything, though, TSM looked amazing to fight back. And I love that we're kicking off this game with the rookie on the stage getting knifed, Alvin Boy, but they're all laughing about it because it didn't matter. The rotations are perfect. The shots were even perfect on their rotates from the A site to B. It almost looks like Stella at the beginning of this round wanted to go for some sort of aggression of a fake C control. So they control garage, control the B site, and then they could split back into B. But look at how passively you played from Alvin Boy. He heard the noise. He played soft site. He won his 1v1, got traded after, but then everything else on the B site was well contained. So TSM looks pretty good, at least to kick things off. And this is to maybe some surprise to others. Remember, this TSM is the #1 seed coming in from North America after beating teams like Envy in the first place and Cubert Academy. And now Nico,
TSM...
you see from Stellar just getting owned.
Yeah. That's all this is going to be. And TSM went from being this wild card to kind of what Roy said, becoming this powerhouse, being the favorites, being a top seed, and see how many weapons they can carry into the bonus. But so far, Stella are not going to be able to make too much of a dent here into B.
Yeah, if you want to talk about the history of TSM a little bit here, I want to touch upon last year and even this year. Because you look at 2024, TSM was in the same kind of boat. Kind of like a gatekeeping team, finishing like often 4th seed in all of these splits. But when it comes down to the playoffs, trying to qualify for Ascension, they lose the upper bracket. Think about the first one against M80 in round #1. Then they go into the lower bracket gauntlet, beating teams like MXS, Oxygen Gaming that has Bonkar as the current energy coach and then qualifying to Ascension. And then you look at it this year, similar fashion. They get owned by Envy, they go into the lower bracket run, and they win it this time around. So they do have resiliency, and now they show it in this matchup for this third round as they push up on this A ramp.
Man, the counter aggression from TSM just immediately striking at Stella before they could even really develop this A plan. And Bora is able to just keep on scrapping at close range. And man, what a lightning fast round out of TSM.
You're just looking at TSM so far in the last 3 rounds being perfect in their positioning, anticipating where Stella is going to be hitting. Like if you're looking at it, as soon as we get into the round, it's already over because anybody that's trying to scale up, whether it's on the pistol round or on their eco, and this time on their gun round, look, they're getting hit by paranoia, aftershock, stuns. Everybody's in position here for TSM that wanted to just fight aggressively and to change the style because they were more reactive in the first 2 rounds. They want to be more active on their bonus, and they just really caught Stella off guard. This puts him back on the eco now for Stella.
Oh, I'm really loving the energy on the stage, and you're even hearing it from the players. Like, playing on stage is so much more fun. Definitely saw those tweets, at least from Envy on the other side from yesterday. But Stella now just definitely being more aware of whenever TSM want to take that early initiative, but also TSM wanting to be aware of the flashes that could be coming their way. But Timotino finds a double kill with the timing, the flash. Assassinates Zanatsu on the approach, and this is turning into be a bloodbath and maybe even a flawless as just the sheriff left here from Guy.
And that's what I wanted to look for as well for Timotino. He's the star duelist right now for TSM, trying to fill in the shoes of of Sim in the past, who's been so good for TSM earlier on. And it kind of ties a bow as well to TSM's performances going to Ascension, because when they made it last year, they did not have a good group stages. They bombed out, although some of the games went into a lot of overtimes against teams like 2G, or Galoris, should I say, in 2G as well. But now that Timotino is filling in those shoes, look at how he fills them perfectly. Avoids this flash, gets the third kill with the shorty, and he's just playing like as if he's in the comfort of his own home back in Montreal.
See that TSM already sound really synced together too. 7-1 for Timotino, our Canadian superstar, and it's not about him filling anybody's shoes anymore. Like, he's the one creasing everyone's Jordans on the other side, and TSM coming in with all this confidence. You don't have to doubt them anymore, but the hesitation, as soon as Timotino turns his back, he gets shot in his back, and that's maybe the first advantage we could see Stella work with.
This is where TSM also shines. You see now 7 with this Odin in this round number 5, and this is something that TSM has changed a bit. You may look at this composition as the most standard as possible, but adding that Odin into the fray, being that secondary third entry with how they're going to play on the attack side, has been pivotal into TSM's successes on this map of Haven. So it's not surprising to see TSM so far in this 4-0 lead on Stella's map. Either Stella, though, in their own region has also been very, very dominant, just in general within the region, but also on this map. This map in Bind has been their bread and butter, although I'm surprised it's very similar to TSM as well.
Yeah, Stella, it's been a while since we've seen them just from stage 2. Felt like a really long time ago, but that anchor always so dependable, and Alvin gets to also be within safe distance of this attack. Now post-plant, Stella know where the threat could be coming from, but as soon as that smoke dissipates at 10 HP, Alvin continues to be a threat, but the Odin just can't be steady enough for 7, and it's just GMD, but that was going to be quite a turnaround anyway at 3 versus 5. So first round win there for Stella.
Yeah, Guy from Stella gets the kill onto Guimont from TSM as the last kill for the round. But I do respect what Alvin just did there. He felt like he found the timing, especially when he got the trap kill on the first one, and then said, okay, let me try to bring some numbers down because I hear the footsteps. Maybe we can make the best on a 2 versus 2. But then that paranoia should have been thrown a little bit further back from spawn. He left himself a little bit exposed here, GMD, from that look onto the garage, but he didn't know where that second player was. But it's not too bad, right? They've won 4 rounds in a row. They've converted their bonus. Their money's still great so far, and they could still get Blade Storm for Timotino to have a full gun round this time around for TSM.
Just the recon alone was enough to force that teleport out from Zanatsu, so Timotino gets to insert here and maybe find a good early kill onto Stella, who are now kind of questioning what could be the backup plan when A has been shut down so early.
This is a difficult part, though, because yes, even though the Euro went back, Timotino also already activated his dash. So now he's going to have to play contact so that this Odin that you have from 7 could help out from the short A side if Stella does decide to commit into an A side split. So it looks like they understand that a bit. They're still jump peeking for information, but they're still defaulting around to try to force these rotates out. So there is definitely some preparation coming out from this Brazilian side, and it feels like into this mid round, you are committing into a C side split, a full 5-0 take, as now Alvin Boy will have to play the trap kills again.
It's good to kind of measure how antsy TSM are going to be with that space and how long do they want to engage in. So I like that Stella kind of slowed things down, find themselves at C yet again. And that's not the clone, that's the real Zanatsu. And that's the first blood for Stella with a post play that's looking even better than before. And now the timing has to be ready with the Cypher that could be coming from the front, GMD on the flank. And Stella were quick to respond and quick to double push, double swing. And TSM find themselves behind, but at a different angle this time, coming from Compositional, and the Odin is loud and proud. A 3 for 7.
That's exactly what I was talking about. Get ready for that Odin, and look at him stand up right after. Yelling across the board to Stella and hushing him down after Stella converted into a round. That was a 2 versus 4 retake. And I was going just to commend to how Stella was so good to pivot into this neural theft that they got. They understood that they had a flank coming from the back and that they would be weak side towards the front with less util. So push through, flush him out with the Euro flash, and it was perfect. But look at this retake back from both the rookies. Well, should I say Vora the rookie with 7 as the veteran for the team now. Oddly enough, as he's still young right now in this roster, and now they just put Stella back into an economical deficit in this round number 7. That was a beautiful retake.
Silver lining would be how many ults out of TSM can you draw out, and just because it's like you said, a big buy difference between the two teams. But now we get to see what Stella can do. Usually on these lower buys, they like to go towards B. It wasn't successful before, but this time with flashes, fault lines, smokes in place, they've already suppressed TSM enough to get the objective down. The Hunter's Fury isn't enough to prevent it, but it is enough to shake up Stella, to force that panic. And this plant still ends up going down, but with only 3 remaining on Stella, how much can you really protect this? At least they could see it from main, but a flank yet again from GMD, who strikes at 2. And Stella are going to have to be more aware of this in the future.
That's so nice. GMD is doing a great job finding his timing too. Look at him, just smiles like, yeah, I'm him. I'm kind of him. Don't worry about it. This is easy kills for me. We are playing against a 50 round, but that's 2 successful flanks that GMD has done so far here for the team. The idea was perfect for Stella at least. They get this plant down. They still have ults to work with. You could potentially get some picks here. If Zanatsu can get the hero play right over here, he does get the pick, but still runs into the Hunter's Fury, so they don't have too much util to play outside of the site for the pulse plant, outside of their ults. I think they save it into this round, and this is why it makes only sense now for Stella to go for this timeout. You still have these ults in favor to work with that you could cook something up, and by rushing into the B site, and now for 2 rounds in a row, you understood these fast flanks are coming in here from GMD, and that these potential 5-0 hits or 4-1 hits are not really going to work out if you don't insert players for these lurks to maybe cut rotations off on the side here of TSM. So a lot to talk about here into the Stella camp.
Yeah, Stella has been getting a lot of success over at C. A has been kind of difficult for them to figure out whether there's going to be some early pushes from TSM on the defense. And if Stella can even see A, TSM had been playing counter flashes so well, looking away, being able to flash back at Stella and catching them completely off guard. So I'd like to see maybe this Yoru try to maybe go for that risky TP into the backline, have some kind of backline pressure, because if you're going to play a Yoru instead of a Jet, you're lacking on the speed. So you need to find some kind of surprising factor against TSM. That's maybe not flashes. I don't know how much they can depend on that.
Actually, I was going to agree with you with the fact that they have more flashes to work with, because yes, maybe you can't explode as much with the Yoru, but if you have the Yoru in the breach, that definitely could really try to maybe take out some of these pieces away from TSM's defense. But again, I think they've realized that soft side is really towards C site. They found some successes, at least from plants on that side, and now it's back into the defaulting round. So you're trying to figure out where the Jet could be moving, and as you just saw here, Timotino tried to find that pick into the front B side, uses his dash, and that's a small advantage right now to allow Stella to move in a bit, because you don't have a Jet to escape anymore, so you have to give up a bit of space, and now Stella could really start working that map.
He needs to start getting value out of these ults for Stella. I mean, a fault line, no fault line, Chizora's already down. And this is why just the initiative from TSM is so sketchy for Stella. They could just emerge at any time, any place. So Dimensional Drift could just, they don't have to go in blind with Zanatsu.
It's huge that they can't do the by taking out a Rolling Thunder, but just as you said, the Dimensional Drift with the Hunter's Fury is probably the next piece of the puzzle on this chessboard that they're probably going to utilize to entry towards the seaside. Like I said, Alvin Boy's already identified this, so he's already falling back. And they're also making sure they're not going to get caught here by the Hunter's Fury into the spawn. So Zanatsu's moving forward. He sees them both over here, hides inside that cage, and he gets hit by the trip. Hey, he gets CK'd!
30 seconds left.
Oh, God. Oh, it's okay. Cedroid was able to trade at the end. He still got to play it down 2 versus 2. We saw what the work Seven's been able to do with this Odin when he can get into a stable position coming from Garage, just like last time. Full util for Vora, even a recon, but not wanting to reveal their hand until it's ready to go. And the Rolling Thunder from Seven. You knew exactly where Stella was hiding. And it's just the Omen left and no more. The Odin wins at the end.
That was insane. On a 2 versus 2 again, it comes down to the double initiator. Both Vora and Seven, both of them once again going into the garage. The advantage also that they have was that they had full kits. Everybody had a hero plays on the side of TSM where they didn't really need util to support them on these beats. So you're really feeling confident on one side, and you're just fighting toe-to-toe to allow now the full initiator kit to go for this double 2 versus 2 retake. It looks like the read, they understood that it was going back here towards this front C site to play off the site. It was quite interesting that they did that without using util to clear up backside, so they already had some sort of a tell. And now playing on Brazilian turf, we have a 7-1 scoreline for the North American team.
You just had to call that out.
Of course. At the Spheres in the chat again.
Oh, you got the shares. Not a good vibe from Stella. The 1-2 Toodaloo from Timotino. And really, that's going to be all she wrote. But Stella,
goodbyes there.
Yeah. Oh, I see what you did there.
Yeah,
I was like, goodbyes. Unfortunately. Fortunately, depending on what side of the coin you are.
Yeah, people enjoy those. They enjoy those. It was a good thing. It was a good thing. But no, at least the planet is going to be something that we're hoping for the side of Stella to bring the economy back up for a strong buy in the next. But dude, there is no way of entry in the front of B side or A throughout this whole half since the pistol round. Again, the only successes that they've had were plants maybe on the C side as soon as we started to get a little bit of econ running for the side of Stella. But outside of that, getting outgunned, outpaced, outmacroed, outpositioned. Look at how we play here. I mean, despite these 2 kills from... Okay, hold on. I'm going to give it back to you.
Okay, well, I gotta lock in all of a sudden. Zoich is popping off, and TSM a bit trolling. I mean, they're standing up, they're talking smack, trying to get into the heads of everyone else, but we have a potential ace from Brazilian superstar, Timotino. It's gonna give it to him at 10 HP. Are we serious?
Oh my God, Cedroid just did that to TSM. I'm sure they're gonna laugh it off for a bit because at least you still have some rounds in the bag and cushioned up. But that shouldn't have been the type of loss to give to a guy like that. They've mentioned and highlighted Cedroid on the desk how good he's been here for the team and his stats as an initiator of all agents, playing it like a duelist. And look at that 3rd shot on Vora. Technically, that should have been a free kill, but for him to have the heads up to fully swing out to get that pick. And I was just about to comment how good TSM was on passive angles and passive plays that they're doing. Cedroid did that perfectly in the clutch.
Stella, well, they don't have to talk smack. They can just shoot better at that moment. What a turnaround also for the morale. And Stella are going to keep trying to hit this C side. But TSM have read this like a book. The shotguns. Stella have no space to work with. If they keep hitting the same site, TSM are going to be ready for it.
Wait, Alvin Boy is playing so good right now as a sentinel role for TSM. They also, once again, highlight on the desk how silent he's been, kind of like a sleeper pick for a lot of these teams. And that when Ash was mentioning him playing on Burger Boys in the past in the North American scene has been decent, but really started to activate. It almost seems the scouting that you had from NBS and from the side of TSM, it's like, okay, we see something special that could work out with this type of team. And it works out beautifully. Look at how aggressively he plays. So the smoke misses in the first place, but the fact that he jumps inside that smoke, timings the shotgun and also the range of the Rolling Thunder from that shot to still get spray kills, neural theft, and information for the team. I talk about playing soft side on C side, but he always runs back in to try to find that timing. And that's almost like an Envy style in the past of like split 2 and split 1 when they were playing as the rankers. You think they're playing off site until they find a timing to squeeze through the util being thrown by their opponents and getting success out of that. And dude, TSM are looking primed today.
Yeah, and still they're trying to squeeze every second of these timeouts now, really not getting too much, really any round going besides, okay, just the casual ace from TSM. I think starting to play with their food, and as soon as they got back on their feet, they're back on beat, and that's all that matters. I wasn't expecting, I guess, this level of dominance, kind of like what the desk said. I mean, these two teams have never competed against each other before, so it's really hard to measure apples to oranges, right? And Stella just came off of a stage 2 win, so they're kind of bringing a lot of firepower here, but TSM are clearly a different beast on this map.
Yeah, the best apples to apples comparison that we can have here is regionally, where these two teams have been really good in their own region. Even, you know, you have a more delicious apple on the side of Stella because they've been dominating their region nonstop. But that said, it takes a little bit of time to squeeze through. We've witnessed similar things yesterday, where we were trading maps one after the other because we just needed to ease into the game.
Our TSM have like a 2-3 man setup at B. Stella thought they could have hit a weaker site, and no, everybody was home this time.
Yeah, that's what you mentioned. They love to hit the B site when they're on lower buys. So the 2 last times they had low buys, they just tried to rush in to try to get a plant. This time, you just got 3 players ready for that. And it goes back to what we were mentioning before throughout this game, that TSM seems to have a good read of to where the hits should be coming from early in these rounds. And you're always finding these first picks, and even, you know, like for example, when GMD swung out the garage and he got traded out, he still got one. He still found some sort of timing. So he still had a good read of where Stella is actually moving forward to. So man, you have to commend also for TSM's preparation going into this game. And it also stems to what MBS has mentioned for this team when, you know, they won the split. They won Challengers 3 in North America. He was just saying how good this team was and how they're really here for each other. They're like a good family. They're easily coachable. And NBS does have that experience to really help out the team. He is a champs coach in 2021 with Ascent.
And speaking of families, I mean, TSM have been that core, returning to Ascension. This is, well, very position that they're comfortable with. I was a little worried about that jet flying around. Timotino humbled back, though, with the op, and that's something that he still has from the previous round. And Stella is still going to try and challenge that, really hoping to make him uncomfortable with the pair of flashes that they have. Maybe trying to get a deep teleport going. But the op is amongst the smoke, so Stella will have a hard time fighting him, like it's unless Timotino exposes himself. And TSM are going to immediately swing. Stella stomp the ground, stomp their way into A. And Alvin Boy's on the other side of the world, so is GMT going to want to take a fight? And unfortunately, he does. And that means we could be going into a 9-3 half very soon.
Most likely will, yeah. I don't think you're going to have a scenario of a Cedroid getting a 5 versus 1 or 1 versus 5 when you're all stacked inside the A side for a pulse plan. So an easy round capitalized towards the end, at least for the side here of the Brazilian team of Stella. But I gotta say, it's been a very dominant half for TSM to start. It almost looked like this last round, they just wanted to really just disrespect the utility. Nobody was shooting darts. They just wanted to swing out and try to fight players as they were trying to execute into the site. Look at this. Then 2 of them get pinged out of that. But it's whatever. You're confident about it. You just want to try to win these fights, and it doesn't work out, but you still have a great lead.
This was such a dominant half from TSM, and just that last round was, I think, indicative that there could be a strong second half going on for Stella. But I heard we have an interview with a fan of TSM, so let's go tune in with that.
Exatamente, ZRM, exatamente. Achei o maior fã da TSM do mundo. Os caras já estão trazendo gente pra torcida deles. Eu quero saber um pouquinho dessa história. Enoa, Fábio, da onde você veio e por que você é tão fã da TSM? Você tem tatu dos caras? Como é que é essa fita aí, mano?
Então, vamos lá, eu sou, como você já disse, eu vim do interior de São Paulo, cidadezinha de Americana. Cara, o meu amor por esse time veio lá em 2015. Eu acabava vendo muita live do Hayashi, aí caía pras lives, né, do League of Legends, aí depois eu conheci a galera do CS. Me apaixonei pela galera do Rainbow Six. Hoje eu tenho a tatuagem no Mundial de 2022 da TSM.
E acompanha tudo quanto é lugar.
Oi?
Acompanha tudo onde os caras vão, você vai.
Cara, eu não entendo quase nada de Valorant, mas eu tô aqui pra acompanhar os meninos.
E tá gritando muito, velho. Essa é a grande realidade, mano. So I'm here with one of the biggest fans of TSM. He's been like everywhere following TSM. Basically, he's got like TSM tattoos and all of that. His name is Noah. Nah, that's alright. We can do that in Portuguese, no problem. Então, mano, 2-0 vai fechar aqui, coisa linda. É isso mesmo? Porque você tá dando sorte.
Ah, acho que é o padrão, né? Como já disse do Zord, era o esperado, né?
E ainda farpa, velho, ainda farpa. So I asked him if it was going to be 2-0 and he said, of course, yeah, it's gonna be 2-0 easily. Então, XRM, não é todo mundo que tá triste, meu mano aqui tá suave.
Don't give him a tattoo gun. I'm scared that TSM logo on his forehead will be permanent one day, but he's sticking with them through thick and thin.
Yeah, if anything, there's imaginary targets all over their backs are on that first row of the TSM fans because, again, you are playing in a CBL arena where it's filled with Brazilian fans to cheer for Stella. So you heard the boos when they were trying to cheer for TSM, but those boos at least are not phasing the players in the server at all. Timotino in a hot start. First international challengers land and is 16-6 against an international team as TSM are in the lead by 6 and looking to hit the C site with a late lurk from Alvin Boy into B.
Stella have to be comfortable now that you're in the second half, and now you have to swing out of smoke, but you forced the dash out from Timotino, and they may just want to retreat off of the lurks from Alvin Boy, but now they're still ready to brawl, hoping that Stella were going to swing into them, and now we're back to a stalemate.
And that's why the insert is super important that Stella didn't have. Right now, Alvin Boy is able to listen for some information, maybe try to pick up a one-on-one so you force these rotates across, and then you'll call the mid-round right after here for Vora. Vora was also low on HP, but they're all still staying grouped up. It almost looks like you're trying to sell a fake into the C site with where their breach is going, and here's that push on the front.
Oh, just so many targets, and Alvin Boy couldn't finish off one, but it's the number call there that I think is important. So TSM just going to avoid courtyard, maybe create a fake over at A, but the real hit is going to be at C. Look how much attention Timotino has his way, and Stella fell for it. Biggest prank.
The tough part, though, is that they don't have a lot of... Well, actually, they do have some very good util to stall even more, which is why all three players that have that util for TSM are staying on site. Fault line, Paranoia, Recon, Dart against a 3 versus 5. This could be a good hold.
Could be Stella going to go for some garage control to find angles around it. There won't be a trip or anything that could stop them, but TSM, more of their paranoia set up for the top site. It's going to be a split push from Stella. It doesn't matter. Vora can take them all, but numbers are equal. Stella found their way in, and now the spike is smoked off, but Timotino just has to stop the defuse. Surely they're so injured, and he saves the day.
What a clutch again from the star duelist, Timotino of TSM. And on top of that, not only getting first kills, but also clutches right now for TSM. A Swiss Army knife. The Shohei Ohtani of Ascension so far. And he's been dominating here. I mean, you have to look again on the position of those three players on site. The paranoia blinds to the swing from the front so that you protect your teammates. And then when it comes down to a 2 versus 2, one plays for his life so that you delay that smoke so that Timotino could clutch that 1 versus 2. All beautifully exemplary displayed by TSM to convert the 3 versus 5, and now probably converting the map.
Timotino is almost dropping a 20 bomb in 13 rounds. Like he's on fire today. And I think that is starting to really seal the deal for this map 1 when you take the pistol, but Stella would have to pull off an insane comeback, maybe be off that Zanatsu flank over in mid, but it's going to be called by the trip. See what he can do. Meanwhile, TSM, the red carpet is down, but smoked in blood from Stella, who have some decent pushback, and with the smoke, it's really sectioned TSM. Now that the flank has been dealt with, TSM are going to pivot elsewhere.
At least some good damage being done into Bulldog, picked up by SW, but numbers advantage still for TSM, and they know it's an open site on C. Support from the double initiators as well, which I respect this hero play. Cedroid is going to try to find a timing here.
Planted. And because you have GMD still in this fight, I mean, of course, a very vocal player, but that smoke delayed the fight. Stella could have really caught them by surprise. Now the recon is in. TSM know they're around the corner. They maybe get a ping, but maybe false information. TSM are closer than Stella expected. And that's just it. We're going to be heading into a very one-sided haven soon.
Oh, man. And 7 is probably going to run out of voice after game 1 of his first day of Ascension. They still have so much to do to try to qualify to the VCTs in Americas, but there is definitely some talented players, not only within TSM, but within this stage for Ascension overall. When you're looking at some teams, you know, not only from North America, but also from LATAM and from Brazil, there's been so many players moving up here to the VCTs, even if they don't qualify. One of them has played for Stella in the past, and that was Shenum, who now plays for MIBR and had a deep run for champs in this year, 2025. So to think this roster for Stella, even losing 3-11, you don't discount them for the rest of this series. There is still a lot of firepower from this team, and they could always bounce back.
Stella have to be cautious of the Outlaw, because whether they heard it last round, but should always know Timotino buys that in these anti-ecos, and it's GMD with First Blood. Jig is up. It's got to be a C hit. So Stella stacked towards the left side of the map. Have to be careful how they cross, but help is not coming fast enough for Stella. TSM may have taken some damage, but they are still the captains of this ship.
Definitely see it here from Stella, and this is going to hurt. I mean, you've lost both pistols, now both bonuses. In a scenario where you're moving into the second half and you lost pistol, but you also over-rotated 5 players towards the A side, it comes to show that they felt like they had no grasp within this game so far in this first map, and over reading things and then playing so passively in our gun round against the bonus now instead of trying to play to their own game. We know that the Brazilian teams are very good at pushing aggressively, at playing, holding that W side. The Dor Bala, by the way, the 2-tap bullets that shines throughout Brazil all the time. But it is not shining in this first map. They're even chasing for these kills for TSM because it's understandable. Bonus round for their side, trying to knock down these weapons. Zanatsu's about to get spotted, and he's down.
Oh my God, he just gets swarmed by bees. Like all 3 drop on him like that. The only hope that I have is that, okay, well, good little warm-up map there from Stella, but they also play pretty much this composition for Ascent, which is going to be our next map. But that is TSM's choice, and I wouldn't say it's the map that Stella have played a ton of or had this incredible success. All I can say is now they find their stride with this comp, and hopefully they can kind of bring that similar execution to Ascent coming up.
Unless they're able to throw a miracle this time around here, as they still have some sort of a decent buy, as they have to buy out for the rest of this map. A couple of Guardians too that can utilize these as bolt action rifles, like little ops if they can, which is why they pressured towards this B side earlier on to see if they can wallbang some players. No damage being done in that case though, and now it goes back into, okay, how do we work things out? I love the insert release that you see from Guy down bottom C for the side of Stella. Deep camera as well, so that allows here Stella to continue the stack on this A side.
May not be able to escape though, even though he has that information. Lucky for him, TSM are heading elsewhere. And a lot of these fights, TSM have simply outnumbered Stella like 3-1 a lot of these times. But it's just been from incredible reads from TSM. Great calling from Vor, and that's going to be a re-hit towards A, but Stella have not budged despite that camera information from Guy. And being in that nook, he knows it's all quiet over here, but Timotino just roars through the smoke. He does get punished, but TSM have layers to their offense, and they're just peeling Stella back, who you really didn't need it to demand perfection from the Brazilian team to pull off a miracle on this map 1, on a map that they have so much experience in. But North America is on top, and TSM loud and proud with how they finished this up 13-3.
Loud from beginning to the end, and they never were flustered of the stage and where they're playing. Again, especially for these newcomers on this stage right now. Vora looked amazing for the calls, looked amazing in these 2 versus X scenarios that him and 7 have worked together to convert this for their side. And of course, I can't forget about Timotino, how good he's looked, at least in his debut in Ascension.
Yeah, and to restate my cope, Stella are going to probably be rerunning a very similar composition over on Ascent, but TSM probably going to run the same thing on their end. And Timotino dropping 20+. I could see him doing that all again.
Oh, for sure. It's probably going to happen for the rest of the series so far, but I'm looking forward to see how the analyst desk are going to present these on that second map here, Lemon Kiwi.
Let's start.
Game changers. It's about competition, pure happiness. It's like a crazy experience.
We're making history.
It means so much to us.
It's good to be back. I guess you know what I've been looking for, success.
The beauty of gaming is it doesn't matter who you are. And as long as I'm good enough,
Everybody's getting a 4K.
I can go as far as I want.
That's what I like to see, baby.
全世界都会知道我们的厉害。
Exactly what Core needs to do. And then there was trust into Aya.
Always going to get the entrance.
TSM, they're not only here to play, but to completely dominate on that map of Haven. Welcome back, everybody, to Ascension Americas. This was insane, by the way, and I'm starting to think, guys, that we should stop saying that matches are going to be close, because it's not really going our way, Ash. I don't think it's I don't think we've been right about it.
No, we haven't. This is a very similar start to what we saw yesterday, where we also then lied to you guys. So I'm just not going to provide an opinion on that anymore. But overall, this was an insane matchup coming out from TSM. They were fully in control of the tempo the entire time, and it felt like Stella, they weren't able to find any answers.
It's insane. I mean, not only did they win both pistols and they actually secure those 4 first rounds in a row from that first into that second half, but they just completely had control of every single play, Roy.
Yeah, it's not even just the fact that they won the first 4 rounds. It's the manner in which they won it, where they were completely front-loading their defensive side with the A control. I feel like on Haven, like, that has been the meta, right? Where, like, you want to be the one in control of the A space. And the fact that they were willing to brawl it out with 4 people early on, I feel like that really set the tone, because really the main way that you see teams losing that attack half on Haven is when they start to get slowed down. Like as soon as you get slowed down, people are getting into really good positions where they get huge heads up on the rotates towards A. That's typically where teams lose a lot of their attack sides, right? And just TSM was doing such a flawless job, and it felt like they were in control and they were one step ahead of Stella from beginning to end.
Then after those first, like the first half of the first half, if I want to word it that way, I guess, and those retakes coming out from TSM, so much of their success was off the back of the space that they were taking after they allowed Stella to actually get onto site. Like GMG was so good at those flank timings, being able to punish the positionings into the post plans. There was really just no information, I felt like, that TSM didn't have to find the success that they were looking for. And for the side of Stella, I think it was tough. They really didn't have any opportunity to find any footing, to get anything going. Like even after that one really hype round where we saw the ace coming in there for Cedroid, like the 3K Sheriff into the 2K Odin, I was like, okay, you know, they're getting hyped. You can build a little bit of momentum off that. I legit felt like I blinked and the next round was over. And so they really couldn't build anything in that regard.
No, that's gotta feel terrible. Like when you have the hero round, you're like, all right, this could be the start of something, and then immediately the next round you guys just get demolished as a team. Like that just gotta feel so bad. But I mean, I'm just gonna talk about the elephant in the room here, guys. Timotino, phenomenal series from him. He did a fantastic job with the openers. It felt like almost every single play except one that I can think of, the front B one, that they all worked in his favor pretty much. He was a force. He was opping, he was rifling, his knives were fantastic, his aim was on point. And not only that, but also TSM just, they're not really the team that you want to be feeling this confident in the beginning of the series, guys. Like they're not that team. You don't want them to feel like that.
It's insane what Timotino has been able to do, and it's something that we've talked about when we see him in Americas as well, when we see him in North America. But going into today, he was just in a completely different level. Ash, every single opening, like Roy was saying, was going his way. Every single one of those, you know, first and second. And it's something that we mentioned before too, because we talked about, okay, if the play doesn't go, someone is always ready to trade him. But he didn't even need that. He was doing just fine.
He was doing everything himself. But I think that what's interesting for Timotino, one, the numbers speak for themselves, but this is why we see him on the jet with TSM, right? It's this different level of comfort that Timotino has on this agent. Back when he was playing on core, they were trying him out on that Yoru here on Haven. The second he gets onto that TSM roster, they put him back onto the jet, and he's just able to take over the server. And like even that clutch that we just saw, like that 1v2, that was a moment where we thought that what should have been a Stella win. And it's just a different level, I think, of expertise. And some of the conversation heading into this matchup too was around Stella being able to use their utility to clear out those angles that we know Timotino is going to be going for, but he was constantly unpunished, whether it was the support coming out from his team or his mobility on the agent.
TSM is a team that is fired up and very confident. It's something that we saw going into playoffs for stage 2, going into the grand finals as well, when everybody was putting Envy as a favorite team to win it all. And TSM, they continue to impress us every single day. Also reminding everybody that that first map of Haven, that was Stella's map pick. So as we go into the second map, Roy, what are your expectations for this map of Ascent? We got the chance to talk about it a little bit in the last time that we got to see both of the teams play, but not only in terms of what they can play, but also, you know, talking about Stella not winning their map pick and losing it the way that they just did.
Yeah, I think the thing with Ascent too that we have to consider is the fact that on paper it has been TSM's go-to map. Like that has been the map where, you know, they're starting to sort of, you know, they're returning back to the battle stage. They're kind of doing the double sentinel composition on Ascent. It's looked fantastic overall, and it feels like there's a lot of versatility with their approach. So really my prediction for this, guys, is the fact that, you know, Stella is starting on the defensive side. That has to be the sweep half. Like that you need to like lights out on that first half, try to get as many rounds as possible, and just sort of, you know, sort of shut TSM out of any sort of momentum and confidence that they've built from that very dominant first half, or first map, excuse me.
It's also definitely scary too heading into Ascent, because it's another one of those jet maps, right? And Timotino, he feels so comfortable on it, and when he's had a performance like he did on Haven, that momentum is absolutely going to look to carry forward. I will give the fact that once again, there are a lot of flashes in the composition for Stella that they can be using to fight back up against Timotino when it does get into those brawly moments from TSM controlling that tempo. That's something that I've definitely got to have my eyes out for, as well as TSM trying to deal with all the utility I think that they do have in the comp for Stella too, if they don't make any of those changes, especially going for a lot of that mid control, trying to get rid of that vice wall early on, not allow that passive information to allow Stella to make those reads on the defender side and stack more heavily opposite of the anchor.
Absolutely. My main question here is going to be for TSM, if they're going to continue playing the stage, because it has been great. It has allowed them to do a lot of unique plays, but it does get a little gimmicky, right? Where, you know, there's a limit of the amount of things that you can do, and you can continue taking that risk until you're completely read by the enemy team, or you can, you know, keep having control, being one step ahead. That is going to be my main thing going into the second map.
But I feel like it's not gimmicky in a way that is like restricted. It's like gimmicky in a way where you have a lot of options where like for example, like if you're hitting the mid to B, right? Like you could wall off that CT spawn lamp area, but you could also wall yourself off in that CT spawn lamp area where now you have an amazing lurk position, right? And like the attackers have to invest a lot of time to re-clear that area over and over, even though there's a wall. Like those gimmicks are fundamentally good. Like there's layers to it. And I think that TSM is the type of team that has shown they're willing to do stuff like that. Yeah, they're willing to do the boosts and all these, you know, these crazy things, but they're also very fundamental with the way they're approaching the map, like on a macro level.
I'm not even thinking about the boost. Like, Seven has been using that wall in a way where he's trying to like funnel you into their crosshairs, funnel you into additional utility that they already have prepped in response to those hits. Obviously, that'll be something that we're going to see more on the defensive side first. But as we head into this agent select, no changes across the board on the side of Stella Gaming. I think that my eyes on them, like Roy said, was to have a very strong defensive side, but then also with this TSM composition not having had any adjustments, I'm looking towards the homework that Stella have done with this comp, anticipating those layers of stage plays, the different variety of looks of those set plays coming up from TSM.
Yeah, guys, honestly, my eyes are on Stella Gaming on this first half. I feel like their composition does not have a lot of information, especially with, you know, with the Vice over the Cypher. You lose that camera, you lose those shop wires. It kind of is a little bit restricted with information. I'm hoping that they can bounce back from that first map. You want to see them come into this one confidently. You want to see them still establish those lines. Do not get suffocated on the sites. Keep an information flow going, keep a macro, and try to keep TSM on the back foot while you try to regain momentum for your team.
For TSM, last time that they played this composition, they were incredible, not only on the defense, as you expect for this double sentinel, but also on the attack side. So for Stella Gaming, if they want us to push us to map number 3, it has to be an uphill battle. Let's see if they can make it happen with your casters, is Vance and Lemon.
Thanks so much, Triad. Yeah, 13-3 was TSM's way on the very first map, and we go to Ascent with a Vice, which is a different look from Stella, where they preferred the Cypher, and I think Roy prefers it too.
And that's why the rest of the composition is trying to overcompensate on the lack of that camera and early utility from trips or whatnot from middle, which is why you have this Yoru that could get aggressive lines and lock that up so that the rest of the initiators could use it for the mid-rounding of where their gaps could be. So pay attention to that. You want a strong start. I agree with Roy for the side of Stella. So you're going to have to be really in tune of how you're going to be able to try to find that information for your team first to set these up and just making sure that you read things correctly. If you're looking at it and you're just basing it on that previous map, TSM has been phenomenal at even anticipating where their early rounds are going to be taken from the side of Stella without even having to use too much of that util. And that's a lot off of the back of even how Timotino was playing in these forward lines as a jet. You could do exactly the same thing right now as this Yoru, and the best thing is that you can even lock down that lane for a good 30 seconds because you have a TP that stays up while you're trying to hold that line, and you could still just escape if you're getting run down. So I want to see that type of playstyle come out from Stella to still come out with confidence and not worry about what just happened on that first map. I think that was probably the biggest point of conversation for the coach to the team, is just do not worry of how much we've lost from all the macro from beginning to the end on that first map of Haven.
Stella are definitely a resilient team, going from runner-ups in stage 1 to making changes to the roster, being the champions of stage 2. But TSM, are they going to be overconfident? It's definitely a composition where I don't think you could come in guns blazing like last time. But
TSM will
be going over to B. Yeah, TSM try to do just that, but it's actually just Chisora early contact. And man, they're just cutting TSM at the heel before they could even know what's going on. But Vora, good for 2. Good to send Stella back and to get TSM a foothold on what's going on. Before, how did Stella get all this map control so quickly? First pistol to Stella, and look who's getting up.
And that's what we are just talking about, how you can really play your defensive setups now that you have a Vice. The Vice is going to stay turtled up. All that util is playing towards that A site to stall, and you play it soft on that side so they can really lean more towards this middle and C site. So as you're going through, you're expecting some sort of a hit because it's been so quiet all over the map for the side of TSM. And you just go for these pop shots in the smoke to get an early entry, and that forces TSM's hand to really just try to execute in, and it got caught off guard into the stack. So very well done, very well placed, and at least the first check mark is there, anticipating where your opponents are going to be hitting, and you read it perfectly.
Just TSM have to learn, okay, you know that Cedroid is been around that market side, and you can just get pop flashed at any time. So TSM getting orbs this round and already setting up their lurk to go and get the A orb, and now getting ahead of the game is SW to hopefully try and prevent this from going by easily.
And so we're seeing, right, the early drone coming out before the minute mark, trying to clear out towards middle. They think it's empty, but this is where you can walk through. Look at that. You have Zanatsu potentially waiting to walk out of the smoke, or just holding that line, could TP back to help towards the A site. Now the executor is probably to get this orb if they're able to stall off the A site push on the defense from Stella, so that Vora can get closer to the Hunter's Fury.
TSM will get the orb after all, so now collecting both and seeing what damage they can do, and Chieftain
No way.
just sneaks his way in. And even though the injuries on SW, he still stands and he's able to trade in TSM. Well, they got the slow orb up there, so Stella barely be managing to escape after the shock bolts came flying from TSM, buying now enough time to get the plant down. And Stella don't have flashes, so this is gonna be tricky. These flashes, actually, but that needs setup time, and Timotino just has a stranglehold on this high ground. And Zanatsu, well, did get a foothold on this high ground. Drops, nice shot, but it is a TSM thrifty.
No way that GMD was able to come through right there, and Seven's going to stand right back up to just chat back to the opposite side of the stage after they got the thrifty. The eco thrifty on top of that. They had nothing but classics. How did GMD get here? How did it catch the guy off guard? And as they pick up weapons after the plat, they have a Spectre, a Bulldog. The retake is not the best there for the side of util and weapons for Stella. So they were just perfect in the positioning, disrespected the paranoia thrown by SW. Close at close range for the right-click classics 2 kill from 7. Damn, that was a very nice round, and that's going to slow down the pacing already from Stella. A solo peek out, trying to go for hero plays, but they are just going for extremity control to start for TSM, expecting some sort of potential aggressive plays coming out from Stella because they're on a full eco this time around. And as it quiets down for a bit, it's now time for TSM to move around the map, which seems to be leaning towards B.
If they could leave that orb for Vora, he would have the Hunter's Fury so early because they got both orbs on the on their save, and then or on the pistol, and now they're able to pull off the thrifty. Just when you thought Stella could just get some momentum going in the flash, man. It's Timotino, as soon as he dashes in, finds a moment of safety. And Vora, it's like deja vu the way he comes in with these double kills. And TSM, huge dent into the defenses of Stella, as you would expect when they're running mostly pistols.
But still a nice action to start things off for Stella. The 2 times the TSM were trying to exec into the B side to get timing into Stella's util, and with that pick though, it gives them a chance to get in.
Oh, you can't let your defenses slip like this, TSM, but they still have the better rifles. SW got an upgrade, and Paranoia will force TSM to turtle up within the site, so Stella take their angles. TSM find safety, and they try to strike back, and Vora is a force to be reckoned with. Drone reveals just how close Chisora is, and now it's the mind games, but also buying time, playing life. Vora just waiting for that spike to tick away, and Chisora takes fate into his own hands.
It will be this time of game, chat. We are going to start going back and forth here in the ecos. Again, beautiful picks coming through, and I would expect that they, once they take over the site here for TSM, they maybe had at least the checkmate into the round, because Vora with one of those picks had the Hunter's Fury, so he could be the last line of defense if needed be. But now that you saw that Timotino got caught off guard here at that staircase. Look at that. So much value for the flash recon. It blinded so many players and even pinged so many players to get them all ready. But yeah, again, just to get back to that, Timotino falling down doesn't give him a chance there to play the Hunter's Fury, and then they just get egoed back.
I wish I was there in person because, like, there's a lot of yapping going on. It's going to be the battle of the egos. And TSM now, or having that Hunter's Fury, tapping to see, are Stella going to want to check this? Because they did spot SW here before. It's going to take a more passive position. Now, letting TSM kind of dictate the pace of how they want to take this upcoming fight. Timotino expected to lead that charge, but it's a paranoia. Now TSM know that that's not going to be on the table. So they use that moment to engage, and Zenatsu shuts Timotino down. It shuts him up for good on that initial dash. That's a good punish against the Duellist. Now how are TSM going to make entry without Timotino?
4-on-4 though. Drone just spots Alvin Boy, and Seven is trying to figure out if he wanted to wall himself up and try to go for a peek over the smoke. But with that offensive smoke that they just threw, they just want to cut noise for a bit, see if Alvin Boy can get an opener, and he will.
I thought that was going to be a double kill, but SW locking in.
One enemy
A lot more dependable this time around. Speaking of that, Bora always reliable. Like,
30 seconds
all the
left.
multi-kills coming his way from B to A this time, but job's not done. Guy, 1 versus 3. At least he has a rifle. He has the element of surprise, the mystery now coming through the door. That is closed, and he doesn't want to be too loud yet. And TSM are going to be right below him with a crossfire. Seven says, come at me, bro, with the Odin. He brings it out yet again for another map, and Stella were the only ones with an A, so yeah, true 7 fashion. Recon just enough of a distraction, and TSM even things up.
And even the wall, when you're seeing that's being placed up here by 7, he even uses it for the flank. You know, you're playing this patch right over here, maybe not the 11.8, 08, but you're still having the stage buffs that allows for you to get some long range walls. And it could be used for them to wall off towards the door when they cross into the site. But instead, GMD TPs across, and once he TPs across, he sees that he's not getting shot from anywhere at the door side, so they don't really need to try to swing out the fight against that. So they just use it for the flank, double swing out towards tree afters because they have the element of surprise after that. And Bora just picks up 2 kills right after. So Stella, despite going back and forth on the thrifties, TSM still had money to work with, and they're now breaking the econ from the side of Stella, who are going with their hero op in their round, interestingly enough.
And to walk down with it, I mean, last time it was an outlaw to watch Min. He didn't see anyone yet, but Alvin benefits from this walk down from Stella, and Chisora is stuck in this corner, and help is nowhere nearby. Everyone's around the perimeter of the map. Now Neural Theft activated from Alvin Boy, and they'll know exactly where to go next.
Cover going out.
You see where they're pivoting to, not only with the insert of GMD, but these are some small details that probably I would probably have to underline too. When the Neural Theft gets thrown out, Zenatsu gets spotted with the rifle in his hand on the ping with the op. So they're like, okay, well, they have an op. The other ones are holding pistols. Let's not cross into the danger zone, whereas trying to aim an op down from M3 down into middle. So they rotate all the way back towards the spawn. They support GMD. They get the plant down. And now it's time to hunt down where that op is going to be. Don't bring it into the next round, because if you're looking at it, yes, you have an ult for Zenatsu, but he's playing Yoru. It's not a Blade Storm going into the next round. So if you're able to eliminate this op, it's not going to be a huge rifle or a huge op to work with in the next round here for Stella. So already TSM are moving outside of the site and are trying to gun down the remaining member of Stella.
Natsu could get a lucky kill here. Ooh. 7 testing the waters. Big chance to deny this op, and just with the Odin, not the best thing to bring to an op party. At least we'll get to see the value of this op at another time, and usually that's been to watch mid, and TSM haven't really cared about mid control too much.
It doesn't look like the last 2 players wanted to hunt him down either. They were towards B main, and they're also towards that pizza. And just losing the Odin on their side, with what just happened in the last 2 rounds and the thrifty that he got in round number 2, you could definitely afford it into this round as well. But that outlaw round is huge. So now you're seeing variety out of weapons as well. It's not just Alvin Boy going with the Phantom and finding timings on lurks. He's also able to snipe for the team so that you know, playing this type of composition for the side of TSM that uses a jet on the attack side. You don't really op in that sense because you need Timotino to dash in and to find some space, and that 7 needs to move in with that Odin as that Sage, the battle Sage, to help him out. So you have your Lurker being that op style. You've seen it from countless teams on the VCT stage. For example, the first one that comes to mind for me is Zelsis when he's playing Vise with the Operator on Corrode on the attack side. So it's still a great approach that they have here on their attack side of Ascent on how they want to leverage these weapons on different players.
Liking macro-wise that Stella are trying to absorb as much map control as possible and seeing if they could kind of outrace or out-rotate TSM. Thinking about Zenatsu just being on the flank already at B main before TSM had already, before they made entry. But now that, you know, absorbing mid like that, TSM were ready with the crossfire, and that ended up being a trap that Stella walked into. So TSM are kind of aware of these gaps within the map and really ready to fight back, knowing that Stella are going to be there.
And this is why Roy was saying, hey, it's important for Stella to have a good start here on their defensive side and the value that Cypher brings. Because even if you're trying to go aggressively on your line as a Yoru, the camera's being spotted, or the camera spots you or whatnot, you're not going to be able to have that on your defensive, on your attack side for Stella. So you need to be pristine here on your defense, wrap up all these rounds as much as you can so that you still have the harder side to take with less util, but still firepower to hopefully close out that map.
If TSM can just group up, so if there's a victim to the op, you could resurrect it with 7, and 7 just has to be the one that doesn't get shot, which easy enough to be the last one in the conga line, but TSM now bringing their own op to this. Maybe they don't have to sacrifice a lamb to Zenatsu. It's just going to be a stare down through the X-ray of who's going to make that first move. And TSM are not as antsy as they were in the past until Timotino swings into the sightline of Zenatsu. And there's the resurrect from 7. Oh, wait, no, this Fury is trying to get him. And Timotino has to activate the dash. And a great read from Chisora still confirms that kill. But that did cost an ultimate to do that.
Cost it 2 as well. Cedroid used a null command super early in that minute line, thinking that the hit was coming towards the A side. So now you could continue to default, and you have less big stalls in ultimates.
Left.
That's going to snuff TSM trying to get into the A site.
I'm going to try and be in position to suppress TSM, especially before that Odin gets set up with how clunky it is. But Stella just don't have the manpower to do that. Alvin, man, what a double kill. Great management of pressure. In 12 seconds, plant down. Left. Alvin can go and be bait and lurk around, but Stella... Speaking of lurking around, they could be coming around the catwalk side, but it's interesting that Guy is so focused on where did that Sentinel go, and now hope to coalesce around TSM. There's a dimensional drip pinging where TSM hard, it just doesn't matter. Advantage who? TSM still will not be shaken.
As I was just mentioned, there's not too much in terms of stalling. You don't have the null command anymore. You don't have the Hunter's Fury to stall here in the late rounds. So the Omen TP from GMD is perfect again, the same type of entry. But I was chuckling a little bit because I have to respect Zenatsu just trying to body block the Odin back into hell so that his teammates could just spam through the ceiling of hell and say, look, hopefully we're going to be able to pick him. They weren't able to. He runs out of timer off the dimensional drift, and then they all fall like dominoes, unfortunately, not getting any value out of their 3 ults that he used in that round, especially, yeah, you got down Timotino, but that's the only thing. You wasted out a res maybe from 7, but you didn't still get the round, and you're back into an eco.
Timotino's back on the op too, so at least with these more forward positions, you're hoping to just get a good headshot. Hey, don't underestimate what Stella can do with Sheriffs, okay? We all leaned forward when we saw that ace.
That was insane.
All right, Sheriff versus op, who wins? You guys have time blocking your predictions. Oh, shucks, it's the op.
Yeah, Timotino's not going to miss those ones, and now it just opens up the door here for TSM to move in.
Exactly it. How flawless can it be for Timotino? You still have to respect Stella, and I think that's exactly what TSM had as a feeling when they had that ace hit against them back on Haven, but TSM no more messing around this time. Don't need to throw away any unnecessary rounds. Oh, just the top of the head from Cedroid. TSM is gonna bunker down as best as they can, and in main they stack 2 this time, so Alvin's gonna have backup here from GMD. And Stella been trying to go for flanks. TSM have reacted appropriately. It won't be flawless after all, just Gi remaining. Shock bolts. Yeah, gonna stir him up, and wow, actually wins that versus Bora. So 2 weapons denied from TSM.
So many rounds on the attack side picked up for TSM so far, sitting very comfortably on their map pick of Ascent. And again, we just want to underline how they're also very similar in map pool. So it didn't really matter where we got to, because, you know, Blind at some point was still in the fray. If that gets picked, it's still a very good map for these 2 teams. So we're really evened up in terms of the comfort that we have in the map pool for both of these teams. But now I just want to focus into Zenatsu with the operator. There's been so many times so far that Timotino is taking value or trying to take space in front of that B site that maybe if you're going to try to go for an Alendron recon to take that space, it's going to be too obvious. And then if you're trying to go on catwalk, usually there's that camera from Alvinborg, sorry, out there that's going to ping you. So, or you try to find value with the op with the A main, or you try to op passively in towards middle. And that's what Zenatsu's trying to do here, just to try to narrow down a little bit of these lanes to give a chance for the rest of the team to work out in this buddy system. You could already see it here, 2 of them working on that catwalk. So offside A, crossfire being set up here towards this B site, and Zenatsu's still trying to activate with the operator somewhere.
Stella are not going to go for a preemptive strike this time. They've been punished a few times, but they knew someone was there after recon being shot. So front and center, Stella hold B. TSM get to hunt for orbs, and Bora once again being close to that Hunter's Fury. That'll be helpful if they care about getting that. Guess not.
That's a good knife. That stalls a util. He got info as well. That's an early rotate, a 4-player stack for Stella. They're playing this round perfectly on the defense so far. That might allow for them to get the 3rd here.
30 seconds left.
Now the op gifted to Tora, the dash in, and it's just so precise, so quick. No punish from Stella this time. SW focuses in on that duelist and trusts the initiator to close the door on A.
And that's where it's going to get difficult, right? So you understand where you've been punished when you're trying to find aggressive lines at the beginning of these rounds with Zenatsu with the op towards front B side. So that's why you place this Vise, 1 on that A side line, but you also have the Razor Vines towards B. So that if there was actually a hit on that B site, there's still stalls on both ends. So that you really focus on middle at the beginning of the round to try to get a pick with the operator. It doesn't. You rotate him around. He still has another TP. Gets the perfect pick there onto Alvinboy, where TSM hasn't really activated around that map. So they still have so much good stall util towards the last second hit from TSM. TSM has to do a little bit better to be proactive here.
I know exactly.
Well, maybe not.
Man, Stella's trying to change it up, you know, from being more passive to being aggressive. And Zenatsu's used to carrying, but TSM are just kicking them where it hurts. But it does cost TSM. Don't always walk away with all 5 in these engagements, but it is an open site, and SW will be on the way, I guess.
Proactive they were for TSM after getting that pick onto Zenatsu. And it was questionable. It looked like it was a jump peek, a little bit old school Counter-Strike 1.6 style to just try to land on your feet and try to get a pick, but it was also on top of util to help you out, right? You had the recon come out from the side of the defense for you to try to get that line, and you're just trying to surprise players as they're potentially looking up to try to break the recon. The small mistake, unfortunately, is that they didn't know how many players of TSM were starting off on this B side. Little did they know it was actually the whole freaking team. So he gets picked off, and then the other ones just gets owned. And I think that was, what, Chisora trying to fall back. He was getting sprayed, shock darted at the same time. You have no escape. And that doesn't allow for you to, unfortunately, get the perfect hold here, despite still having good numbers and a good read at the start.
A strong half. Okay, once we get the fist bumps going, now we're locked in, and it's awesome to see TSM just in their first match just already look so confident, look pretty consistent across the board, and definitely giving respect to Stella and just ready to adapt, whether it's Stella flanking, Stella being proactive, Stella being passive. Like, TSM are ready for anything the Brazilian team throws at them.
At least they have another op now for Zenatsu, and he's not going to try to go for some aggressive lines this time around. So post it up into a passive angle, but now you're trying to be more proactive elsewhere. You did see a little bit of a jump peek on catwalk early, nice too, and that's what we're talking about. How do you find early information to get your op good value? So the knife was avoided. The Alendron already comes out. And now the TP is going to come towards the A site.
SW kind of caught off guard, does get that kill, and is trying to be in a different spot to catch Timotino's dash, and this Hunter's Fury is finding everybody. And now Stella are just even further behind, and it's actually a TSM pivot with just the two. Look where Alvin Boy is!
Yeah, but Guy knows.
Player standing.
Guy knew. That's a smart play here, and it's the heads-up play that you have on the side of Stella. Everything calms down for a bit. There's no more real action happening towards the A site because you actually did a good job to stop them in their tracks when they're trying to enter towards that smoke, through the smoke with the assist of the Hunter's Fury. So then Guy's like, well, there's got to be that lurk from Alvin Boy. He's been lurking on us throughout Haven, so wins that 1v1, and it puts Vora into a scenario with an op to try to clutch a 1v3.
Oh, Stella got to be careful how they swing out of this. First, the flash makes Vora uncomfortable. And another one, and Stella, don't know, is he from main or is he within the site? And TSM don't want to, or Stella don't want to stack up against that when they are able to deny the op and the round from TSM.
Very nice, yeah, and it almost looked like the read was perfect from TSM into the mid-round call. After they went for the exit, they knew, even look at that ping on that radar right now, they knew about the TP of the Yoru on the top of Heaven, but he focused on getting the one at Hell first because he saw the Omen off the ping, and then tried to take the first one, but a little bit too late. You just made it out on time with the op, so you couldn't really allow the lurk to happen from Alvin Boy. So again, it was a good adaptation from Stella right away to put these players onto the A site once they realized here from the Alan Drone and the knife that it was potentially one of these extremity hits. So they gambled to have more towards the A side. They have to TP on that side, and then they're able to hold it out.
Even in moments where I thought Stella looked awkward, like if it was SW trying to figure out, do you want to go for an early paranoia? He readjusts, he falls back. He had backup from his fellow initiator. And Stella are doing more of a body system. They're grouping up and they're trading a lot better than TSM just running down the individuals of Stella on the defense back then. And it's looking like a much stronger Stella team compared to how the series started.
Agreed. And you're even looking on both sides. They're not really screaming as much because, one, Stella got shut down as soon as he got thriftied on that second round. But even in TSM's camp, they're like, okay, well, it's not as brute forcey as it was on that first map of Haven. They're not trying to run it down against us as much, and we're not trying to do the same. They have to work a little bit harder to try to manipulate the map around for TSM here. So they're a little bit more serious coming through. And when they're actually going for these blow-ups into whatever exits they're trying to do, they're pretty much being stalled here towards this A side, having a little bit of success towards B. But it is still not as easy for TSM to close out the map like they did on Haven. So you have to think things through a little bit. But as you can see, you have to think to themselves because we have a technical pause that we just saw here on that stage. I think that's what Technica means. Oh no, it's Tactica now. So we went from technical to tactical now, and TSM's going to start talking to each other.
I know, I'm glad they have the translation because, well, we have Dryad around here. We can always ask, but this is the closest the game has been between these two teams. Like, Stella are really starting to scratch the surface of what TSM can put up. They're not as dominant as they were before, and I think it's not as consistent. Timotino sometimes gets shot when he's dashing in. Sometimes he does make his way in. And SW knows his job is to deal with the duelist. And then everybody else deal with the reinforcements. So there seems to be a plan for Stella on how to deal with TSM.
Exactly. Because if you're looking and you're trying to base it back on that first map, it was basically Stella trying to play full rotate every single time here on, well, the few rounds of defense that they play. But even on the attack side, anybody that's trying to play like roles of like lurks or whatnot into the mid rounding was never really able to do rather, because they kept getting dropped and pushed down by TSM in these lanes that they're trying to take. At least on the defensive side, those that were a little bit quiet that we didn't talk about too much here from like Guy or SW, for example, still has their hand into the pie, into the value that they have for these 4 rounds that they picked up so far, because they're able to do a great job to just stop TSM in their tracks in these late XX. So TSM a little bit more proactive now this time around, a 3-2 to try to break util on B.
Different look from TSM, prioritizing that mid control, and Stella have simplified their defense, but steel guard and pop from Guy catching TSM, and now that'll just force them to change their minds and to follow up with the other split of TSM that is teleported onto A, and GMD marked. SW further back, space and time to react, and that's all Stella has to do is react and conquer. TSM left with just 2. And 7 has the resurrect, but the body's back towards main and kind of the direction you want to go with this dimensional drift and the resurrect. And now Bor will be a victim. He just keep feeding the beast, and Sanatsu gets away with murder.
And SW standing back up again. I don't know if it was probably a fake ace because of the res. If not, it should have been 6 kills in a round there, but it's still a big round for Zanatsu. I was just about to mention this is twice now for 2 rounds that GMD is able to TP across into the site, but just misses the duel against SW in the site. That's twice that he's shut down in that area. And it doesn't give a chance here for the rest of TSM to get into these scenarios to really go for a plant when 7 has to commit to a stick. There's basically a 1 versus 3 on site against an ult. Very tough to do. Now Stella are looking prime to close out at least into an even 6-6 half before we move into the next. But TSM still has a pretty decent buy. A couple of rifles around the 2 Spectres, and the rifles are in the hands of those that could do some good damage.
Zanatsu has been the best player on Stella, like number 2 in opening kills in the entire region. Dropped 32 kills in the grand final of stage 2. He's the one you can depend on. But last round of the half, we'll kick things off. It's TSM already making their way into A. What a beautiful paranoia on the swing. But Timotino is still around. Just damage brings SW down to his knees, and Timotino is still screaming away. Now there's no command. Let's throw a wrench into things. Now Timotino at least got the job done, and it's not even over yet. How is he still alive? Any stray bullet could end Timotino at 4 HP. Okay, I stand corrected. It'll take another bullet, another marshmallow his way. Bora has his back. Timotino scouts 2 versus 1 on the post plan for TSM, and Guy will need a band-aid and will need a better half coming up for Stella.
Exactly. He's going to need some time to breathe, and he's going to get it after TSM converts the last round and take the lead and continue and maintain their lead. Sorry, moving to the second one, 7-5. But that said, how does Timotino stay alive for so long with Blade Storms getting a pick on top of that off a KO swing? The vibes are back for sure for both of these teams, and this is looking to be an electric second half they're about to witness here, and a chance for TSM to close it out, but still some good fight coming out from Stella to try to push this onto a third.
And just such good resilience from this defense of Stella, like really starting to take the time to learn and adapt to TSM. Clearly the biggest threat has to be Timotino and how you can shut him down, because that changes the entire dynamic of this TSM team. But there's a pretty fun dynamic in the crowd right now, and I hear Pala is up there, so let's go check in with him.
XR, cara, mano, tô aqui no meio da galera com o nome com certeza vocês conhecem. Tô aqui com o Pala, que já foi jogador da Stella, já foi jogador da Fúria, e eu quero saber um pouco dele, se ele acha que os caras estão meio em choque. So I'm here joined by Pala, former Stella, former Fúria, so I want to ask him from him, what does he think is going on with the team right now? Você acha que os caras estão em choque, mano?
Eu não diria em choque, mas é a primeira vez deles na LAN, né? Então é um nervosismo muito grande e, cara, é muito difícil jogar 2 vezes pela organização e estar aqui na plateia vendo isso. Dá vontade de pular no meio da arena lá pra jogar o round, mas é isso. É manter essa torcida alta, todo mundo aqui vibrando muito e torcer pra eles ganharem.
So he basically said that maybe they're not in shock, but the nerves, of course, are kind of difficult to deal with. And it's very hard to be here just watching. You wanted to be there playing with the team as a former teammate of these guys. E rola spoilerzinho aí da onde que o Pala estará ano que vem, nada a ver?
Só posso dizer que vem notícia muito boa por aí, hein? Me aguardem.
Novidades em breve. So I asked for a quick spoiler of where he was going to play, and he said news are coming soon. Tá aí, esse foi o Pala.
We are so back. TSM, though, are still up 7-5 going into that second half, and Stella need to put up an even stronger of a fight now that they're swapping on offense.
Yeah, looking forward to see where Paulo is going to be going as well. Some experience into MIBR and Furia at the main stage of the VCTs. And yeah, no spoilers we're able to take from that. And just as to chime into what you're saying too, this is definitely not going to be an easy run for Stella moving into the second half. We just talked about here how it'll be difficult for how they could try to get information on their attack side with the lack of a cipher with the camera. So this is why you're probably going to see Chisora staying pretty much at the hip of Zanatsu to be that Silva, to try to find info for his teammates so that they can try to get an entry. But he's starting off with the Sheriff, so they won't be able to drone up towards middle at the start. So you're definitely trying to play the range to try to take catwalk control as a group.
More prioritization for mid for Stella overall. It's been cool to see the different approaches with compositionally to how people maneuver the maps between regions. And Stella, the wall is up, and well, Sonatsu also benefits from it. Will be maybe split from the team. They'll follow up soon, and TSM meanwhile will be right on their tail. Cat and mouse, Tom and Jerry, Timotino is even going to flank to spawn, so there's going to be angles to TSM. Many threats being created. SW will be left behind that wall, thinking TSM are going to follow up with it. That's still good information to know. It won't be a market push, but rather split front to back from TSM. Stella have their backs against the wall with the objective down. This should feel pretty good. But things are quiet, TSM show face, and the cards are on the table. And Sonatsu does what he can. Timotino just better, but he's still got one remaining. He has no idea where SW was. Coming from market down the stairs. Timotino 44 HP, but he's got plot armor. SW appears and the defuse didn't get halfway, and SW makes his mark.
And stands up one more time after winning that 1v1 on Timotino. But that was such a close call and a good pivot by TSM on that 2 versus 3 when they go back and they lost their teammate, a 2SW at market. They're like, wait, the door's closed. So we could just play back a 2v2 inside that site. And as they do so, Timotino tried to find that timing, gets his 2K right over here, the 2-piece, and anticipates that the third one's just behind him in the smoke and is trying to surprise them. But unfortunately, SW played it very patiently around the smoke and got the round for them. Props to them to be able to get that insert at the beginning towards Sabrosa to cut all of the action.
Wow, speaking of action, just immediate from Stella. Timotino tried to surprise them, gets punished, and that's the name of the game. Can Stella punish TSM? Because they're the ones taking the initiative, and I like that Stella are falling back to more of a reactive style, but now on offense, they gotta write a different story. Man, the brawls are going pretty well, bringing out 4 weapons into the bonus.
That's a great start, already tying things up. A 7-7 scoreline. Chad, you know what was the scoreline before that, but we're not going to talk about it. That said, though, that was something that was very neat on their side. We just talked about the first map where, you know, they lost both pistols and the bonus rounds. They won the pistol over on this map and got equaled right away. This time, things are looking pretty decent. They're getting the round. They're converting here the anti-eco, and now they have a pretty strong bonus to move into the third. This might be looking good here for Stella on their attack side as they're still trying to manipulate the B side of that map. Very quick, once again, trying to continue this conditioning into this pivot on the B site.
TSM are going to have multiple anchors to this B site, including Timotino is ready to cut them and trip them up, but it's Alvin too at the front. Too many lethal threats for Stella to deal with, and at least they still have the spike.
Silver lining. Yeah, and I was expecting here for them with the conditioning towards that B site to get some sort of an opportunity for SW to activate a little bit more. Yes, he got GMD down on that side, but the rest of the team kind of still one geared up towards that B site, so they never really had a chance to escape out of that area to move and meet up with SW earlier than expected to try to get the plant. At least they'll get it, but they're gonna have to face on a 2 versus 4 in this pulse plant. So door will eventually close at this part. They won't have a wall to work with to try to play the pulse plant, and it's up to SW's fort position up on heaven to try to win this round here for the team.
If there's going to be that big of a stack towards B, I worry how Stella are going to try and address it, especially when the Sage can just deny any of those entries with a good wall, and that's why 7 has been bringing more of this compared to the initiators, but complex to really anything TSM needs, but we'll see what 4 can do on the flank. Crossfire, Stella are ready for it, and SW just juggles all of that, and somehow TSM still come out on top.
It was looking so good. I was expecting for both Stella to try to swing back towards that spawn because they were positioned for that. They had the Razor Vines, and he could swing out to maybe try to get a pick and then slow down the rest. That was the initial plan. But when he went for a triple flank from TSM on the top of Catwalk, yes, you're able to get the first kill, but it gets traded out, and under the chaos, you're calling, oh my god, there's still 2 more players. The second one staying behind tries to help out his team, which is Guy, but unfortunately, you see that late lurk coming back out from the rotate on the side of TSM to capitalize that round. But it was still a pretty good bonus round that was inserted here for the side of Stella, as only one player from TSM stayed alive. So economy is not going to be the best. Outlaw could have been a good weapon to use here on your attack side. But looks like Zenatsu is committing into trying to get a rifle so that they could stay with this hip-to-hip action with Shizora to take the early mid control.
Smokes in place to allow that to happen. You got a neural theft too from Alvin Boy, but not going to be getting that pick he was hoping for. But if things stay quiet at B, maybe he could pull off something. But Stella are trying to kind of anchor their own spawn a little bit better, knowing that TSM can really throw them for a loop. Sanatsu's ready to get active, to get involved, and just spots Timotino, but he's just better and earlier.
Look how far he could throw the wall up there from A main. He throws the wall and already is instantly still back at A main. Speaking about 7 to play with GMD to hold the A line. Just good defensive planning with a new bust from the Sage. But here's the pivot from Stella back into the B site where they have that 3-player stack to rotate from the side of Timotino's. Perfect.
Stella just have to play so fluid because of that Sage wall, and now they find themselves right into TSM's hands, and wow, Cedroid just comes out flash, comes out with 2 kills. You just can't stop him. Numbers are equal, though. TSM coming up from behind, though. One still anchoring. Alvin Boy doing what he can and emerges, and Stella take care of all of them.
Oh my gosh. Some players were caught sleeping at the wheel, and that was Timotino. I think it was a moment for him to look at the minimap and did not expect the KO to run through Cedroid to just pop forward because he wasn't even blinded by the flash, and Cedroid still wins that fight. And it's uncommon, at least based off recency bias of how Timotino's been performing in the series, that he loses that fight. And then look at that lurk that you have inside that smoke. That was perfect here for the side of the defense for TSM, but you just couldn't capitalize on that kill right there. Right there, Alvin Boy should have had that onto Guy. Guy somehow wins 2 fights of his own. And now TSM's on an eco. Stella has everything in hand to be able to take the lead for the first time in the series.
That momentum from the first half of TSM being up 5-2, and like you said, it's even, and Stella in the driver's seat who have slowed it all down. Now that there's no smokes to utilize, they kind of have to use the drone to get vision into mid, because that's going to be uncomfortable with so many open entries. But making contact first will be GMD with a crossfire setup with Vora. Sanatsu kind of getting their attention, teleports out, and TSM left with question marks.
Yeah, and apologies. This is the second time that you've taken a lead in a series. Remember, they won a pistol round but got eco'd right away, so that's why it was very forgettable. But you're seeing TSM, they are rotating very quickly because they just put the Sage wall up in the first place so they could try to gamble around. They're still staying as a death ball, though, to fight towards B.
Stella instantly break that down, and just when TSM thought there was a sense of safety, they had denied it, expecting the pivot. Well, TSM, all they're getting is death. Stella just shooting them from all sides, and TSM don't know where to look until it's too late.
Not too bad, though. Some good damage. And I just love how we're getting rowdy for the side of SW every single round that they're taking here. And finally, the Brazilian crowd is standing up with them as well. The thing is I thought that there was going to be an opportunity for Timotino to get so much, because it almost looked like he was being avoided by, you know, the pathing that the Yoru was taking inside that site. Zenatsu felt like he was a little bit off. He did see at least 7, but then Timotino could have surprised a few, but the shots did not connect. But at least for TSM's side, it did some good damage. But for Stella, the question marks were there. How are they going to perform here on their attack side when it looked very heavy for TSM on their defense, or on their own attack side? But Stella's doing quite a good job here to calm down that storm that came from TSM from the beginning of this game.
SW definitely earning his spot on this roster. Just such an incredible ascent from him, from anchoring A and supporting his team so well on the right side of the map to making plays of his own. And that's what you need. It's what you demand of an Omen player. It's TSM experiencing their first deficit in the series on something that is their map pick, with the desk described as TSM's go-to map. So Brazil definitely bringing the firepower, bringing their Yoru into the site soon, setting up their smokes first, but null command activated from the offensive side, so TSM won't have much to say about it unless they just simply shoot back, and Seven just delivers his corpse, and SW Zenatsu covering all the bases and swinging for a home run. TSM just backing away and respecting this, and now going for an alternate look as Vora heads to the door, but sitting in main, Stella just have everything watched. It's gonna be hard for TSM to have an opening, and as soon as Timotino made sightlines happen, he just gets flashed, and now he's just playing mind games against Stella. As Vora can make a play, no, he's shut down. Like I said, Stella watching everything so well coordinated, and they get up to double digits.
Yeah, and the thing is for TSM, it looked like it was, you know, an opportunity to save at that point when you lost so many players. By the way, great entries by Zenatsu. He had 10 HP, TP'd into the site, and still got a beautiful two-piece with a little bit of a micro adjustment to get that second kill onto Seven dropping down. But when the Razor, or Steel Garden, sorry, that was being thrown here on the attack side was out of the range of the op of Timotino, after he gets this pick right here, yeah, it makes sense for you to try to go for it. But then after that, when your teammate falls down, he's like, oh crap, I gotta try to go and save my weapon, especially the op. He tries to run back into it, makes some noise, and gets sprayed down. So the window was gone after his teammate died, and I respect that at least tried to go for the play, because they've been pretty good into these, you know, timing peaks that they were doing on the first map overall on defense. This time not working out, so it forces the last time out from NBS on the camp of TSM.
It's a good time to try and ice out Stella, because they're getting confident or getting loud. This is the biggest win streak that they've been on, and this is how momentum starts. This is how win gets in the sails of Stella, who hope to steal away one of TSM's best maps in their pool and send us into a third, which would be an insane turnaround. But a lot of the players from Stella, I mean, have never, I guess, international stage, quote unquote, this is still Brazil. This is technically their turf, but to be on a stage as important as this is unlike any individual Stella has ever seen. And I like that they're really starting to find their groove.
Especially Zenatsu, you're seeing the numbers that he's putting up right now in the second map for Stella, and the numbers have been consistent like that in the Brazilian scene. So it's another one of those games here, chat, where, you know, you have a slow start from the home team. You're trading maps potentially, and everything will get decided on Lotus, where again I feel that this could be another one of those chaotic maps. But let's hold that thought. Timotino's trying to find a timing here. Already Bladestorm close. He has support from Vora in the back with the recon, so he could maybe activate dash if it gets shot, and he tries to dash away back through the smoke. But that timing's now gone. The smoke's about to disappear, and he has to play the one and done.
TSM have a forward position on A, so they could even surprise Stella on multiple occasions. Stella gonna hit this softer side of the map, now having to have a pretty early drone just to clear through main, and Timotino does end up finding that timing, and getting rid of Cedroid is pretty important.
Yeah, that's big flashes around the paranoia they could use, but at least they still have Zenatsu. SW just picked up a kill and could TP around the site right now for information. So a nice little trade-off towards the end. But remember, this is an eco for TSM. If Alvin Boy could come up huge here, it might still be doable from the Bladestorm of Timotino.
Oh man, Sora was just ready. And Stellar just like that they're covering everything. No one is watching the same angle. They're so well coordinated, expecting TSM to be on a side angle, to be on the flank, and to not really give TSM an inch. Thorns, though, are going to be in Timotino's way as Zenatsu faces off against the other duelist. The knives can't make contact, and Seven can't do too much damage either. So 4 weapons moving forward there for Stella, and they're ramping up.
Starting to see it shine right now for the camp of Stella, the Brazilian side. They are playing a lot more aggressive, disrespecting even the value that Timotino has, the good crisp shots right over here. Look at that. These type of kills have been consistent for Timotino this series, yet Zenatsu wants to run through that smoke, and then as it dissipates, goes into a duel, a showdown on that lane, and he lands a strike on the 2 pins on the top of heaven right there. Despite this being an anti-eco, this is a type of confidence you want to start building here, because if you're able to push this into a third map, that's exactly what's going to start rolling and turning the gears to get the machine rolling for the side of Stella on Lotus.
Trip be in the way of Zenatsu if he cuts to the left, but dimensional drift, he'll hopefully be able to spot this setup, which is something I wish he did better on Ascent. I remember he got hit by his own friend's Hunter's Fury, so Stella, though, have managed a lot better through this chaos. And this was just going to be an orb grab and back to mid to really open up these options. SW, though, is not too deep into A.
Seven's been holding on to this wall too, so they're double winding on that hold on the A corridor. But after the jet dash that disappears, I love that we're going instantly into the B side hit. This is going to be a 5-on-3 with this TP. Maybe that gets canceled out. Nope. Looks like GMD was able to commit into it. Here comes a brawl into B.
Where that dimensional drift uncloaked, so smart for TSM, but just a small scratch on the main character energy of Zenatsu, who still holds on to the space, allows the objective to still go through, and Seven will want to just save this, I'd imagine.
Seven only has 6 kills so far in this defensive side or overall on this map, but also he hasn't been as contested onto A. Stella's been doing a great job just, again, running these defaults and wasting out the early util, especially the dash from Timotino in the beginning of these rounds. I kind of have to question into the replay what kind of happened there in the back of that B site, because with that TP back into B, you still have a hard anchor on that backside. And usually you could paranoia recon to try to overtake that that B site, but was anything missing there? I wonder if they actually missed the flash. Did they throw it? Did it miss the flash overall that Zenatsu was able to get such easy kills towards the back of B? But that was the first time that I'm seeing TSM missing a little bit of that synergy to really try to hold out these sites.
Getting a taste of their own medicine too, of like, man, when Stellas start winning, they just haven't stopped. It's now, what, a 5-round win streak? What kind of helped TSM scale up the good vibes, also talking all that smack. Now Stella are getting to experience that and how much better it makes them play, and we'll be seeing a third map very soon unless TSM lock in for one final time. Now it's mid. TSM gonna actually try and contest it. Timotino looking for that timing with the Guardian, and Stella leaves a spike behind, so if they take any risks, they won't be losing out too much.
I totally forgot about this. Seven has an Odin out, and I felt like I haven't really had a chance to see that going on the side of TSM's camp on a defense at least. Looks like they were pressured with very low econ throughout this whole second half. Now it's going to start getting interesting, but have they picked up enough rounds here to try to bring this back into an overtime? You have Rez to work with. An early pick could get them some information, but we're going back into the mid round that's been very strong for Stella so far. Recon, and he gets shot right away. They're breaking this wall. You might try to fight this.
Spamming through the smoke before it gets that? That's insane. And Stella is caught. Now the Hunter's Fury for the offense to try and bite back, so they scare TSM into submission, or to at least not take up all the space or get too confident from the first pick they got. But Stella just keep dropping, kind of went in blindly, and TSM had the trap set. So TSM will be seeing more rounds very soon.
Yeah, and throwing that side smoke was perfect there for GMD, especially when they had the numbers over on that A side already. You didn't have too much util left. Everything was being stalled already from what Seven threw initially. So throwing a side smoke was perfect to even allow for them to have an extra obstacle to work around on this 3-player stack, and they just dropped everybody on a side of Stella trying to move in. So yeah, as you've mentioned, they're going to be able to see another round here for TSM. And you're starting to see them getting a little bit more rowdy, at least for the side of TSM. The confidence is starting to come back because you have such a clean round on that hold. And that was a spray through a wall even on top of that. That was a nice read by Vora after droning, after reconning, and it gets shot right away and tries to find the timing.
You're finally seeing a more slowed down TSM too, one that's not getting free entries and kind of being able to dictate what happens in this map. It's more Stella now who are able to rewrite the chapters going forward, still on match point, still one step away from that third map where to go from losing 13-3 to winning maybe on TSM's best map, like this series just keeps going. It's not going to be over until we know for sure.
And out of this timeout, I'll be intrigued to know if we have any big ults to work with on the attack side of Stella. And if we don't, or even if we do, I want to see TSM in this timeout to try to shut that down right away, to not give him a chance to set up for these type of execs. Remember, we have an Odin play for 7. I would love to see maybe some sort of recon dart wallbang into Blink, because they have been defaulting a lot from Stella's side into the mid control in the very beginning. Some sort of aggressive shark attack. It almost seems like it, because you have Timotino getting ready to move here towards this B side with support from Vora, but there's not going to be the support from the Odin from Catwalk to get value out of that. So maybe you're just trying to block that lane and prevent them from getting the extremities at first.
Let's see if he can set up that neural theft there from Alvin Boy. Timotino is hoping to deliver that kill, but Stella continue to watch to see if a B flank would ever happen from the defense with that Vice wall in place. But Stella now watch over different sides with that mid control. Finally get to see what they can do from Market side, knowing where that anchor is, immediately executes. Sanatsu not letting Alvin Boy even think, deny the chance at the neural theft. Let's see if Seven's on the other side of the world, so he can't even go for that resurrect.
And it's so loud right now. You can hear the crowd, so Timotino cannot have a chance to hear the walk up or any util. He gets one.
Trade. Stella still continue to layer up and support each other, and the momentum builds to get to that finish line for map 2. 7 may not even have time to resurrect. He may just try to cut through Market to see if he can, but even then, it is enemy territory. This is Stella Gaming set up and ready right where TSM want to open that door. Door is closed, so Vorhu is able to get back on his feet, but Stella are just striking on all sides, and it's just 7 now becoming the battle stage you were hoping to see, Vans. But there are too many players from Stella, but wait! 7 gets away under pressure. Diamonds form 1v1 to extend the TSM.
7 gets his own hero clutch to keep TSM in the game. A sigh of relief, but he's not standing up. He just wants to make sure that he stays focused so that the rest of TSM can continue and rally behind that huge clutch that just came out there by 7. I was with you, Lemon Kiwi. I thought this round was over already, and we just had the round flipped on its side with the spray transfer out from 7. That pick onto the KO on top of that with the wall bag with 9 bullets left in that chamber that he picked up on that ground. And the Econ's still good, at least for the side of Stella, though. They don't have alts to work with yet. A slight advantage on the side of TSM, as they have Hunter's Fury and an op to work with on their side. And they are looking to be proactive.
Stella want to see what TSM does when the ball is in their court, for them to put their pawns in position and Stella hang back. But now they've really revealed how far back they are. TSM wait at the front door to greet Stella with a firm handshake, and even though the shock bolts come out, 7's not focused on that. Alvin with a double kill, but now it's walled off, so the neural theft can't come out. But TSM maybe just playing for the long game at this point. Slow orb though. Maybe the neural theft would have been available, but I think you also don't want to peek into that. You don't know how many more of Stella are on the other side.
They're even giving audio cues away, picking up the orbs. I mean, you are trying to play the long game, because even if you lose this round here and you actually lose to the Zorge in the process, at least you'll have a null command to work with into the next round. And that might be the game plan overall. Just save your weapons into the next. Try to pick that up, because the null command would be perfect to allow for you to entry with the rest of the team. Try to bait out Vora's ultimate early in the round as well, and try to close this series, or sorry, close the map. And try to push this onto Lotus. If not, an overtime catch up by TSM off the back of that clutch of 7 could be really the nail in the coffin and what silences you here in the rest of this game.
I didn't want to see any Valorant anyway. So many people still alive. Jeez. Yeah, it is becoming a marathon. Map 1 felt like a sprint. But Stella, they're starting to hit their prime. This is the Stella that won stage 2 in Brazil. Now getting to that performance they were hoping to deliver from scrims to those matches to here against North America's, or well, against TSM, against the #1 seed. We'll see who really is the best after this series for now. And this is the first match. This is where you really set that tone.
You're seeing that they're working on the extremities for the side of Stella, just to try to make sure if they could confirm an orb that they could pick up. The knife doesn't get info, and that might be the plan to back up and try to focus more over on the B side. TSM, though, on their end, they still have the line locked up to look down towards A main. That's Timotino holding it from Wine.
Timing too, because there were threats of a flash, and SW falls. First blood for TSM for being down 8-12.
Oh,
Catching up to Stella. They will not be able to punish Timotino. If anything, GMD is supporting these shenanigans, and Stella have backup plans. They'll take mid control. Shock Bolt doesn't land where maybe they wanted to in that corner, but TSM now know what's coming, and it's the Hunter's Fury that pierces through the middle of the map. Did that just tag his own player? Anyway.
Tried to clone, trying to move forward
Oh.
too, so at least Stella, they know that there's this util to support the B site on their hit, so the last two players inside B will have to stand up here and stand guard. That's 7, and Alvin Boy in the back.
Such good delay with the slow orbs and the trips. Stella, they cannot hesitate. They have to execute. One within the site, one at the back. Alvin Boy will emerge, gets tagged, chooses a different route. 7 trades, but TSM need help, and it's on its way. 4 with the multi-kill. 7 doesn't need no help. Call 911, but it's for Stella.
Whoa. And you can already see it. Only the first row, the 4 fans of TSM in a CBLOL arena are standing up super loud while everybody else, the Brazilian fans, are just seated and quiet. And that play right there, I cannot fathom the double peek from SW. Already when you didn't get the information, the one-way kind of slows you down. You keep it across, you try to fake it. You're trying to get that orb, but you need to use a little bit of util to really try to get a clear peek into Wine, just to try to pick up that orb for the KO. But after losing that, there's no smokes to work with. You're trying to just brute force your way into the B site. But the defensive smokes thrown by GMD into the site to help 7 inside that area with Alvin Boy was just too much for Stella to handle. And it's time to go into overtime.
Since TSM broke that win streak, starting at round 21, TSM have locked in. They've closed the deficit. They enter overtime, and they could still end this on their terms. Now facing a bigger challenge than ever before. Went from hesitation to just no doubts in TSM's mind on how they want to end this. They'll start on offense. 7-5 half is how that went for them. Stella are not happy with how quiet things have been.
We're just stalling. A stalemate right now for both sides. Again, Stella has been very good in terms of their attack side at least, and TSM as well, and both of them have found success into these slow plays into the mid-round calls.
Not ready yet.
That said, though, the mid-round that they have from TSM has not garnished too much value. They haven't gone too much inserts. This might have to be just a hit into the B site. Even lost Alvin Boy on the lurk.
Yeah. Timotino with the delayed dash. Stella knew this was coming after they had the flash from Guy taken down, and there's layers. This is gonna be a war, and TSM find themselves behind, but at least within the site to have time on their side, and Stella unobscured, worried about who could be still hanging back in main. Now we'll eventually confirm that only one left. It's the planter. 7 is down. He was heroic before, and it's Stella up first in the overtime.
A great start as well from Stella, who's been struggling on the start of the defensive side against TSM. TSM, remember, they had such a strong start when they ecoed their opponents, and then finally you have to grind it back to get 5 rounds on your defense. But this time, full weapon, stronghold, and blast cannon off on a side of Zanatsu, and to plow through the molly to get the pick. That is the confidence coming back once again here from the side of Stella. And the attack side, where they have found success in their gun rounds as well. might finally be that room that they needed to really try to finally close out this map for the Brazilian side.
TSM, just one of the most resilient teams you have in North America, going to playoffs, going to Ascension time and time again, and not always coming out on top, but leaving proud at the end of the day. And this is going to be the best look from TSM, the best roster with these additions to try and go all the way to the end this time. But Stella, match point here, got in mid-control. The drone will be able to get it deep enough to go after Timotino, and there's not that immediate execute from Zanatsu this time. It's over into Catwalk, trying to cut into A, and it's a good swing from GMD. 7 trades, and TSM back in the numbers advantage.
They lost a player in the process, so 7, even though he gets these trades and locks up the Catwalk, you're going to have to play the retake into the A site. There's a wall that at least slows things down for a bit. That gives a chance here for Timotino to set up himself with his own glass cannon. Up! That gets denied here by Chisora.
That's big. That safety net is gone. The wall has been broken down, and Stella, this is their ground. This is their turf. And 7, Bora, Alvin Boy have to reunite for potentially final time in this map.
Spike planted.
7's watching mid. No flank is coming. Sights, focus, forward. Stella below. Now SW trying to take the initiative, and there is Sora with the recon, but he's brought down to 14 HP. TSM coming from tree, and now it's trades back and forth, and at the end, it's Stella that shines, and with the Lotus.
And they get the Brazilian crowd behind them. An awful start on the first map for Stella, but they're able to push us on to a third. And look how quiet it gets for TSM side. They felt like they had that in their hands until Stella had a different answer going into the second half of this map, and he looked amazing in the post plan of that overtime. And with the crowd behind him here, it might give him a chance to really close out this series against TSM. Remember, on TSM side here, Lemon Kiwi, this is the second time that they face Ascension, that they make it to an Ascension here, but they had an abysmal group stage because of these maps, because of these games that went into overtime that they just couldn't close out. So hopefully history doesn't repeat for the TSM side.
What an insane turnaround from losing 13-3 on the first map and coming back and still even having a decent first half of that 5-7, getting on this win streak, getting on their feet every single time. Stella kind of knew maybe the mental game is something they have to consider on one of the biggest stages these players are ever going to be on. And maybe, you know, in the future, there is some bigger stages ahead of them. But we also have a desk who had many thoughts, many predictions, but maybe we'll talk to them in a bit because we still have map 3 going on. So we'll talk to you guys after the break.
Game changers. It's about competition, pure happiness. It's like a crazy experience. We're making history. It means so much to us.
It's good to be back.
I guess you know what
The beauty of gaming is it doesn't matter who you are. And as long as I'm good enough,
Everybody's getting a 4K.
I can go as far as I want.
That's what I like to see, baby.
全世界都会知道我们的厉害。
Exactly what Core needs to do. Traction. And then there was trust into Aya.
Going to the evening.
An incredible map of Ascent that goes all the way to overtime and makes sure that we go to a third map. Welcome back, everyone, to Americas Ascension. I'm Dryad here with Ash and Roy. And guys, the way that this first half started, it allowed TSM to take the lead just by a few rounds. But when it came to that second half, even if they were coming back at the end, it was all a little too late. Stella, they're able to secure that map pick of the side of TSM, Roy.
It was an amazing game, I just want to say, but for the way this started kind of set the tone, right? The pistol round win for Stella, then it became a back and forth thrifties between these two teams. I feel like the first 4 rounds really set the tone into what we were about to be watching between these two teams. But yeah, I mean, Stella just had a phenomenal performance on this map. It was very obvious that, you know, the energy is very different now headed into the second map. They're playing confidently. You can tell the comms are flowing, and just the overall pacing and the overall team play that we got to see from Stella was just night and day difference from what we got to see on Haven.
It definitely did. And I think that we also saw those adjustments on defense. Like, we got to give credit to TSM those 4 rounds in a row that they got in the attacking side, cementing themselves with like a 5-2 lead. And a lot of it came down to those holes, I think, that TSM were able to abuse. And also just taking advantage of the forward positioning that we saw from Zanatsu at times as well. The utility being really good. But the adjustment from Stella was nice. We saw them playing a little bit more passive with that operator, which is something that Vance had shouted out during the cast, and finding a lot more success off the back of that, which allowed them to kind of just lean back into a lot of that mid control on the defense, not allowing TSM to abuse that space. And then once we got into that second half, Stella were just running through them at times. It felt like they were getting really great timings, taking down that Sentinel utility.
And I feel like it's not just the win, it's in the manner that they actually close this out, right? Because it didn't feel like TSM was playing poorly. Like, they were actually playing really well. They had very well thought out setups. They had very good, you know, macro, even on their attack side. It was ultimately a really good display from TSM. And I think that goes to show that the win that Stella was able to get here on this Ascent side is just a testament to the fact that they're playing really well. They're capitalizing a lot as a team. And of course, it helps, you know, when players are starting to pop off, you know, things are starting to flow. That most certainly helps. But I mean, even guys, even look at the stats, like the first kills, pretty even across the board. Even the pulse plans, like very even. This was a very kind of back and forth game going on here. So yeah, it was just a great game overall.
It was very close between the two, and you see it in that way that TSM get the last 4 rounds where it seems like the game was over when we saw about 12-8, 12-9. You knew that Stella were about to close it out, and then TSM with the 1v3 clutch over and over again, making hero plays happen to keep them alive. Unfortunately for TSM, is not going to be enough, but it's all good because we would be going to that map number 3. And again, it's just both of them fighting mainly on the attack side. That for some reason, Roy, this map continues to be attack sided from one day to another. This is just insane what we've been seeing so far.
And I think we said it yesterday too, and I'm just going to reiterate kind of the same point, right? Is the fact that it really does feel like teams are starting to figure out the most optimal way to play the attack side, right? And at some point, we're going to have to see different adjustments coming out from the defense side. But yeah, it just seems like a lot of it is very mid-centric. There's a lot, there's very clear weaknesses that are starting to develop in the middle side. But it also helps that you have a player like Zenatsu who's going 191 damage per round, guys. He was, I think, 8 first bloods in the series as well. He played phenomenally. He was a little bit quiet on the first map, but here in the second, he was just so hot.
Insane. Yeah, it was crazy. It was also, what, 16 and 8 just in the first half alone. A really big part of why Stella was able to actually get a couple of those rounds there. But then you also have to give credit. While he's like going in, having these insane entries, you also have players like SW who are going for these really like creative positions. You have a lot of dynamicism in that kind of regard, where I felt like TSM were always kind of guessing where that lurk was going to come through, as his timings were so good at it. But when you're just taking a look at Zenatsu, you get that operator online, like the ace that he was able to get. It felt like his performance in that first half really did inject that kind of energy into this team, where they continue to control that momentum in that pacing once we started seeing them on the attacking side.
And it's not even just the raw numbers, is how impactful every kill that he got was pretty much. Like, whether it was on the entries, it created a lot of space, killing towards market, like we saw in that clip that we just saw. It was just all on point for Zenatsu.
It's been insane, because these are the two duelists that we talked about at the beginning, and this time around it was the time for Zenatsu to shine. But we have to see which one of our two duelists is going to shine the most in our last map, that decider of Lotus that we're going to. And Ash, do you favor one of these teams in this last map?
Ooh, that's really hard to say. That is hard to say. Also, I think like it's a very different version of Lotus that we're seeing from the two of them, right? For TSM, they lean back into like this Sage specialist that they've been seeing Seven lean into here. And then for Stella, they've got Zenatsu on that Neon, definitely higher tempo gameplay. You have a lot more support within the breach that you see coming out on the side of Stella as well. I'm very curious to see how TSM are going to respond to a lot of the rubble control that I would imagine Stella are going to be looking to contest, considering their composition. This is a hard one, Dan. Like, I actually don't think I can answer this question. The only thing I will say is that TSM have shown their hand on Lotus a lot of times within recent history, so there's a lot of tape that Stella can go and look back on.
And my eyes are on how they're going to be approaching that A-side control, right? I feel like the Sage pairs quite well into the setup, right? Denies a lot of the capital, like people being able to capitalize off the breach utility. It's really just going to be Omen and Neon getting out. So as long as TSM's sort of on the same page with how they want to approach it, I feel like it's going to be a very important factor in kind of setting the tone for how the defense side is. As always, I want to reiterate, this map is very attack-sided, guys. There has to be a lot of rounds coming out here for TSM if they want a shot. And of course, if you're Stella Gaming, you want to get as many rounds as possible. You want to be ahead in this first half, so you could be the one setting the tone and hopefully come out on top by the end of this.
I still have memories of last time that Seven played this map on the stage, just walling the choke on A on the defense and not letting that attacking side do anything. And on top of that, a lot of crazy walls that we got to see from him. Let's find out if he's going to do it again, and that way allow TSM to secure the win, or if it's going to be Stella, that Brazilian team, making it happen. And let's send it to your casters, is Vance and Lemon.
Thank you, Dryad. Map 3, who would have thought? Well, fans may be in Stella's direction, but they're trying to get to that finish line at the end of Lotus, which is a map they're pretty familiar with, and TSM as well.
And it seems like Stella's familiar with TSM's game too, just when Danjai was mentioning the ways that TSM are playing towards the A side with Seven with the wall. All of them are leaning towards C so far. And with the lurk, I mean, the lurk is gone. Let's go towards C side, Stella.
It's really just a clash of two incredible duelists. Like, Timotino started off hot, and Zenatsu's been able to match that, and now he's got speed on his side. A much different approach than how the Yoru was in the past. And look how much quicker Stella are to just conquer into C, and even set Zenatsu forward because of that deep smoke to try and catch TSM off guard, or at the very least force more util to respect these corners.
Beautiful.
Speaking of that, Timotino forces out that engagement, gets the advantage, and OSW Trying to hope to throw out some util, and TSM were closer than they expected. Now Zanatsu and Cedroid have to re-clear through their own sight. And Timotino's looking for an ace on the pistol. Hello.
And the first real ace of the series comes out once again. Or at least, actually, no, there's a second ace of the series because the first one did come from Cedroid on Haven, but Timotino comes back with an answer on Lotus with how crispy it was with the shares. I mean, look at that. Long range, 145 through the wall on top of that. The util was perfect to flush out the breach from that corner, but I felt like they were missing a little bit to try to clear out towards the back of the site. But it wasn't even needed when Timotino moves in like that with these type of share shots.
5-0 for Timotino, buys himself an outlaw. This has been a reoccurring appearance, but doesn't get the 1-2 shot he was hoping for. Now slipping past those defenses, he's on the chase. Who is Hunter and who is Bernie? Timotino just getting away with way too much, and Bora, great support, will now shut down this push from Stella.
Timotino's breaking ankles as if he's playing Neon himself. Those satchels are amazing, and even gets the range out of the bucket to get 0 value from Zanatsu's buy, and even kills him with the ghost. And look at that. In 2 rounds, he's built the showstopper for their bonus.
Oh. If Bora does not go down, he'll be able to bring this weapon into the next. And now that both teams are comfortable, these rounds are going to be so fast and deadly. This is no longer these TSM flawless thrifties, whatever that we saw from map 1. Honestly, forget everything you saw from Haven. This is a whole new ball game.
Oh my god, that was just insane. And you're gonna have to think about now the compositional build here from both of these teams. The Sage being picked by 7 is almost a full counter to getting like this stop onto the Neon's fast high gear and the speed that she brings into the round. So the aggressive walls, the slow orbs, you won't be able to get some good quick map control if you're heading towards the way of 7. So that's why they're leveraging him into these 3-site holds with rifles instead of trap plays with util. And once you slow things down, you wall off that choke. Look at how you pivot back into the B side. By the way, also playing a Sova instead of the Fade, which is still very good. The drone gets Timotino into a good angle. You have a Hunter's Fury to play into the long range, into these close corridors that can do a lot of damage that we've seen Vora do before. And Stella has to be ready for all of these elements of surprise that TSM could bring out.
TSM are not just going to let these walls be unwatched. I like that 7's going to be near it because Stella are starting to disrespect those walls. You already saw it start happen on Ascent, and it gave like a sense of security at TSM where thought they could depend on. Now the judge, even while CC'd, 7 at least gets a crucial kill, and Stella will be on their way, and TSM this time will have a heads up.
They lost the speed though. They lost the entry and the space that they could grab, so you can't move as quickly into the A site. A triple swing into the breakable door. The ult out from Timotino pushes him back.
Already on the 3rd round, he has that from the ace and the pistol. He's done playing around. And good night to the Fade. Chisora and Guy at least united together, but we'll get the punish on Timotino. 10 seconds left. GMD on prevention duty. Paranoia will have Chisora back to safety. Guy, the body block. And it's just, well, I don't want to say what I was thinking. GMD, oh my God.
Okay. GMD still rolling back the years. By the way, GMD has been around the scene for such a long time. I saw in the chat here earlier on in this series saying that VALORANT North America is going to have French Canadians on the top. They were one of the first assigned players and teams to start off and kick off VALORANT in 2020 when the French Connection or the French Canadians was signed by Gen G. Because of players like GMD, IGLing for that team, then giving that role to Player One, now doing similar things for TSM, passing that mantle onto Vora so he could just focus on fragging out as a controller, just like he did with those 2 shots.
Wow, TSM, you poked the bear, they got angry. They're out of hibernation. The claws are out, bro. Timotino, 8-2. He's scary, and he's over at C this time to get some lucky kills off the outlaw, but Stella are aware of this now. Have to re-clear a lot slower, and maybe at a different angle this time with the bait. We open the door. TSM nowhere to be found.
Well, they'll have to stall and have the perfect util for that because you have Alvin Boy playing that spot. So the first Razor Vines are coming out. He has support as well from the crossfire from Vora. Flash does get connection, so here's the hit.
Oh, right into the thorns. Oh,
it's
toss the
dropping
spike. Wait, that's not, it's gonna be tough to recover. It will cost Stella a lot. And it has to be Zanatsu. That's the tip of the spear. And he just stops at everyone in this path. TSM hesitated after those upgrades. Now TSM, they've regained control of the situation. They salvage this all thanks to the duelists that have really had to pull through when it matters the most. Make it a 3K for the Neon. And 7 with the Odin, none other than that gun again. Hoping to bring it to another round.
And Zanatsu is very much activating. So you had a slow start from the duelist on the side of Stella. Wakes up on the second map, and then they were kind of slowed down for Timotino. But this time, we've mentioned the third map is going to be an important one for both of these teams, and it's going to get even more chaotic than it did in the first 2 maps. And you're definitely seeing both duelists on both defense and attack or doing their job. Even though the Razor Vine slowed Zanatsu in the first place, and that's the other reason why you're pulling up as Vice here for the comp for TSM. They have such good stalls against this composition for Stella, so you almost have to go for like very slow creep into the initial engagement from your Neon. So as the Razor Vine disappears, beautiful slide to come out right over here from the side of the Neon to be able to open it up from Zanatsu and Stella. Look at the double kill he gets on top of that. And now TSM are starting to feel the wrath and the reign of the aggression of the Brazilian players and what skill they can bring here to the table. And they have to find a way to react a little bit more. Once they slow down the Neon in their tracks, you have to find ways to punish her on top of that.
Push and pull between these two teams. TSM take their first round off of an ace. Stella take their first round off of a thrifty. This is far from over, and that momentum not go for free for TSM. Stella slipped past the wall, and really, you're locked in here with him. Someone does not care about anyone in this lobby. The disrespect is insane.
Who am I watching? Zanatsu, Spike, Dante Deus? These Neons on the Ascension stage are incredible. My God, what a slide and display transfer onto 2 players right there to open up the B site. Oh man, he is looking scary. They had numbers for TSM to try to stop that. They had the Sage on top of it to try to support, and he doesn't care. Look at the transfer. Sorry, it was a Timotino as a raise to support. Even better, you have a rifle and a star player for TSM to try to go for a trade, then get 7 on top of that. That is just insane by Zanatsu.
Another duelist choice that Zanatsu's comfortable with, and he can just play any style. The stakes are as high as it gets. The overdrive available. And no initial slow orb, at least one that affected Stella, and especially on a save round, TSM gonna play as far back as they can, and at a perfect range for a Bucky. In case Stella wanna just be at the front, but no one's guarding trees, so Seven's just hoping to hide and get a lucky buckshot into Stella trying to plant.
I get launched in the air though, because you have the Rolling Thunder available for the side of Stella. An already aggressive push. Here is the entry denied.
Oh, even through the Rolling Thunder, Vora hangs on for dear life and snuffs the life out of Stella. Just the follow-up, the Rolling Thunder, TSM were able to adjust, expecting this, and man, a thrifty for TSM this time. This series is wild.
Yeah, this is such a fun matchup between these 2 teams. Number 1 seed from North America, number 1 seed from Brazil going toe-to-toe. And now finally, for the first time, I have to agree with what Roy's saying on the desk. This is finally going to be the type of Valorant we were expecting. There was going to be some good Valorant. And we're seeing it right now from shenanigans and chaos, but still some clean shots coming out from both of these teams. You even see there from that Bucky shot. You just talked about it, a tucked angle that Seven should have played with that Bucky. He created his own wall to get a kill with that Bucky. And now it comes down to what we thought was going to be a snowballing round of ults for TSM, but now it's quite even on both ends. Stella still has a lot of good ults to work with on their attack side right over here. So you tap that orb to try to bait out a trap play. It's not happening. And it allows for them to realize here that TSM might be playing a little bit more turtled up this time around, so they could start grouping up here and go for the fast 6-6 that Zanatsu is able to get these entries for.
Another good ultimate to buy that space if you're Stella, now a Steel Garden. Maybe TSM want to even strike while the iron is hot before Stella even expected, but it'll just be against the lurk. But still pulling attention, Guy can maybe even give them a favorable option to rotate to, especially when you get a pick like that, and 7 was rotating elsewhere.
And yeah, that's Guy that, once again, it's the Guy versus Guimont. And won this time by the attack side, so the space even not held on the side of the controller player, so that's even less stall for the retake over on that C site. But they have power numbers on C stall.
Zanatsu isolated yet again. He doesn't care. He tests the waters, gets around his walls, makes his way deep into sight. And I think when you hear that neon come in, TSM have to be laser focused, resurrect TSM back at their full force. Good delay from Vora and a Steel Garden from Stella to avoid all of those ultimates to go over to B and get a safer plant going. Droning in, Vora tries to get eyes, gets a ping onto 1. The breach, Sora revealed. Now the slows is just going to be a no man's land, checking the corners. Stella below and sending TSM 6 feet under, but just not having the manpower to sustain through this fight. So it's just Zanatsu against the world, but sometimes he can put the world on his back, but it will be a defuse at the end of the day for TSM, and Zanatsu holds on to his rifle.
Still a very clean shot towards the end before he escapes and saves his weapon for Zanatsu. And now you're the playstyle also that the Des was mentioning is similar from both the star duelists. You're also seeing on one end that Timotino is trying to push forward on the defensive side on a Thrifty to try to get the backstab as a duelist. And this time, you see the Zanatsu trying to go for a late lurk on a post plan to try to block everybody towards the back. And it almost worked out in their favor, but at the same time, I feel like throwing out that Steel Garden on that attack, you're pushing everybody back into where the corridor of the flanks would be. And it seems as though the Sixth Sense coming out from Vora, expecting this push coming out from that Neon on that C side, is able to just watch that like a hawk, while the rest of the team are overtaking the B side on the retake. And it was no value that Zanatsu was able to take on that lurk.
Even the Sentinel util is not enough to really weaken Stella when Zanatsu can, in another round, just go and get an ace, So it's Zanatsu really taking over, and what a better map than to bring out the Neon when you're fully warmed up from the ton of rounds you've already played. So this is really going to be a tight race.
Yeah, and even the style of play that Zanatsu brings out on this Neon, because you see 2 types of Neons, where one, you're kind of like just jump spotting, trying to break angles, bait utility, and just try to go for the re-hit after. And when you're seeing a player like Zanatsu playing against a Sage and also a Vice that could literally stop you with their utility, but you're actually just swinging out before they even pull out the utility out of their hands because you're just trusting your aim on your slide tackle. It's just beautiful to watch. And it just opens up really all the opportunities for Stella to get into these sites. But despite all of that, they're still trailing this map by 3 rounds so far.
Still at arm's reach, but TSM with the usual setup of 7 and GMD. Gonna back each other up. Carefully watch the door, but that's been faked before. The Prowler goes in. Nightfall ready to try and draw TSM as close as possible. Paranoia out from TSM now. A window to engage from Stella. But also, they've made a lot of noise. They have TSM pulled to this side of the map, so maybe it's about waiting to see what Guy can create over at B, but Nightfall executes. Guy is down, only one option left, and it's actually to still follow up into B. Nope, never want mine. Back into A. Stella confusing TSM. They've caught GMD in the midst of the chaos, and there'll still be a plant. The overdrive goes to 7, but the jump kind of messes up the duelist. And 7. It's the battle stage you've been waiting to see, Vans. He's clutched for TSM before, back on Ascent, and he's ready to shed blood. And Stella finally put a stop to him, but it's just too late. Cedroid in a 1v3, can't protect the spike anymore.
Nicely done by 7-2 to drop in that area to avoid the fault line being thrown so they could actually get that pick. Turns out perfect for TSM. I was going to say read like a book earlier on by Vora, The way that they worked on that A site for Stella, and then he pushed towards B main to win that 1v1 on the lurk. You already hear it just off those comms, like, oh, they're going towards B main. So he even called the over rotate. And I love the pivot back from Stella to move into A, but just the positioning on the pulse plan right after as they're trying to get space to remain on site. They just overcommitted into some angles that are already being watched by TSM because they even rotated back on time. And it just allowed here TSM to get a clean diffuse into that retake. And now an op on defense, watching that line. Nobody really is going to push him off that line yet because we're looking for a B-side pop potentially if the Prowler saw something. But it won't, and the wall's going to slow things down.
Stella have been respecting that, well, mostly. Zenatsu has played around with that wall to try and make Timotino comfortable, but it's the op that rings true, and Stella will have to go elsewhere. Thankfully, that wall, that door, I mean, remains closed and making a B entry. It's a good first pick from SW. It's definitely improved as the series has gone on, but now the smoke is there. You have TSM using util to just kind of close off these entries.
They already knew that Timotino was opping on that C site, so already trying to avoid that to avoid the op in the showstopper that Timotino just built. Alvin Boy, he missed the time. He has to re-peek out and almost got punished, but at least he survives and he could give the info for the team to just try to stall towards the A side and then get value off the showstopper on this retake.
And without Zenatsu, Stella definitely have to stay grouped up together. While, well, Alvin Boy tries to create as much delay as possible, and even at half HP, he's still kicking. But Stella, friendship overwhelms them. Timotino, showstopper, almost flicks. That was crazy. Even the nade gets a kill too, but only one remains, and it's 7.
Yeah, I thought he got that kill off the flick, but that little icon was in fact the nades, but at least he gets a trade instantly. But that, you could see the different type of style of play that you're seeing even from the players on both sides. It almost looked like if you're watching this from home, you're like, why the hell are they just holding W and running into the site? You have to remember that they are playing into a super loud arena that's cheering for Stella. So all the cheers are masking all of that sound. So you kind of just have to play that game, always looking behind your back no matter what, because you won't hear a single footstep, a single drone moving forward. That was even called out by post-game interviews yesterday. And it's nice that 7 understands that because he's been here before, playing Ascension last year to get that turnaround pick.
Well, really starting to trail behind. When their second round win was a flawless, they thought they could really start to get gas in their tank. At least you disrespected the op, forced Timotino to reposition. Now you hope to chase him down, but Zenatsu's blinded and put down for good.
The first time here that he's not getting value off entering towards that site off the off angle of Alvin Boy. That was beautifully played.
Alvin Boy still trying to suppress them. Now SW teleporting in. Won't be punished this time, but Sheriff wasn't going to be enough. Alvin Boy keeps hold. And Stella, they kind of pivot, do that pivot towards B. Whenever things get sketchy, they go into B, and TSM are beating them to the punch and beating them to death.
Oh my God. I'm just loving how Timotino is playing this game. Satchel to Boombot. Satchel again, wide swing shorty kill on top of that. And when I heard about the name of Timotino, again, another French-Canadian player that was growing into the scene and kind of being scouted out and playing a lot of like local teams at the first place. One of the only French-Canadian teams trying to grind it out from tier 2 or even tier 3 was Grid 05. And even maybe, I think it was Ducky, if I'm not mistaken. And then finally he gets scouted out in more ranked games, gets an opportunity to play against SAT with SAT Esports, and now picked up by TSM. And you're really seeing the growth that he's brought right now to his skill into this game. And it just shows it just proves why Timotino deserves this spot to be right here playing on the stage and potentially even scout it to move into tier 1, because that is not something that you see often from raised players when you're being ran down by players.
The desk had pointed out that TSM have changed their IGL, and now you just have a bunch of vocal players, but enough that they're very synchronized on how they approach things. And yeah, when it gets really chaotic, that's when Stella were able to find some advantages. Stella have been also checking the flanks and watching the angles, so TSM have to really play perfect to try and find a crack in the armor. And we have so many good leaders on this team, it just makes it easy to have so many different ideas on what is the weakness of Stella?
Yeah. And shout out to Nuno in the chat for the correction. I meant core, not sad. Another one of those blue emblems that we have here in North American Valorant. So it does get confusing from time to time. But there is no confusion into how TSM is currently anchoring up on this defensive side. Roy was mentioning on the desk that they haven't had really strong defensive holds. They're under 50% really in their season in North America. And now 8-2. In terms of stalling on the C site, retake plays are perfect, and the op shots for first kills on Timotino. The whole team's activated so far.
Stella are being extra careful because they still don't know where this op is, and Timotino has swapped sides of the map, expecting an A lobby fight. Not gonna get it, but TSM stacked on the left side, now hit by a rolling thunder, and Zanatsu finds the perfect time to sink his teeth into GMD. Reinforcements on the way. They just rotate into the sidelines of Stella. Oh, but 7 is worth his weight in gold and buys enough time for Timotino's op to get into position with open sightlines. Now with the wall off, they can at least get the resurrect going. TSM have a chance, equal numbers. Time on Stella's side, 2 in the corner, 1 in main. Still a flash for Chisora. So they could still work with that. Waiting for TSM to approach them. Stella back to their reactive style, but 7 and wreaking havoc. The op gets traded, but it will be recovered. 7 is a hero again.
A res on top of that, protecting his teammate, and then wrapping around while the team is actually just creating diversion, so he just gets shots on the side, the backstab, and the defuse. And that's something that's prominent out of 7. Ups and downs going into the regular season here for TSM, but when it comes down to these crucial moments in these crucial games, man, does he step up to the occasion. In these moments where they're facing elimination in the North American playoffs for the last 2 years, they go on the lower bracket gauntlet and qualify to Ascension, and you're seeing that he's doing the same thing right now, just like he did last year in Ascension in the group stages, to keep TSM not only in the game, but in a very comfortable lead in the series.
Oh, Roy was stressing how offense-sided this map was, but TSM, when they kick off on their defense, this is kind of very deja vu to Haven when they had that 9-3 half and built such a strong win streak, and they're on one yet again. Let's see how this one will end. If Stella hope to have a similar half than Haven, I mean, that would be the best case scenario. A lot of good tools, including the Nightfall, and they're just gonna have to go in blindly. Zanatsu, where are these targets? Nowhere to be found. Suppresses into heaven and get a safe plant going.
And that's twice that you used big ults to get into the sites, but the pulse plan again has not been fruitful for the side of Stella. Even look at that, Shock Darts takes him down. Now you're forcing the second ult already.
Whatever it takes. Last round of the half, and Alvin gets to be involved, be part of this equation to subtract Stella, but Paranoia will ice him in his tracks. Up next is the Duellist, Timotino. One away, and it's just 1 in his path, and it's even worse than Stella expected. A 10-2 half for TSM.
And that's the beauty as well of having the understanding of how the rounds are going. Alvin Boy, 1 away from the ult, plays a little bit more passively so that he could actually get a kill potentially while he runs away, and that will allow him to get the Steel Garden to retake that site. There you go, picks it up, allows the flirt retake to happen, and TSM just displayed a perfect, beautiful defensive half.
Will this be all over for Stella? Well, TSM like to get loud. I know one player that likes to get loud too. Let's go check in with Pancata.
Precisa apresentações? Precisa mesmo falar quem que é? Vou perguntar pra ele porque ele não erra tiro. Enfim, tô aqui com Pancada e, cara, eu preciso de uma mensagem de alento, cara. O que tá acontecendo, pelo amor de Deus?
Cara, acho que quem tem que passar a mensagem é o time que tá jogando, né? Trazer esse pistolzão pra nós pra gente poder acreditar no jogo ainda.
So I asked Pancada, like, can you give me a message of relief, please? And he said, well, whoever has to do that is the team that's playing. So let's hope they win the pistol round to bring the game back for us. E nessas situações, os caras estão, mano, levantando, botando o dedo na cara. Tem torcida dos caras aqui no Brasil, velho. O que você faz pra manter a calma? Os caras estão arrastando.
Cara, tem que trazer o jogo de volta pra você levantar e gritar pra eles, né? Igual a SW tava fazendo, eu gostei muito da energia, mas tem que trazer o jogo de volta. Se não complica, você tem que aceitar. Faz parte do esporte.
Aquele 1v4 que você gosta de fazer, né?
Né? Tomara que tragam, né? Traz um pra gente aí, vamos.
So let's say I ask like, what do you do when they're like pointing their fingers at you and they're in our face? And he said, well, you have to bring the game back first. And he, of course, liked very much the energy of SW because he was really bringing the team up. E pra gente finalizar, fechou o time lá, mano. O Melãozinho tava aí, trocou uma ideia com o Artezinho, falou, não, se pá, vamos ser vizinho, e aí?
Só mistério. Só mistério.
So I asked like, is Loud closed? Is Loud like with the final roster? And said, oh, it's just a mystery. Valeu, pancada, tamo junto, mano. De volta com vocês.
And respect on Elo trying to get leaks, but
exactly.
Spoiler alert, it's a 10-2 half for TSM. Is this the end of Stella in this series? We're gonna find out very soon. I think it all leans on this pistol dance.
Exactly what you and Pancata were mentioning during the interview as well. It has to start with the pistol round. If not, you're going to face similar music as when you did on Haven. It maybe wasn't a 10-2 half, it was a 9-3. You had some sort of room to breathe. But losing a pistol right now would just kind of force Stella to always go into a force buy every single round for the rest of the half, which is not good because you're also starting off on the defensive side, or now playing on the defensive side. Plants will not help you here. You cannot add the extra 300 credits. So that's even less util in the long run. So you have to have a clean start on the attack side, and it seems as though they want to start pushing into some B main control. And maybe with this B main control, it allows for them to really fight really quickly towards B holds and opening the door to just trap play onto C. And TSM so far from the map, it seems like they're walking into it.
Big way TSM are going to get information is off these Sova recons, and Stella wanted to try and strike before, or while Vora was trying to get into position. Nothing revealed, but TSM in these early rounds also like to build up towards these orbs. I don't know if it's going to be much of a long game when there's so much work done by TSM on that first half. The paranoia will free Shisora. Seem to be safe for now as TSM will head elsewhere.
It's back onto a split here, and looking like at least for Timotino moving on this side, he's trying to create a fake, and it's working out. Two players actually rotate on that side, but we overcommitted into showing our hand towards C, so we're gonna have to stop. Thankfully, with the insert from Timotino, it allows them to scale a little bit more freely.
Timotino just checking Stella at the door. While the breakable door remains closed for now, that could be a moment for Guy to even up those numbers, but red carpet is down. TSM take out everyone in their path, and Stella found a good advantage to strike TSM by surprise. It's just the flashes that create some delay. 12 seconds. Guy against Timotino before SW can make his mark, and TSM take the pistol, and this could be all over for Stella.
And now Timotino, Charlie just pointing back at every single one of these players on the other side of the stage, but he is hot in these pistol rounds. The Sheriff 5K and now a 3K for the team. Look at this, right into the Razor Vines. 25 HP. Zanatsu cannot commit onto the kill. A rare miss coming out from the side of the Duellist of Stella. But that allows here that pistol round to come into the side of TSM, and this is what we're mentioning before here. Stella maybe have to go for a force buy every single round, but they want to play into the overtime. So only investing into a few sheriffs, which also, yeah, I mean, this is too easy for Timotino, but just to underline the fact that even Zanatsu getting this sheriff right now, it's going to be harder for you to even get into an op on the defensive side, but maybe that's not their style of play anyways with the Neon Breach.
Oh, it's the practice range for Alvin Boy.
Didn't even see him. Practice range shooting a box and getting headshots.
So insane. TSM, you've made them angry, and they're silencing Stella. It's just Cedroid having to come all the way over from opposite sides of the map. TSM will be on match point, series point. All these weapons possibly being brought over, so crowd got real quiet after that one.
Indeed. And now it just, at least a silver lining, I like to think, into that round. is that the last player remaining for the side of Stella just running into the A main at least props the wall up for Alvin Boy, so it gives you the idea of where you're trying to set up your defaulting for the side of TSM. So that's what I'm going to have to think about here for Cedroid and for the rest of Stella. And they'll know now that wall is being placed at the same spot. They could start trying to move forward here as well. And then for TSM, I mean, they're just trying to clear towards an A site quite easily here. They already have full control of front B as well. And now they have free reign to see what type of picks to get on B or C to finish at one of those spots.
Stella just trying to supplement C, reinforce it. That's where a lot of these hits have been happening. Unless Alvin Boy inspires them to go elsewhere, he'll start clearing through B. And Stella are going to push the map control on the perimeters while TSM are rotating. Just Stella trying to minimize these risks as best as they can. And it was, this whole map kicked off with a Zenatsu ace, and look how it's ending. I mean, 12-2.
And another one of those rounds where instantly into a bonus round for the side of the attack, you have a showstopper. So controlling the orb on C, showstopper available for Timotino, and you're very weak on A site in terms of positioning. You have to escape this time around, and thankfully you're able to do so with the dash.
A deadly game of dodgeball.
Oh, that was a ruse.
Stella anchored. The pivot into B. There's even a vice wall from Alvin Boy. So, or from the defense, actually. So now TSM just kind of bunker down. Timotino goes exploring. He goes hunting. And finally will be laid to rest. And so do the rest of Stella. A dominant end to this map and this series, 13-2.
What an answer back by TSM in this series. The third map in dominant fashion, just like their first. Maybe in some way, shape, or form, it should have been a 2-0, but at least I love that Stella had some sort of storied success on that second map. Some room to breathe and something to look forward to when they're going to play into that second round of that switch stage. But overall for TSM, this is the start that you wanted. Remember group stage of last time, they bombed out so many games going to overtime. One of them, if I remember correctly, was even having Sato on Abyss for Galorius back then. And it just couldn't finish the map against their opponents. But this time, they finish a series against the Brazilian powerhouse and are able to move forward into the next round of the Swiss stage.
To do it when the crowd is against them, but at least one person that was on their side.
Yep, like 3 people.
Now you're guys, that TSM on his forehead is going to be permanent if they keep on winning. But it's also awesome to see everyone on the stage get really hyped and to get to also play in these serious matches with your teammates by your side, with your coaches there too. And this is just the beginning of TSM's run in Ascension. And after how the last one went, the fans should be happy.
Yeah, for sure. For North American fans to see how Envy started yesterday and that they were able to close things out quite easily on a 2-0 and to come back on top of that for that second map and to see that TSM is doing well at the same time for North America, it's looking potentially like another one of those Ascensions where you might have 2 North American teams going into the grand finals. But this is such a short sample size. There's still some storied successes that you can talk about. Shinden, for example, and onto this team as well that we just witnessed onto Stella, that they have some very strong firepower on their side and just ironing out a little bit of those kinks and understand the different play styles of the different regions. It might give them a chance to bounce back.
For the #1 seed of NA to beat the champions of Stage 2, Brazil and Stella. What a way to kick off the day. We have more matches around the corner. We also have a desk to speak to, so let's see how they feel.
Thank you, guys. What an incredible map of Lotus we just saw on the side of TSM. We didn't really know what to expect going into it. We talked about a little bit about the Sage, a little bit about the Duellist, Ash, but I don't think we were expecting such a one-sided score. Everything was going right for TSM.
It really was. Like, it is insane to think that this map ended up in a 13-2 when Ascent had just gone to an overtime just beforehand, but it was a really strong showing out from TSM. I think that Roy hit the nail on the head earlier when we were talking about during Agent Select, the strengths of this composition, Seven's utility, ability to slow things down there for Stella. But I do think, though, that for the side of Stella, there were some great rounds. A couple rounds that we saw, like those B splits, worked really well for them. I just think that they're call to like re-clear towards a rubble after that initial conditioning was done didn't come soon enough in that first half. Instead, it allowed TSM to be very comfortable in how they were changing up the way they wanted to play the macro there on defense, swapping their sentinels around, just shifting how they were looking to play a little bit more bunkered on site because they understood that they had posed enough of a threat already within the first 6 rounds.
And I think partially like TSM might have traumatized them in the first map because on Haven, if you think back to it, it was very similar to this Lotus, right? Where they were front loading their defensive side with a lot of that that early A control. And I almost felt like Stella did not really want to take those team fights. Like they didn't really want to risk it on that A control. So they were giving it up, and that slows down the attack side so much. And that's, I mean, that's like the main win condition for TSM's composition. So I feel like TSM had the right read. They had the right plays. They executed extremely well. And just with how dominant that first half was and the second pistol going their way as well, there's just not enough room for Stella to really get anything going.
We saw it in the map 1, how dominant it was as well, the map of Haven, but also this map 2. And part of it is, yeah, there's not only the pistol, but the bonus conversion that TSM is able to make in that first and second half. And another piece that I feel like is really worth talking about is Timotino was insane once again, Troy.
Guys, I'm going to be honest. When I'm watching Timotino, his mechanics are literally so on point. Like his movement is perfect. His crosshair placement is perfect. He has really good aim. His decision making is on point. It almost feels like he never fumbles his utility. Like overall, he brought everything he needed to for this very clean win. Whether it was gunplay, mechanics, macro, micro, it was really all on point for Timotino.
I think it says so much that he opens up Lotus with the ace on the pistol round and then closes the map out alongside TSM with the fact that the showstopper comes online during that bonus round, and he's taking so much focus on that A site while the rest of TSM closes things out over on B. Incredibly well played by the Duellist.
It was incredible. And TSM, this is the kind of result that we wanted to see from them, especially in that last map. But now it's time that we get to hear directly from the team, and we talked to GMD after that map and that series went off today. First of all, GMD, congratulations. This was an incredible win, especially on those maps that you won. They were so dominant. But I want to know, tell me what happens between that second map that you lose in overtime going into this third one to make it so dominant on your side.
Yeah, I mean, we see every map, every map has a new one. It's always 0-0, and we won the first one. We were pretty hyped, obviously. It's a good start. The crowd is amazing. Second map, we just saw it as like a kind of overconfident thing, like maybe we didn't see it as like a new map, and we thought we were maybe better than we were, and then we kind of got caught by that. But honestly, Ascent was just, I felt a bit of rust for some reason, and then we got to Lotus, and it was pretty easy, I'd say. But I mean, obviously, thanks to Timotino, Johan, everyone had a massive round. Alvin as well, Vora, same thing. So whenever you have like a player that gets an insane round every other round, it seems pretty easy.
How are the confidence levels of the team as well, especially for yourself, who, you played Ascension last year and this time around? How do you compare, the evolution that you had as a player in terms of the confidence, in terms of how you're feeling for this tournament to what it was last year?
Yeah, I mean, last year with TSM, we kind of came in as like, a Hail Mary. A bit like people saw us as like maybe worse than some of any teams that could have qualified. And this year, we come in as the first seed, a lot more confidence. Obviously, we know what we can do. We won the split right before that, so I think it would be a lot more confidence, and we know we can do it this time.
For sure. I mean, we definitely see that. But my last question for you, when we talked to Envy, one of the things that they were saying is that they want to play you guys instead of any other team because they want to get that revenge for what that grand final was. Do you have any words for them in case you have to face them again in Ascension?
I mean, if they want some, they can get some, but I don't think they really want that. I think it's more of a ego thing. Not to say that like they're scared of us, they want to act like they're not scared. But at the end of the day, it's all talk, and we'll see them soon, I'm sure.
I'm so excited if that ends up happening. GMD, thank you so much. Congratulations once again. And this is everything that we have for this first series of today. We're going to very quickly send it to a 1-minute break, and we'll be right back to talk about the second one.
exactly what Core needs to do. And then there was trust into Aya.
Going to the evening. There,
Hello everyone and welcome back to Ascension Americas. I'm Dryad here with Roy and Ash, and we're going to the second matchup today, and we have a rematch of the play-ins. It's 6 Karma going against Winthrop University, and it was a close one. There were some very close moments in that first series when we got to see it about 4 days ago, but Roy, you never know what's going to happen now.
Yeah, I mean, you said it was some very close moments. I want to remind us, it was a 5 OT game. That was a little bit more than some. We had multiple close moments at that point. Yeah, I feel like it was a great matchup between both of these teams. There was multiple times where it felt like it was a very evenly matched game. It could have gone either way, in my opinion. And I think despite the 2-0 victory for Winthrop University, I think it would be unwise for us to sleep on 6K's chances in this rematch.
A lot of the first time going on stage as well, everybody kind of getting used to the little things, felt like if there was another chance for them to face each other, it could have been a little bit closer, and that is exactly what we were going to be seeing today, Ashes. This Winthrop University that was that #1 seed going into Ascension after the planes that we saw in day 1, and a 6 Karma that was also very good, that they struggle in this series, but overall, they were looking as one of the favorites, if not the favorite of Latin America.
Yeah, I think that's the big storyline there, right? Is we didn't expect it to necessarily be that 2-0. It did still end up being a very close series, but felt like they kind of fell short from expectations with how that Winthrop game went at times. Like, it was a very momentum-heavy game for Winthrop. And I think that after seeing them play up against Red Canids, they definitely got like that confidence going for them afterwards, being able to secure that their own 2-0 in the earlier matchup of that day. So I think that right now I've got to be scared because you think about these Latin American teams, you know that they're going to want their revenge up against Winthrop, a team that they also, I think, underestimated a little bit heading into that game. And now they kind of understand, okay, the skill level, the ceiling that we see from Winthrop University, and they're not going to go easy today.
Yeah, there was never really a point in the 2-0 where you felt like 6 Karma couldn't really put up a fight at all. It seems like it was a matter of a little of those details, a little bit of those late runs that ended up going to side of Winthrop University, Roy. But nonetheless, it's a Winthrop University that continues to be the favorite. They know that they are the underdog, whether it is because, it's that university team or because they were not coming as a first, second seed into this tournament. But the evolution that this team has had is incredible, and they're ready to win again.
Yeah, I think it's very painfully obvious how annoying this team is to play against. Like, they have so many win conditions, and the risk tolerance is so high across the board, whether it's the initiators, whether it's the flex players in Ollie or the Sentinel players or the Duellist. There's threat happening on all fronts at all times, and they're very good at switching it on and off very quickly. And I think that's really their magic, their magic recipe, if you will. They have great utility usage. They have a pretty good, feeling for the macro and micro as well. They can maneuver many different situations. And I feel like their shift to this like Sage Chamber meta has looked great, and it fits them perfectly.
No matter what the meta is, it seems like Winthrop, they find a way to make it work for themselves, whether it's some specific changes when it comes to the agents or in general, the whole composition that they end up changing. But one of the biggest highlights that we had for Winthrop University and that opening match against 6 Karma, it was actually Ali on the Sage. We didn't really know what he was going to be playing because he's always switching it up just a little bit. But in that map of Sunset, he went 31-20, and overall, the consistency that he's had, Ash, has been so good, and it's something that we continue to expect today.
Absolutely. It's the fact, again, you mentioned the consistency, and it's on any agent that you see Ollie playing. On that Sunset in particular, I think we saw so much value and impact out of the Sage as far as like angles that were being cut off. We're seeing vertical angles that he's looking to take, just like the one in the clip just now, to try and catch 6 Karma and his other opponents off guard. And then we were looking at how he was playing there on Lotus too. It felt like those sound sensors were such a threat. They were so annoying for 6 Karma to deal with at times when he was playing a little bit more aggressive with them, trying to take a little bit more of that space over towards Rubble. So for Ollie, he has just so much diversity, I think, in the style in which he's going to play, and that's where we see the most impact.
And in the beginning of the year, he was kind of just always risk on. Like, he was always fighting. He was always taking his challenges, right? But I feel like towards the end of the year, he was a lot more dynamic with the way that he was doing it. And now that, you know, he's like, his role is shifting, he's still kept up that risk tolerance, but he's kind of become more, you know, more involved, more fundamental with a team. And I feel like even with time, this entire roster has, you know, has been coming together quite nicely.
We're talking about how it close this series can be just based on the first one. But going into this rematch, let's hear what Glyph had to say.
I say for our team, it's not even against the other opponents that would be our biggest challenge. For us, a lot of it's just staying on the same page, making sure that we're listening to me, the IGL, and not like hesitating or lingering. And I think that's what cost us a lot of rounds, was the biggest challenge to like closing out the map.
I like that. Let's make sure that we're listening to me, the IGL.
I feel like it's not a problem you want to have. I don't know if I'm crazy, but...
I mean, yeah, it's an important part of making sure that the communication is going well and the rounds are going well, right? But Glyph has been really good. I feel like we always talk about how incredible he is in the Omen. And like you said, that meta is fitting him so well. Everybody's playing the Omen, especially him, with how good he is.
And whenever the team is listening to the IGL, they look fantastic. So there's that, man.
It works. It works.
It's crazy.
It's just little things that make a difference, and one of them is, you know, listening to Glyph and how he's going to be calling those rounds. But also moving forward, we need to talk about Six Karma, because this team is the only LATAM team that so far has been able to win in get any sort of wins. Yesterday, it was a tough day for LATAM, as we saw Shinden and also as we saw 9C. But for Six Karma, it was a little bit better as well into play-ins. They were able to get some maps win. They were able to secure just enough after losing against Winthrop. But today, I still think that they are the underdog, Ash.
I do think they are the underdog. I'm just saying, we saw Peloncito in the crowd yesterday watching the games, and I was like, hold on, you guys have a match tomorrow. So maybe that also means that Six Karma is feeling confident. Maybe they wanted to just scope out the competition. But this team, even though they are the underdog today, they absolutely should not be slept on. I think we saw a lot of firepower coming out from them. They had the endurance to try and take it over on Sunset. We can't forget that first map started in a 9-3 fashion. There is also a lot of flexibility in this team with how they're looking to build a lot of their compositions, with Otaku swapping between like Initiator and Sentinel. And then you've also got Joe occasionally pulling out that Chamber and then also playing the Omen, and then Supports. Similar situation too. It's a lot of these like flex players on this squad that I think can definitely help with the Six Karma strategy, and I guess trying to keep the other teams guessing in what they're looking to play, because we've seen so many changes, I think, from the comps over the last few days.
And I feel like stylistically as well, they're kind of a good match for Winthrop University, right? Where also their risk appetite is also very high. They're willing to disrespect the structure, whether it's, you know, it's Jao going through smokes, or whether, you know, there's a lot of these things that they're willing to sort of push the boundaries to. And I feel like that's probably why we got to see such a fun match in the first time around. So I'm hoping we see a lot more of that here from 6K. It's going to be an important factor. You don't want Winthrop University to, you know, run their entire script. You want to be interruptive. You want to be as disruptive as possible. That was what was working for 6K the first time around.
An important factor as well that allowed Six Karma to push to the overtime in Sunset the first time that these two teams played each other was that Initiator, was that Breach, specifically Otaku. He was insane. Even if they lost it in that triple quintuple, I don't even know how many overtimes we saw. He got, I believe, 30 kills. He got 30 and 20. He ended up going. And this is in a scenario where we just talked about Ali, how he got over 30 kills as well. Everybody in Winthrop was playing insane. So I just have high expectations, Roy, for what he's going to be able to do today. And if this time around is not only him, but a few other players being able to step up and set him up too.
And I feel like it's such a blessing to be Six Karma and have players like this person on the team who can, one, play a ton of roles, and kind of that allows you to evolve very quickly with the meta and kind of make, you know, adjustments as you need to, but also putting up insane numbers in what is traditionally a very supportive role. And a lot of people tend to find themselves, you know, becoming maybe a little bit too supportive and kind of getting the support syndrome going. I feel like he's done a really good job at balancing that, and he was such an important piece to the 6K's chances of winning that first time that they played against Winthrop University.
I love that shout out from you, Roy. The fact that he isn't afraid to be one of those breaches that's just going to util for himself. And he had so many insane rounds. Like there was like that 4K over on Sunset, and then also a couple of like 1v1s and 1v2s that he was able to close out for the side of Six Karma. And I think that that is where we also see just so much of his impact, right? He's this player that's getting the kills at the right times for his team, and someone that is dangerous for sure, that Winthrop are obviously going to be keeping their eyes out for his positioning and what he's going to be up to in this next matchup.
Well, we just heard Golif talk about what the win condition is and how that is listening to the IGL. But let's hear from the IGL of Six Karma, Paloncito, to see if that's also the win condition for Six Karma.
Yeah, I think when it's like a long game like that, like it goes like a more like 2 OTs, it's more like resilience and like the resistance of the team, you know, like if you're able to keep like thinking, keep playing, keep like the same energy, you will win. Because when it's like an OT, like it's not about like who plays the best round, is like the one who makes less mistakes, I think. So yeah, I think that's the main thing. If you're able to concentrate still and make less mistakes than the other team, you will take the OT.
That is honestly a really good point, and something that goes a little bit underestimated, and is how important that resilience is. You think you can make it to the 3 maps, you think you're just fine after an overtime, but sometimes it's something that you do need the experience of knowing how to deal with those emotions, Roy, to know what to do next, and to make sure that you're keeping it going, even if you're down a few rounds, even if you're down a map, whatever it is, you're keeping it alive, and you're making sure that the team can win at the end.
Yeah, I mean, he talked a lot about, staying locked in, and these two players, they're the ones that were pretty locked in last time they played as well. I mean, my standards for Mephisto are actually really high. I feel like he almost underperformed in the series the first time around against Winthrop University, and same with Infiltrator, who was just a little bit more quiet than what we expect from him. But I feel like today, guys, now that, they've settled in, the match psychology starting to, they're starting to cope, they're starting to adapt. I feel like we're going to see a lot more of an explosive play from these players and from the teams overall.
Anything can happen here, especially when it's a rematch sometimes, and you see how things completely change, whether it's going to be the maps or the playstyle, now that you have a better understanding of how the other team likes to play Ash. And I know we haven't seen the maps just yet, but last time the maps that they had decided to play were Sunset, Lotus, and Abyss, and I'm wondering if they want to go in a rematch on these same maps too.
It would be kind of crazy to go for the rematch. I feel like you had the overtime. Lotus, it was also such a close map at that 13-9. So there's that opportunity to look back and understand how both each other were looking to approach those maps, and look to fix any small errors or make those adjustments heading in today's matchup. But at the same time, so there's like that portion. There's also a portion where maybe you're looking to hide a little bit more of your map pool as the competition continues to extend forward. Or maybe you also want to scope out and like pull something out that the other team hasn't seen before. So I think that there's definitely a lot of opportunity and different strategies that they could go into this veto with.
There's a few things that you can do and different approaches that you can take. Sometimes saving strats, saving maps for further in the competition is good, but at the same time, you want to make sure that you're giving your best in every single round and every single map, Roy. And now we get to see it. It is the same, but is in a different order. So yeah, Abyss, Sunset, and Lotus. So the decided that we had in the last series that we actually didn't get the chance to see, this is going to be the opener.
Oh, correct me if I'm wrong, but we also got to see Corrode last time, right? And yeah, I think overall it makes sense. 6K looked fantastic on the Abyss side. The way they were playing was very disrespectful. I loved it, absolutely every second of it. I feel like for me, the win condition here for Six Karma on that Abyss side is going to be heavily reliant on how well they can do that, and whether Winthrop University has picked up on those tendencies, right? Because when you bypass a lot of smokes and you bypass a lot of utility, you get so much more map control, you get so much more information. And I feel like if you're Winthrop University, you don't want them to be able to have access to that.
Yeah, and I think looking at Abyss as well, it kind of reminds me of the conversation that we had earlier today with TSM and Stella on that Lotus pick. We see that Sage coming out here previously on the side of Winthrop, and then you have that Waylay on the other side of things there for 6 Karma. So there is that opportunity for that Sage to try and divvy up the team on 6 Karma when it does come to that attacking side, try and slow things down and split up that pacing a little bit there. I'm very curious to see what that approach is going to look like from either side.
And we get to see the agent select here for both of the teams. We already talked about these two compositions because even if they didn't play this map against each other, we did get to see it in their second matches for 6 Karma and Winthrop. Do you think there's one that shines a little bit more, Roy? Do you think it's going to be that Waylay that we've seen a lot more is going to be that Lion or Chamber as well on the other side with the Europe?
Yeah, it's really hard to say. I feel like the Breach pairs really well with the Waylay, who can capitalize a lot off that utility. But stylistically, these are completely two different compositions with two different pacings, right? Like there's a lot of set play potential that happens with the Breach, and there's a layer that you want from Winthrop University where you can't really play on the sites, or if you are going to play on the sites, you need to make sure you're avoiding the common Breach lines. So you don't want to sit there getting stunned, getting flashed, and then getting Waylay dashed on. That'll be an easy way to lose. But I feel like for Winthrop University, they just got to minimize a lot of that, set play potential specifically towards A main, and then overall, if they can do that, they should have a pretty decent time on that first half.
I'll definitely be looking at those contact trap plays on the side of 6 Karma, especially when you're looking at moves potentially being that lurking player, trying to pull out some of that utility early on into these rounds to have a strong start to the defense here.
It's a rematch here, but it's a new map for these two. Let's find out who gets the win on Abyss with your casters is Vans and Lemon.
Thanks, Triad. We had such a banger to kick off that first series, and I don't know how this series is going to top it, but we'll kick it off on Abyss.
Abyss is definitely going to be a fun one to match up for 6 Karma against Winthrop University because there was so much tape between Winthrop University and Red Canids going into that map of Abyss. And 18-16, that 6 Karma has a lot of tape on that they could bring into this game. But for Winthrop University, they haven't really faced off against that comp yet, but they have already known, or they should know, how to deal against this Waylay in the composition too. But how does it pair up with the Breach of Otaku? That's going to be, the big question right now of how you stall that with the util that you have across the board here for Winthrop University.
It's just going to be such a bait and switch comp with the Yours and the Chambers, the double teleports. It's so fun to see how the different regions clash too and how they're trying to read each other as the series goes on. And you kind of saw just how much of a tug of war it was, even just between Stella and TSM. So we'll see how Winthrop goes and how historical that is for this is really making history for the collegiate scene. And imagine if they could ascend, and I could see them doing that. They're a really talented team.
It would be such a cool story to see that, because right now in North America, you have so many cool stories hailing into the Valorant scene. First off, for example, currently Shopfire Rebellion being the first team make it into Challengers from Game Changers, and now potentially Winthrop University from Challengers into Ascension, into the VCTs. We'll talk about that a little bit more later as Winthrop University on the attack are about to engage into this B site.
All set up from Ali and the immediate plant and the cover. It's just another day at the office for a team like Winthrop, who have been grinding so many tournaments ready. They know just how much this means, not only for them, for the school they represent, for making that history. Winthrop, though, their walls shattered. And it's time for 6 Karma to show what they've got. The recon to show how close these engagers are for 6 Karma. It's first blood for Infiltrator. And even though the stack, 6 Karma take it one step at a time. It's Otaku that has the strike while the iron is hot. And Winthrop thought they had such a good start. Maybe time could still favor them as they peak, though. 6 Karma are just hitting headshot after headshot until Winthrop ended for good.
Love the wide swing from Governor all the way from the window to bait it out so you can get the flank coming through from the heaven and win that round for Winthrop University. And these are some of the things that Winthrop are going to have to start ironing out. Remember, we just literally talked about a marathon that they played. So much tape is on them, but the reason why it went into so many overtimes as well is just try to figure out how they could set up into how they execute in these rounds. They were getting stopped so many times trying to get that stage wall plant, just like Ali just did in his pistol round, and even through cosmic divides onto your attack site executes, with just being snuffed out by Red Knight so well. And at least for now, it's 6 Karma, even though despite that they have that tape, they didn't really have an answer into stalling into the site and tried to play the flood retake and got picked off in every single angle.
This chamber. Zhao is gonna get tested here, wants to try and deny that orb. At least it forces out the drone, so you would call that a win, but it just seems so committed to wanting to take a fight. But thanks to just the 1v1, wow! That was lightning fast, and gets to disappear into the shadows, back to safety. But anything but safe. Winthrop have no openings to work with, not when the Duellist makes his way down to B.
And it just makes sense to have those two players that could escape, get aggressive angles. You can even see Zhou when he was actually tapping onto that spike, just really trying to bait out that swing, played it to perfection to take down the IGL of Winthrop. And for the rest, though, this is definitely looking to be a thrifty round for 6 Karma to answer right back onto Winthrop University. Even Ali's getting swung by 4 players, gets 2 out of that. But Zhou and Otaku stays alive, and they get the round out here off. Again, the aggressive plays with off agents that could escape, and just beautiful shots coming in from their Headhunter and Shares.
Exciting day to be on stage, and this is where you got to show that preparation can bring those results. And just so aggressive from this defense already, and despite it being a sentinel, that chamber is just showing that Winthrop have to be careful at every step that they take. There really just was nothing for Winthrop to work with, and now going to the next round with Winthrop trying to get ahead of the game.
Answer right back with your own Headhunter moves. And that is a key player for this type for the side of Winthrop University, a player that's been playing a lot of Omen when he first started things off into like the Red Bull Campus Clutch, how I knew this type of player, and moves into like Reyna from time to time, and this time just holding that chamber and also playing Senti for the team for Winthrop University. So even across the board, the roster is decorated, well decorated to players that could play a lot of different agents. Think about Governor right now playing as the main initiator for the team too, as Moves opens up the B site alone too. Dude, you're gonna pivot back to B. This is 30 to 30. Are we watching TSM again?
Yeah, right? Man. Now help is on the way, but Moves is gonna surprise them. If 6 Karma are not careful, at least there's a good buddy system, but can Moves handle the heat? 6 Karma are gonna check every corner, but Moves is deadly as ever. And you get to see it live in person, but the Outlaw, the final shot rings true, but Winthrop still get the thrifty.
And I love that he's standing up and flexing, because ever since he joined the Winthrop University academic team, if I can put it that way, he's been hard grinding at the gym. He's been beefing up, and I don't want to stand up against him toe to toe. I mean, he's already done so at the VCT in Toronto, and I had to look up. I had to literally look up. This guy is a fridge, but he's actually showing that he has the strength to pull these type of shots in the server as well, and almost pulls out the ace on their own thrifty. But that is good confidence to come back. And you know what? It's a good thing, one, that these two teams are facing off against each other, because it's a rematch in the first place. But they also have the experience now of playing on that stage. So you have that level of confidence and comfort playing against each other with this type of crowd. And now it just comes down to good macro.
Winthrop would very much like to repeat what happened last time, and it's going to be that default. Now, really being careful of how that chamber is stepping up, and not even just that, the waylay too, the recalls, jeez. Winthrop have to just drone at every corner. Now you don't have a good option or a good drone to do it into A, so you have to use the clone and try and see if 6 Karma are going to reveal their position. And they fade back into the shadows, into the smokes. Winthrop feels safe for now with the slow orbs. Even if 6 Karma want to fight, it'll be on Winthrop's terms. Perfect timing too as the smokes dissipate. Winthrop will be ready. And Joe make contact first at the top, no one at the window, so maybe Winthrop, their attention will be split, and Moves still on flank duty. Shuts down a very powerful win condition for Six Karma, but Ali, jeez, finally gets silenced. And it's just Eltaku against the world. 60 HP, 1v3. Guardian could sure scare Winthrop, but they're in position that I don't think he'll be able to do much about it.
Weak.
Unless I cast a curse there, but I mean, he's gonna
no,
go down to the spike
it's
anyway.
all good.
At least the kills, you know?
Yeah. And that said, it's good at least that he died to the spike, because even if he jumps out, that probably would have given an orb over to Ali, but it didn't really matter at that point because Ali also already built his ult with the sprays they had towards the spawn, which is why I feel that it's okay that he committed into the sprays to fight towards the back. Actually, look at that. You already had it when he was fighting towards that back too, so confidence onto the battle stage. And that is a solid hold here on the side of Winthrop University to string down finally a couple of rounds are in their favor. We've seen though for Six Karma, they do have some very aggressive angles that are trying to hold with Mephisto at the point as this Waylay. And if it doesn't go their way and they don't read it correctly, the other players are kind of always playing soft side and they're trying to play the flood retake. But the flood retake so far is being in shambles when Winthrop University are not trying to play post plant util with the Astra utility and whatnot, right? They're trying to stay on site and trying to fight to not allow Six Karma to really get into positions for these retakes.
With the res too, Ali needs to be safe, although he just brings danger every time he's involved in the picture. He's been trying today. Has been such a fantastic addition ever since he joined Winthrop. And we haven't even got to see Infiltrator kind of go crazy. And he's usually the big carry on the Winthrop side, but such a well-rounded team. And they round the corner into mid to maybe try and join the side here of Governor. Brings that level of experience and that game knowledge. See if they can crack the code here to Six Karma. No make contact first and barely dodges the shots, and this chamber will fade into the abyss. Oof. And Winthrop just left dismantled. And the spike's down too. That's tough.
And that's Six Karma answering right back. On to Winthrop University. I mean, I saw the thunder footing that they were trying to do for Winthrop University on top of middle, which I respect because you have the ult available for Ali. You're throwing a Yoru clone. You're trying to bait out some shots. You move in as a pack to try to trade as much as you can. And if you get some sort of upper hand, you get a res, you could split into the site. But it's another one of those scenarios where things weren't working out their way. As soon as they're trying to entry, the crosshair placement's perfect from players like Joe over here and also from Sabort's position. Catching, unfortunately, Ali off guard, putting the wall up and gets a beautiful triple kill on top of that. And now no value off the ult, but still a good buy coming out here from Winthrop University. Op for moves to control the A side. And another one of those rounds we can try to position him aggressively because you still have this res to work with. So again, position him on the angle, hold that line, and now start to activate around the map.
A lot of these heroic moments, whether it's Ali or Sabort's in the last round, Joe in the previous. It's going to be some explosive play, but Winthrop maybe try this mid approach again with the rifles. They'd like to take that fight. Really not seeing anyone.
Well, he contains, he hears the drones, so he knows now that it's probably the buddy system of the Waylay and the Sova, so they have to expect Joe again over on the B side, which is why Governor is pulling out this orb, or should I say the Owl Drone, to try to get an entry with the Hunter's Fury. What a pick again.
This chamber's on fire. Ali says all is forgiven. Deep recon. Winthrop will hug the left side. The smoke is the only thing that separates these two teams. But wait, moves on his own is a different beast and really limits and funnels Six Karma to the fight and where they're supposed to be. Now that the wall is down, speaking of wall, there's a cosmic divide. This section's Winthrop only 2 within the site. Winthrop have to step up. They're uninvolved, and Six Karma are evicting any post planters. Maybe Winthrop can go right next to the ultimate. Rifle averages. And now it's a 1v1. What is with the knife kills here at Ascension? But now to lock in this final 1v1. Who's the better chamber? But now the spike ticks down, and that's what it comes down to at the end of the day for Winthrop.
Oh my God. And Moves just casually picks up his water. It's like, yeah, that's an easy 1v1. Don't worry about it, guys. And again, Joe has been amazing anchoring around the site. First kills, the TPs, her re-swing outs, jumping into the smoke, expecting where the players could be inside that smoke to take down Governor, which is why I'm surprised as well. First off, we didn't Hunter's Fury when we tried to open up the site to maybe try to give more space and room to breathe on the plant. Yet they still get a plant and they're comfortably on the site. I'm good with it. But then Governor is also playing on site where you can't leverage the Hunter's Fury for the post plant. So it kind of makes things very difficult on the 1v1 in the end, but thankfully Moves is able to clutch that. But there is definitely something they could have done a little bit more in terms of securing the round, because if you're looking at the buy that they have, despite the round that they won, it's 3 Guardians with 2 rifles.
Aim early round for Winthrop, the drone into A. Look how deep Infiltrator is, ready to dimensional drift to get to this high ground, and Chamber is worried, as he should be. And now the pings to kind of enable this Hunter's Fury, and it's a dance, another dodgeball game. And Winthrop has to follow through. One within the site, the Astra, Sabboards pinned within the smoke, could surprise Winthrop. Wait, Infiltrator, you gotta finish up what you started. At least the trades are there for Winthrop. The Conflict Divide, this time from the offense, will seal things in. But now you can still, actually Otaku doesn't have Reach Util. It's hoping to sneak by, but it'll be right into the crosshairs of Moves.
30 seconds left.
Not a lot of space for Winthrop to really work with, and I guess it ends up being a save for 6 Karma.
It's not yet, though. They haven't planned it yet. Winthrop has to pivot back towards the A side for the plan, and that's the issue that they've been running with. When they're trying to Cosmic Divide and go for the Sage Wall, it's always being snuffed out somehow, and they're getting a 9 on it. So at least, thankfully, they moved into over towards this A side, and they could still play some sort of a pulse plan after over here. But the thing is you see for 6 Karma, now they're finally deciding, okay, we have no map control. We are afraid of our Moves position so far. We can't really scan it out on top of that. So let's just wait into the next round. So somehow Winthrop University won the round off a Cosmic Divide without trading anything else but the infiltration of literally Infiltrator, who missed the kills with the Guardian. But yeah, it was a nice little execute no matter what.
I thought the Cosmic Divide would have given them enough safety, but I guess I had a crazy crystal ball there for a second, but still the save ends up being the right choice. And they'll bring 3 rifles into the next, along with a Waylay ultimate, but...
Oh, that's awkward.
Yeah. Always fist bump, always fist bump.
Yeah,
Unless
yeah.
you play rock, paper, scissors.
We're playing Valorant. It's a Riot Games. You know the right fist bump. Just fist bump, guys. But yeah, this timeout is going to be important for sure. I mean, that said, I still like that they're doing an excellent job in the control. The shots are hitting from the ones that have to control the extremities. And Joe, keep doing what you do. You're doing a great job anchoring up towards that B site. But I guess it's that mid take when you're trying to go into these rotates and you have somebody like Moves with the operator or just a headhunter being able to diff you or catch you off these rotates. Then you have to think about how you could answer back here into the scaling that you have for the side of the side of Winthrop that they're trying to do and that you deny. So far, they've done a great job holding up towards the Aquarium / Ivy when you're trying to go for the split onto this B site for Winthrop University. But that's a lot of space that you're giving away. If that was being smoked up and Winthrop University decides to split towards the A site, then you really have nothing left because everybody else is such in forward positions trying to hold out towards the A main. So I think you have to be a little bit more proactive into making sure that you don't allow Winthrop University to get that space so early into the round so that Glyph could have the whole map to work with to call these manipulations and these rotates.
Winthrop have done a good job in these early rounds to really work the map and not rush things the way that kind of this game ended up starting out. But maybe the ball now is in 6 Karma's court with the Waylay ultimate, who Mephisto has moved down to B occasionally, but doesn't want to make it a trend, and still something Winthrop have to watch out for with this 2-3 split.
Oh, pre-fired shots. Okay, that has to be some sort of tape because you haven't seen 6 Karma play this map yet, if I'm not mistaken, during the play-ins, but they have played it maybe once or twice during the second split. But to just pre-fire the way that you did for Infiltrator to get that pick, that's a study case that's been put by the coaching staff here of Cole and King Fred as the head coach.
They had their work cut out for them. Not only collegiate, challengers, multiple collegiate leagues, and now Ascension, but they've been locked in from the get-go for this, and playing a match right before they traveled, and man, this Waylay, you gotta respect it. Winthrop have to be on their toes at all times. Hogwarts is even gonna get a heads up on this deep push from Moobs. So it's gonna get Governor to join his side and see if they can just outnumber 6 Karma.
This is what I was talking about, right? You're given that space. You have to play a little bit further back, but now you've lost control of middle. You're allowing these players to just split towards B or A no matter what. Mephisto got the information in the first place towards main, so now Pellicito has to move up and gets it. Dude, that's huge.
Wow. As these forward positions keep catching Winthrop completely off guard, and I thought Moobs was going to be the one who surprised 6 Karma, and now he just feeds the beast. The spike is down, so Governor, well, just the Guardian. Let's see what you can do from what Moobs left behind, but as the seconds go by, 6 Karma keep their rifles.
This is where a mistake comes through, because as you take this space for Winthrop University on top middle, and you're pulling the rotates over on the A side, it works out. You're going to eventually split over towards the A side. But it kind of has to be those 2 players that are on top of middle that has to continue to scale up to get the information of where those A players are kind of set up. Well, I was just mentioned before, they usually play a little bit more aggressively towards that A main line, so it's weak side towards B. You got to pull the rotate backwards. If not, with only the time remaining, you saw that Winthrop University were running with knife out. So the choice of Pellicito to move out towards A main to tuck into that corner gives him an ultimate opportunity to get an easy 2K and stop the spike from getting planted towards the A site. So you have to be now leveraging those players on top middle to really pull those rotates.
Would be better use of that drone when Governor hasn't really seen anything early A, and now spots that chamber. And that's a big threat gone from the 6 Karma side. And speaking of that, hello Infiltrator. Welcome to Ascension. And Winthrop will get a great head start in this round and already feels kind of over with the positions that we have here on the post plan.
Yeah, and I was just looking at his positioning of how he's pathing up on the map. I feel like he utilized the boxes at the default spot on that B site to utilize the Sage Wall as almost a semi one-way to try to pop some players rotating back from Ivy. Gets a beautiful 2K on top of that. It's very nicely done. It's the 4K on top of that with an assist coming out here from Governor from that recon dart. And that is a great way to answer back for Winthrop University and not really give a chance now for 6 Karma to think that they have a solid defensive hold on this half.
Oh, the ace flick. Oh, and no changes in the facial expression. Okay, little flex. I see you. I see you.
While looking at moves, most likely.
He's like, what you think, big bro?
Yeah. He's like, I don't know. Take off your jacket. Let me see. And look at that.
Damn.
So not only that, so it's a nebulous smoke, and on top of that, the Sage Wall, giving all that advantage for Infiltrator to play that one way.
Si van a, vamos a llegar a pelearlo, ¿ok? Solamente cuidado con los bulls.
This is the version of Infiltrator we know and love, who has been the duelist to watch when it comes to NA challengers. Now, because of this loss, 6 Karma on a mixed buy, a lower buy, and hoping to scrap at close range where they can, but pretty heavy lean towards the mid. Oh, Guardian's nice.
Disrespect and fight moves. They are playing a little bit of a default from time to time with sometimes 3 players moving up, but most of the times they're going to play this this extremity and 1 player lurking on middle. It's just going to be moves. So they use 2 players to flush him out. Otaku, who's been amazing during the last time these 2 teams faced off against each other, gets that nice little pick.
Original Drift will have to uncloak and has to face the music. An Infiltrator still delivers. Recon gonna reveal that player.
No way, dude.
Okay, the shot went too. Holy. Infiltrator and just friends from Winthrop getting so much more aggressive. But a long flank is on his way, and Joe trying to save the day, but it's because it's costing so much time. Maybe just going down to the spike would be the best move.
Agreed. Try to do some damage too, potentially with the flank watch, because moves is already down, so there's nothing watching the flank. Yeah, free kill into Governor.
Last player standing.
Pretty good damage.
One enemy
Pretty much
remaining.
a silver lining. Wait, there's more, and grab well enough to pull him off the defuse. And well, Tokyo gets the last laugh, but it's still a Winthrop win at the end.
Didn't I see this in round number 2? He just gets like a 3K, just jumps off the map, die in the spike because they're too slow on a retake. But at least if there's anything, Otaku has to be looked at in terms of somebody that could be your initiator with some immense and tremendous firepower. I mean, look at the ADS on the Guardian, how he plays this on that 1 versus 3. Governor, though, by the way, this is a whole different Governor than what I remember from casting or watching the North American side. Because I didn't see him being confident and fluid as much, especially when it comes down to playing a raise with the satchel and the space that he could gain. This time it's just running around playing TDM, and he's just literally landing and laser beaming every single one of these opponents that he faces up against of 6K.
Love that Winthrop brought their A game. Now it's to slow things down. They really try to take advantage of the mid side, and something that 6 Karma are trying to patrol for a lot better.
Portal closed. Time to jump.
Infiltrator revealed, and now just kind of wants to disappear from this location.
Yeah, I mean, it's okay to play soft site. You have one player trying to launch the angle that could TP to safety on towards Heaven. You hold at that line, you prevent Winthrop University to push aggressively towards Heaven and Ivy, and you could just play the ult from the Waylay.
Joe just has B on lock and just chose the wrong target. It was the clone, and Winthrop have a window to work with, and man, Ali is creating gaps within the bodies on the other side, and well, the aftershock just a delay until 6 Karma can take down this Sage wall. There's a bit of a crack in it, but hey, there's the Waylay ult, and Ali stuck. Is the support that the smoke will isolate? It's a great job from 6 Karma, but the numbers are equal, and Ali does not care about numbers. Holy!
Yeah, holy Oli for sure, man. Another 4K coming in for the man. Oh my God, his holiness just lands and it holds a 2 versus 4 for Winthrop University with moves. But that's off a beautiful op shot from moves. Information on that second player for them to be able to isolate that kill and win that fight. But it all started off this. It was such a beautiful hold at the very beginning by Mephisto and by Joe. But then when they were able to surprise the 2 players behind the Sage wall, a team flash came out from Otaku, which then slowed down the 2 versus X that they were holding for 6K and allowed for the action to calm down and for Winthrop University to position themselves to clutch the disadvantage.
High low double swing, and Joe has not missed on these teleport outs and mitigating that risk as best as they can. Last round here of the half. Winthrop want to finish out strong. Got the Resurrect, weren't able to use it last round, and could even get the Hunter's Fury if they can get orb control. And so Governor has. 6 Karma aware of this, and their positions cemented until Winthrop make the move.
Oh, they're selling a ruse right now for Winthrop. Moves eats the drone. Now they're forced into Hunter's Fury for the full rotate, and because Moves was the only one that was spotted, these guys could just start walking into the A side, go for the full exec, and it's a 4v1 on that side.
Abort's had one really good round. He has a really good kill, immediately traded. Ali goes back to get the Resurrect. Plant is down, and Sabord stopped in his tracks. Was the only win condition 6 Karma could have really worked with, and now a Bucky to retake against 5. There'll be a 9-3 half eventually here for Winthrop. Kind of set the tone for the rest of the series.
Yeah, even Governor, the fact that he was able to sell a fake and get a kill on top of that comes to show how 6 Karma kind of got their ankles broken on the fake that we're throwing here for the side of Winthrop University. So a nice little small macro set up towards the end, baiting out the Allen drone, forcing out rotates over on the A side. And Winthrop University definitely look a little bit, or should I say, much more cleaner than they did against 6 Canadians on this site.
Absolutely. It was a nice fake too, and it's definitely
Look at
going to be an IQ check when Winthrop are starting to divide their forces, and as the map goes on, they're really starting to develop their offense. Well, I guess now they're swapping sides, so we'll see how Winthrop do on their defense, see if they can close it out. But we have an interview in the audience with Tonello, so let's go say hi.
Olá, Andrezão, cara, tô aqui com o Fogão FRZ da equipe da Red e bora ver como que ele tá achando aí desses dois times, enfim, quem é favorito e tudo mais. So I'm here joined by FRZ from Red Cannons, and I want to know from him what he thinks about both of these teams. Você jogou contra os dois, infelizmente o resultado não foi aquele que a gente esperava, mas vendo assim, quem que tá mais forte, qual que foi mais difícil de enfrentar?
Cara, olhando o jogo assim, eu sinto que o time da universidade ele tá mais estruturado, tá jogando melhor aqui na Lan House, mas assim, qualquer momento pode virar aí esse jogo.
So he says that Winthrop, he thinks it's a little bit more structured and they seem to be more used to the LAN, but anytime this game could just have a comeback or something like that, so we have to watch. E eu quero saber também, mano, de você, não só pensando nessa dificuldade, né, e dos resultados, enfim, em relação a esses times mesmo, mas em relação ao Brasil, cara. Infelizmente a gente ganha um jogo, depois acaba perdendo outro, a Stella no dia de hoje. Como que você vê a performance geral dos brasileiros?
Eu sinto que os times brasileiros ainda não mostraram todo o potencial ainda. Acho que a gente está se acostumando ainda com a LAN. O primeiro jogo é sempre mais difícil, que é a estreia, né? Nervosismo. Mas eu acredito que eles vai ficar muito melhor para os próximos jogos.
So asking about the Brazilian performance in general and why maybe they have these kind of complicated results, and said that the first game is always very hard, so it may be something like related to these nerves, and he thinks that the Brazilian teams will get better and better with each game. Valeu, hein, mano? Tamo junto demais. Quase que eu deixei você no vácuo, hein? De volta com vocês.
Ooh, that was
great to hear. Yeah, it was great to hear from FRZ, and looks like he hasn't given up on 6 Karma.
Yeah, that's right. Again, it's just talking about what everybody talks about as soon as we're starting our debut on the big stage and trying to ascend here to the VCTs. There's always going to be nerves in the very beginning. And then eventually you warm up and you get into the game. Thankfully for 6 Karma, it was already a hot start for Otaku and for Joe. But now, hopefully the rest of the team could follow suit. If not, it'll have to be another one of those stories where you got to flip onto the second map, you trade maps, and everything gets decided onto the third one of Lotus again. But with the on defense this time around, the Lemon Kiwi, they have a read. 3 players already getting ready for the 5-player hit from 6 Karma.
Oh, this is a 6 Karma map pick. Winthrop is so strong on this before. 6 Karma, see if they can check moves at the door. Even through the smoke, he did teleport until he was on his last life. Still an opening kill for 6 Karma, but Winthrop are still on the site. And Joe still bests the other chamber. 6 Karma, the round in their favor, and all he has to pick up all the pieces.
He's done it before. Not going to do it now. And that's the difficulty as well of Winthrop University having to deal with this new type of composition that they have to play against now that you have this dash and this dive that you could get from Mephisto that gives you free information and could even stay on site if nobody's really activating and taking it down, especially if you're able to dive behind them. If you're looking at this exec though, on how he creates that space through the nebula being thrown on the attack, so you could actually move and get these one-way leg shots, body shots from maybe swinging towards under that bridge. It's just a nice, beautiful execution on the side of the attack when it's a 5 versus 3 take.
So wants to be that entry, and then you got 6 Karma on their normal default. Even if they can draw out that wall from Ali, or if he's gonna delay this just with the slow orb. Looks like 6 Karma are able to grab that orb, and that's all they really came here for.
They'll take an orb denial too on top of that. That's where you're defaulting on both ends. You can't let somebody like Winthrop University spiral like that, but looks like we are.
Oops is creating that trend, that step up, really challenging 6 Karma to that duel. And Governor can give him that information with the recon that was shot probably in that early round. So Winthrop go back to their bases, and Infiltrator is going to the attacker's base. This is crazy. 6 Karma now flashed and backs against the wall. And Winthrop, there's more on the way. They're surrounding Six Karma. They barely left spawn, but wait, Six Karma bite back even harder. Ollie will be the last one to check them. And still, with that last player, a few HP, Ollie should be getting the last laugh here.
Thankfully, Mephisto has regen shield too, so he could survive a little bit of more pop shots from Governor's Classic, but from Ali or Moves, that's immediately going to take him down. And you're already seeing Mephisto, since he invested into this Vandal, he's going to save it for the next round. But the fact that Infiltrator got the right click and put him down to that amount of HP in the very first place is quite insane. Very nicely done on inserts and plays. And Winthrop University, they get their own Thrifty against the pistol that they lost.
Get to double digits too. This is the red zone. This is danger for Six Karma, who started off with a pretty good performance. I mean, the two chambers have been just going at it. But as soon as you give Winthrop an inch, they just take a mile from the previous round, like literally infiltrating the base, to Ollie being consistent round after round. So Winthrop stay on top. See if they'll end that way too. Six Karma hope to test this Sage with that slow orb for that orb denial. You just have to be on your toes here if you're Six Karma.
They'll need his double swing from both the Hero Rifle and Joe with the Headhunter to hopefully surprise somebody, and that's Moobs. In an obvious spot, but could still escape here as he's playing his chamber to watch in front of that line.
A deeper drone here. No one at the window, just the one that was spotted. The immediate double dash from the waylay. Ooh, tags the elbow with moves. So up next is Governor. Either drone or shot bolt if they expect Six Karma to be up close. And Winthrop are waiting for all their pieces to be in position before they strike at the Kings. And Six Karma just opening up the angles because Winthrop are taking too much time, but maybe that patience pays off. The King of the Hill has been removed, and Infiltrator takes over for the 4K.
Dude, I know they're easy kills because it's anti-eco, but getting the planner, a flick onto the top to take down at least the one with the rifle, and then a 180 to drop the guy towards main. Infiltrator is basically a turret right now on this Yoru. Look at these kills. It's simple on that second one. Good positioning. It's just heads-up awareness on every single position. I mean, he is even impressed of how clean he has been in this series. Look at that little smirk he just did.
Like, ew, like, don't be scared of it. Be aware of it.
I'm dirty, boys. I'm dirty.
Didn't slice yet, though, but hey, we're impressed. He's impressed. Winthrop on fire. 2 rounds away. Look at this full send on 3 people walking down A into their own slow orb to deny the other orb. And Six Karma left without their duelist.
He's a turret that also has wall bangs. No, can see through smokes as well, because that was just a spam shot with the smoke, through the smoke, with the Phantom to take down that duelist that you mentioned before, which, looking from the side of Six Karma, they kind of needed to move forward like that to pick up that orb. Try to allow here to get Mephisto closer to the big ult for them to explode late into the round. They'll still try it, though.
Man, Ollie is so annoying with how much delay he can create. But, never mind. Just about a millisecond, but enough for Six Karma to grab the orb and dip. But that means they have to re-clear through the rest of the map, which I'm sure is sketchy when Winthrop usually are pretty aggressive around B.
Yeah, 45 seconds left on the round. By the time you make it into the front, it's like 30 to 28 seconds. And then if you have good stars being placed up here by the Astra, by Glyph, that's going to stall things even more. Maybe a gamble hit.
Drone through the left side, and Joe just gets caught hopping, and Winthrop, great timing all around to surprise them and to out-rotate them. Spike is down, so happy to keep the rifle here at this point. That means Winthrop are on match point from here on out.
And that's the mechanical prowess of the IGL from Glyph as well. When you look at, okay, if you're playing your ranked games, you're like, okay, these guys are going to come in, there's going to be 28 seconds left. If I want to try to stall as much as I could maybe I could just try to go for a grab well and keep them at base so my teammates could rotate. A smoke people could just run through, but he leverages, he puts 2 smokes up towards that front of the site and even plays the one inside sight. So he creates his own little lane between 2 smokes to get these kills right there. You just see it on the replay. That's just nicely done. He drops the spike. He does the same purpose because his gun does the talking and does the stalling. So it's just super nice to see how this Astra Glyph is currently playing and how he's plugged into the team quite well. Because in the past, when I'm thinking about this roster, I'm looking at this roster, I would have thought Ali would have been the IGL for this team. He who IGL'd in the past for Northwood, gave that responsibility to Darkest. And then I thought he was going to, and he came in as a coach, by the way, for Winthrop University before joining into the main roster. So you would assume when he comes in from IGL and coach experience, he'd take the reins as the IGL for this current iteration of Winthrop University. But Glyph, he's been phenomenal as well. A lot of promise being shown by these 5 players across the board so far, as you could see and as you could tell from how good they've been from top to bottom.
Winthrop are the proof that preparation, hard work really does pay off. From a team that wasn't regarded as like at the top of North America, work their way to that point to be a threat into playoffs and to make their way into Ascension. And 6 Karma, we're hoping to rewrite history, and they take the tactical timeout to kind of reinstill some hope that this could still be doable.
It'll be tough because this timeout, they come out of it with a low buy for 6 Karma. And I think, again, Orb Control is the name of the game. Try to get that available. Divergent Path for Mephisto now finally online. And how do you utilize this for your exec? So far, they're not playing inserts either. Look at how aggressive the trip is up towards middle. They're trying to see here if Winthrop University are going to come up against them. And if nothing's really happening, you're going back into a last-second hit where you haven't baited utility on the side of the defense, where your Hail Mary with this ult might once again be stuffed. Look at them. They're going into 4 players getting ready to counteract.
Waylay is going to get some purchase too, and Winthrop are just going to have to scrap through it, and who's going to pull the trigger first? The drone reveals just how close Winthrop are, and now it's pedal to the metal, and Infiltrator lets loose with 3, falling like dominoes. And it'll be the same ending as before,
30 seconds left.
unless Joe have an explosive performance in this 1 versus 2, and he's proven just how impactful he can be. Now as the dust settles, you still have to figure out who is left and where they are. And the check moves, and as he goes to escape, the flank has been checked. The IGL on top, but so is Winthrop with map 1.
And what a nice little cherry on top there to finish the first map for Winthrop University. Already pre-read of they were going to try to go for the Hail Mary execution for the side of 6 Karma. What do? You hold up in front of that site. You think that the convergence path is going to get so much value off the Owl Drone, but the Owl Drone was baited by moves playing out in the open with the ult where it could rotate out and TP out. And as you throw up the ult, it gets winded up, you run through it, you just plow everybody on the defensive side or the attacking side. And Winthrop University came way more prepared on this map than they did versus Red Canids earlier on.
And that was 6 Karma's choice of map, and Winthrop actually wanted to go to Sunset. And is this going to be like deja vu from like the TSM series where they had like what, that 13-3 win, and then map 2 they lost their map pick? I mean, Ascension has been nothing but exciting, and we hope that you will stay tuned. We're going to throw it to a break. When we get back, we'll have map 2.
always. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I think we need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I think we need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe.
Game changers. It's about competition, pure happiness. It's like a crazy experience. We're making history. It means so much to us. It's good to be back.
I guess you know what I've been looking for, success.
The beauty of gaming is it doesn't matter who you are. And as long as I'm good enough,
Everybody's getting a 4K.
I can go as far as I want.
That's what I like to see, baby.
全世界都会知道我们的厉害。
Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I think we need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I think we need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe.
Exactly what Core needs to do. And then there was Tristan to hire.
Going to the evening.
Winthrop University, they make a statement with a 13-4 win on the map of Abyss on this rematch against Six Karma. Welcome back, everyone. I'm Dryad here with Ash and Roy. And guys, last time that we got the chance to see Six Karma play this against Red Cannons, they looked pretty good. They were able to solve any sort of problems, even with Red Cannons, when they started taking those advantages. But this time around, it was all about Winthrop University, Ash.
Yeah, it definitely was. I think that it was tough for Six Karma when you're seeing Winthrop play the way that they were. And it seemed like it was going to maybe be a different story when we saw that conversion in round 2 of the first half with Six Karma being able to get that thrifty in. And there was a little bit of back and forth from there on out, but Winthrop looked so comfortable, I think, into those post plants. We talked about the value that that Sage utility was going to have, and we definitely saw it come alive in that attacking side. Ollie, whether he was getting proactive or that wall and slows, just being able to slow down that pacing on the retake for the side of Six Karma. They didn't find a single retake round on the defensive side, and a lot of that just came down to how Winthrop were positioning themselves and how well they were playing and staggering that utility to buy time.
Yeah, and just, I mean, we mentioned it before as well, as this composition that they've kind of starting to lean into, this chamber Sage. It seems to be so fitting for them, where they have so many options, and it kind of just feels like it's playing completely into their strengths, right? Where whether it's, you know, counter utility or stall utility, they just have access to so much. They have information util, they have stall, they have a post plan utility. They just have a ton to work with, it feels like, throughout every phase of the round, and it seems like they're entirely game planning around that fact.
For sure, you know that this is one of the compositions that you build around that utility for those late runs, and that's why it worked out so well. Not only you have the Astra that by itself is that controller when you think of how you want to play this post one, but you also have a Sage as well to slow it down. You have the Hunter's Fury as well, and the shocks for the Sova, and even moves in this change that we saw as of recent with the Chamber, with Infiltrator 2 being that spear, or like the guy leading the charge, has been very, very good. For Six Karma, I think I'm a little bit surprised, honestly. I thought they were going to put up a bit more of a fight in this map, but that defense was very difficult for them, Ash. And Even, yeah, like you said, even if there were some signs of life going to the second round and a few of the ones that they were able to get, they just didn't feel like the team that we saw the first time.
No, they didn't. I think Joe, I want to give him some of that credit there for Six Karma. He was doing really well on the defensive side, going for some of those early engagements, being able to take down players of Winthrop University a little bit earlier on. But then when it came down to like that mid rounding for the side of Six Karma, I felt like they had a little bit of a tough time with like the timing on the rotations here on Abyss, with how Winthrop were working that information across the map. And you mentioned how we saw Infiltrator and moves being able to be like super proactive. When it came down to like those first engagements there, it was really only ever Infiltrator or moves getting the first pick or
Yeah.
getting first picked. When it came down to like Ali or Governor, like they didn't participate in a single one of those. And I think that says so much about the impact that Infiltrator and moves had on this matchup and the confidence in which they were able to go for a lot of those fights with the support of their team.
Yeah, and they're just playing at such a nice pace to minimize a lot of that breach utility. It honestly did feel like they almost got zero value from the breach on this map. Like the Waylay breach combo, we didn't really see any of that really going down. At Winthrop University, they kind of figured out their win conditions. They played extremely well around it. And it felt like when they were on their attack side that they were getting onto these sites and they were, positioned themselves so well. They had a lot of, different gimmicks and different post-ban ideas and how they wanted to approach it. And then, yeah, just kind of circling back to the Infiltrator. I mean, guys, he was 4-8 at one point. And I think he had the ace. And then boom, after that round 9 ace that he had, he just turned up completely. We started seeing him getting so many multi-kills. And he came to life. And he was just like that extra edge that Winthrop University needed to have that clean first map win.
Infiltrator is so good, and I feel like in a way he continues to be underrated with the work that he has been putting. Like you said, coming back from being down, not being able to get any sort of value into the early rounds, to then not only getting an ace, but also leading that charge in terms of what you were saying when it came down to who was finding those openings on the attack side, who was also holding it down in a few of those rounds that we got to see in the defense. And it was just an Infiltrator that continues to be potentially one of the best series players that we have in the tournament.
Yeah, it's actually so crazy. I feel like Roy talked about the multi-kills, but to give you guys an actual idea of the numbers of what happened here on Abyss, that was 2 3Ks, a 4K, and the ace. So that's already 15 kills just packed up in like those multi-kills alone to be helping him put out those numbers, which means then you look at the fact that like that's 15 out of 20 kills for Infiltrator. That's insane impact to be having round for round for him. And that's where it kind of gets scary too, because we talked about how both Mephisto and Infiltrator seem to have quieter games in that play-ins matchup that we saw them up against each other the last time around. And Infiltrator is absolutely woken up in this series.
He has been doing so well, but we need to take a look at the maps as well, because we mentioned that the map selection here, even though it's not in the same order, they are the same maps that these two teams wanted to play the first time that they face each other in play-ins. And now we're going into map of Sunset that Roy, last time they played, it was that insane overtime map of 18-16 for Winthrop University to close it out.
Yeah, and I think the crazy thing is, I think if I'm not mistaken, it was the map where neither team were able to get a lot of defensive rounds, and now Winthrop University is starting on the defensive round. So either one, 6K has, figured out a very clear win condition, and it's probably why they had such a successful attack half. But there's also a lot of situations that were kind of hard to replicate, right? Where like you get the lurk into market, and there's so many push and pull situations that presented themselves that are a little bit hard to game plan around. So I think the result here is going to be different. I'm not saying it's going to go one way or another, but I think the defensive halves should look a lot better now that, they have footage to look at and they kind of understand the pacing of the attack side. We should see a bit more of a balance between the defense and the attack side.
Yeah, both these teams went 9-3 on their attacking halves. So at least for the side of 6K, this is a good sign for me, like picking into the strong side that we saw from them last time around. I think that they did a really good job of dealing with the Winthrop University composition. They really understood how Winthrop wanted to use their utility as far as seeking out a lot of that information into the mid round, into the early round there on defense. And 6K were protocoling to be able to pull that utility out early on before they would very quickly pivot into their actual execution.
And guys, the one thing I definitely want to see coming out here from 6 Karma is not to allow Winthrop University to get comfortable in the pulse plans on their attack sides. We saw it on Abyss. We saw it the last time they played Sunset as well. As soon as Winthrop gets into these pulse plans, they set up their crossfires. It almost feels impossible to dig them out of those situations. It feels like 6K needs to be a little bit better at interrupting the flow of the game a little bit, not allowing the pulse plans to happen. Maybe consider a bit more fast floods with the Neon, with the Breach, or consider challenging sites a little bit more.
So far in Ascension, every time that we have a one-sided map 1, the map 2 turns out to be insane. Let's see everyone. Let's see if this is going to be the case once again, and let's find out with your casters is Vance and Lemon.
Thank you, Dryad. Yeah, really did not expect 6 Karma to have that slower start, if you want to call it that, but it's Winthrop, like I said, that have been working so hard, and they do a lot of preparation to make sure they download their opponents. And I don't know if we're going to get the same overtime as last time.
Agreed. And again, I kind of mixed up my matches when we were looking at the prefacing this series too, because when we were talking about the brawl that we had of OTs after OTs, it was actually on this map of here of Sunset between these two teams. Abyss was so one-sided for Red Canids that, you know, Winthrop University was able to fix those mistakes that allows for them to win that map against 6 Karma. But here, it really comes down to what have we learned from that 18-16 scoreline for both of these teams that they could actually flesh out to be able to win this. So far, at least from the last time that these two teams faced off against each other, there was hero plays after hero plays coming out of Otaku. They had so many clutch moments and also helping out the team on both the attack and defense. But also what really stopped them on the side of 6 Karma for Winthrop was the battle stage again of Ali, having the stage being the direct counter once again to the fast pace that you're trying to do of this Breach Neon combo of the side of 6 Karma. So you have to try to avoid that. And if you're looking at this pistol run right now, it looks like we're doing exactly just that. Avoid the slow orbs, avoid the wall on the A side, but they are also going into a 4-player stack of Winthrop on the top of mid.
Both teams had a much stronger attacking side, as the desk already pointed out. Beating a team once is one thing, doing it again is another, and Winthrop quick to silence this aggressive push, but it's pretty even at the end of the day. Spike gets recovered, and Winthrop are going to hold their positions, although Ali is cooking up a flank that Sova is checking. A bit of a dance between the two. That means to go and punish that kill.
Wall up.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Now with all of these shots, he hears that information, he slows them again, and that allows now moves to rotate across and for them to work together. But there's so much time on the clock that 6 Karma now has still the lead of this round. They could decide to cut and go and force the rotates out and force the peak, or they could re-hit into the A site where they still have power of numbers.
Of course, why would Ali re-swing into that? Even 6 Karma didn't expect it. There's damage done, but you need kills and moves in a 1v3. Has he been just served this on a platter? Now that he's pinged, the disadvantage gone! And that was really, really close. But 6 Karma will walk away with the pistol.
And that's what should have happened when it came down to a 2 versus 3. They play perfectly into the trap that 6 Karma kind of set up. Just stop and let them walk into you. But for Winthrop University, they should have grouped up at least, because you were playing against the final bosses of the 2 players that were activated on that first half, or the first map rather, outside of Infiltrator. The double senti that you have from both Moobs and Ali have been tremendously good on that first map, but unfortunately now being isolated, you give up 2 individual 1 versus 3s, and that's an easy round for 6 Karma in the end.
Sage continues to be a nuisance for 6 Karma, but still come out with the pistol. They have the hero rifle and still 2 ghosts, just really prioritizing that initiator util to make things easier for Mephisto.
You saw for the pistol round too, again, what allowed Otaku to get so many good kills the first time that they played against Winthrop University in this round. After he uses the util to help create some space for Mephisto, he's actually the second entry to help out to fight up on top of middle. He didn't get a kill this time around, but that was basically the reason why he was so good during the play-ins against Winthrop.
Oh, Governor faces the music. Now he knows where the hit is happening. And 6 Karma want to push this advantage. as fast as they can because Winthrop are rotating over, and it'll be the Glyph Paranoia probably to try and shake things up, make this a struggle for 6 Karma, but the spam through the smoke is enough to punish the eagerness of Winthrop. We're now going through the middle of the map, a longer route, and now desynced from how they were hoping to retake. So Winthrop hoping to do damage, even if they would try to flank, the trip is there. So this could be 6 Karma bringing these Bulldogs over.
Yeah, and Winthrop, the last 2 players are not trying to push forward to go for these exits, because if you're looking at it from that first round to the second, when Otaku picked up the orb over on that A side, it's his first orb that he gets for the pip into the ult, which then means both of these initiators really from the pistol round weren't really in the action. Well, I guess he died, so he gives him the second orb from the pistol round, but they're still far away is what I'm trying to get to big ults into a bonus round or into a gun round. So you don't want to give up these orbs from the side of Winthrop to 6 Karma and allow yourself to have a better start here in your gun round for the 3rd round and potentially for the 4th and 5th when these guys are still trying to bring up their orbs on the attack.
Really see 6 Karma upping the pace too, and it's so different to go from Yorus and Waylays to Neons. And even from our previous series, you saw really when those duelists get warm up and they get activated, how deadly a good Neon could really be. And Mephisto has been showing just that. Being able to bring all those weapons, buying up extra rifle and extra bulldog from those ghosts, from the util of the initiators, and usual slow, but 6 Karma get a good punish on Holly, and Governor hesitates, couldn't get the trade. And 6 Karma and gifted around, it seems, as Glyph takes over on the left side, looking maybe to find timing. Paranoia has already been expended or used, and now 6 Karma feels like the sky's the limit. I don't know what could really hinder them unless Infiltrator has to take over.
Just gonna say if he gets 1 or 2 more, that would be potentially an opportunity for Winthrop University to really retake that site. But now you're on a 2 versus 4. If you don't get immediate picks, thankfully there's no smoke refreshes on the side here of the attack, so there are lanes to attack for Winthrop University for the retake.
Last player standing.
There you go. After losing Infiltrator here, Mooms is going to fall back and save his weapon. This is not going to be doable anymore. But it almost felt in that case that you could do it because of how Winthrop University played so well in that first map of Abyss. But I like the approach that 6 Karma kind of has around here on that A side to catch their opponents off guard and to convert this bonus round and get these free weapon upgrades. Usually when you're playing this Neon in a breach and you're defaulting on the A side to try to create some noise, you're always throwing up these fast lanes and then just a bunch of util to get early information so you can concuss and slide for kills. This time around though, 6 Karma just walks up for information, and as soon as they come into contact with Ali, it's an instant laser beam because Winthrop University were not ready for the walk-up. They were caught with util in hand, and the Prowler spotted opponents way too late. So then you get a great kill from the Neon, and then the breach follows up right over here to stun Governor, where he can't escape, and even the flash is too late because they're already walked up. So it's a nice little walk-up to break the timing on the defensive setup from Winthrop University that 6 Karma probably has learned from the last game that they played.
A has definitely felt like the weaker side, and 6 Karma, see what they can accomplish with their first B hit. And with these Winthrop losses, there's a couple of players still at 0 kills, so you're behind on ult orbs. 6 Karma aren't being forced to repurchase, so the economy could really swell for this attack. So I would say this is important, although the Winthrop buy is pretty abysmal, and the rifle from Infiltrator, he's at 10 HP.
Yeah, and that was safe in the previous round from moves, so they're trying to leverage again the 2 that could really frag out as well, not only on Ali but Infiltrator with what he did on that Euro previously. So hero rifle on that side, moves plays with the headhunter, but unfortunately they couldn't capitalize on holding the extremities. So you crunch in, you try to cut these rotates over towards the end. You're keeping the Cypher busy so he can't get into the cam, so this should be a free kill at the supports. There you go. That's very nicely done.
Someone had to be sacrificed there for the plant to go down. See if Winthrop pull off the thrifty and break into this map. start to surround. Moves will work on the flank. The rest, Six Karma being proactive, and they're stacked together. But Winthrop are winning the duels. Too many cooks in the kitchen for Six Karma to deal with.
Oh, and you're looking at the round 2. Infiltrator started that round with 10 HP remaining, so he got dinked at some point. I'm assuming he got hit by a phantom somewhere at the beginning of the round. But then Ali had enough into a timer of 2 cycles to heal up Moves and then Infiltrator, and still have util for the retake towards the end, where they get this double concuss and a seize. Beautifully done on these 2 players over towards Boba. 6K were trying to flip the map, trying to prevent them from rotating across. And yeah, that is a nice little round won by Winthrop University into a thrifty, preventing 6K from snowballing into the first half, and even the ults in favor already still of Winthrop University, despite 6K getting 3 rounds.
Successful retake for Winthrop, and it's earned them the Nightfall. See Winthrop get active on the right side of the map. That'll be watched by the Trip. Six Karma lurking around B, which has gotten the Sentinels watching that doorway. And Six Karma tries to make the most, but when they cross top mid, it was an unfortunate affair.
Cage trigger.
But it's been this is a round with a different buy, so Six Karma just staying put.
I love the heads up play from Suborts though. Looking back towards the left side of the wall, was expecting somebody to peek through, but it wasn't a full peek out here from Moob, so couldn't punish him. And even decides better not to re-peek. Sets the paranoia by setting up the cage down so people stayed anchored up to watch towards that front B side to allow for these guys to work towards Boba.
That Prowler may have just caught that Neon Mephisto when they went through top mid. The Nightfall, Winthrop kind of panicked and thought that was going to be the full exec from Six Karma. Things have really slowed down, and now because the plant wasn't safe or the spike wasn't even in position, Winthrop have completely tossed up the structure of Six Karma. So the plan is there, but the number is not in Six Karma's way. But Joe hopes to even things up. But man, the teamwork from Winthrop is something else, and Governor adjusts and helps Winthrop catch up.
And this is where I say it in the best way possible. Right now we have Hoverboard in the chat, the one that's currently assisting Winthrop University remotely, but the head coach King Fred and also Cole coming in from Leviathan to help out, build out the strat book for Winthrop University. And again, I say it in the nicest way, but these guys are nerds. They live and breathe a Valorant. King Fred is actually coaching this team and also Wadada over at Game Changers. So he does nothing but watch VODs. So you can already see the rotate around and how they're manipulating Ali to really slow down again the toe-to-toe action against Mephisto. Yes, it gets hit by the Prowler, but the slower also doesn't give him enough space towards Boba, and he completely read that play from Six Karma to deny that plant, or deny the round from being won here by Six Karma.
Six Karma maybe hoping for a direct hit, and guess who's in their way again? This one they thought Ollie was annoying over at A. He swapped over to B. I mean, that was the case when he had moves on the chamber. He had both Sentinels watching this side. With that wall, Six Karma, yeah, they'll get delayed, but now there's no safety from that wall from Winthrop.
Yeah, well, they're just trying to sell some sort of noise on the B side to finish towards A, but the thing is, they never really had an insert towards the A site. So if they play contact, they're going to walk right into the crosshair of moves with the op. And then this is the next step. You have to make some noise now to try to drone out and find information. So if you're going to give your tell already, people can already start rotating on the other side on the defense. Moves is getting ready.
Use the Omen ult and another reposition,
Insane.
but Moves comfortable. This is his turf, and Six Karma hope to go toe to toe, but Moves is just on top physically, metaphorically. He can't be stopped. Man, the smoke placement too makes it difficult. And Six Karma thought they had secured the site, and now it's all over. And it's just Suborts. It's hoping to get around the defenses of Winthrop at 23 HP. Good luck, and 11 seconds too.
10 seconds left.
So Winthrop will be able to even things up and bring some rifles into the next.
Here's where you could probably VOD review for the next time you're going to try these type of execs into the A site. Because now as you're droning out towards that front side, okay, you've cleared the front side, but where are they playing inside the A site? you can TP behind the slant boxes of the A site because you have no vision as the Omen. You could open up in the middle of the site. If somebody was hiding towards the generator, towards that back angled boxes, what do you have? You really have a breach. He could aftershot that corner, and then the Omen could give you the information of where maybe Moves could be playing or anybody else. Then it allows for you to have better smokes. So you could actually throw the one way at the top of the boxes that spawn instead of throwing that different one way, that different smoke that allowed Moves to get free kills one after the other on the top of that box. So that's just unfortunate, I find, in terms of how you were developing that play on the execute of 6 Karma. And you would think here that it would have been thought up a little bit more after these amounts of rounds that they played the last time around.
Throw another wrench in those plans when there's still an op that lives into the next round, so
and
not
that's
going to be easy.
If you TP towards the back of the site and Moves is there with the op and he cancels the ult, well, at least you have the information that the opper is there. So it allows for you to set up the second wave of util to push that opper out of a different angle, right? And your smoke, well, you got to cancel. You could still throw that one-way smoke from spawn or anything else to really push them back. So there's a like 2-3 layer process that you could do around the Omen ult to really get into the A site, potentially as safely as possible when you have a 4-player rush from that side. So a little bit of a miss, but the timeout is to make sure here that, you know what, you let 6 Karma know you're still in this game.
Look at all the ults too. See like a rolling thunder, overdrive, a lot for 6 Karma to work with. See if Ollie can do enough to stall it, but he's kind of further back. If anything, Winthrop want to fight fire with fire as they unite through both sides. 6 Karma across the road, and they just get hit by a truck. And it's an overdrive from Infiltrator, lasering the faces off of 6 Karma. Procedure they did not sign up for. And Supports is aborting the mission, and he just wants to get away with what he has left. And Infiltrator is let loose.
Yeah, hit by a truck and backed up on it on top of that. That's just unfortunate. They did, and that's the whole basic like default of this Breach Dion combo. You just go for the explosion. You're hoping that you're going to stun the right spots and that you get value here as you're sliding through. But look at that. He slides across, misses 2 players on top of that. I don't know if like the recon dart missed or it didn't bait out a shot, but it seems as though we had 0 value, that there was actually 2 players pushed up on that side and we had a pronged attack on both ends with the Sage ult. Another one of those moments where it almost looks like TSM again in that previous round, understanding where the start is for all of these teams, for their opponents, and they're always at the right spot at the right time, 10 seconds within the round on defense.
And with the right teleport at 30 HP, that op continues to live in the minds rent-free of 6 Karma. And Holly with a forward position as 6 Karma start to get nervous, feel that pressure, the momentum swelling for Winthrop. Now it's 4 unanswered rounds in their favor. They're dropping the pistol in the first couple. 6 Karma getting out-rotated here, and will return to where they originally started. And now check them at the door is Governor. OP can now get paranoid, and as he escapes, it's very deja vu on how they're able to punish Governor, and Moves is there again. And the nightmare is being relived from 6 Karma. Not able to still punish Moves despite that 30 HP. He's so quick with it.
And he gets healed up on top of that, fighting about Ali. We'll talk about it in a second here of what I didn't like about the Winthrop play, but at least they still have a 4 versus 2 to retake this site. Hunter's Fury probably isn't going to be used at this point for Pelencito.
Like, you really need to be protected. When you're on an island like this, the last thing you want to do is draw your bow, and Winthrop, well, they get to kind of jiggle against this cover, and it's all up to Joe. It's on the other side of cover. But now, how many bodies are Winthrop willing to sacrifice to this?
0.
Okay, thankfully, the full defuse goes through. I was a little worried how many were staggering in, but now 5 in a row from Winthrop.
So here's the thing. Winthrop University did a great job shutting down Supports, gave him like a fake entry into market, thinking that he gets the space and gets denied here by Glyph. And then the forward positioning you just mentioned by Ali. Here's the Neon rotate away, so they know that it's moving in towards middle or potentially the A site. Well, everybody's rotating to take control of top middle, and there's even a turret there from the chamber to get that information for the team if there's going to be any type of like re-hit from top middle. So you should know that they're moving towards the A site. So the wide swing from Governor, I did not like. You didn't have Prowler anymore or whatnot, but you could still seize and fall back. That's why Glyph set up the one-way for you, so they could actually find some sort of passive information and hold your line so that your teammates could rotate over and you can have a safer retake with the information. That said, though, you're still Winthrop University. You still have moves as the op, and you're still able to retake despite the slight mistake that happened on the A side hold.
The orb control, you're hoping Six Karma can... Well, maybe the op's not a factor if you just hit him with a Rolling Thunder, Hunter's Fury. There's a lot of tools that they can throw at the Sentinel. Winthrop, look at the map control that they have. They really, like, coerce Six Karma. Not a lot of space and droning up. Six Karma can't even take their time with it, and now it's all green. As they advance off the Rolling Thunder, the Duellist makes entry, and Glyph gets separated from the flock, and a Nightfall from Winthrop throws a wrench into things, and it's the chaos that Winthrop seems to thrive in, leaving the Sova to fend for themselves. That was enough to enable Infiltrator to victory.
Yeah, when you already have the Nightfall hitting players like that, it just gives you free reign to just run around the map, follow the tethers, and slide through to get the last pick right there. And that's the type of play that we wanted to see here. As you're playing forward position and you're trying to go for the gamble on that spot, Governor does an excellent job this time around. He wins that 1v1 and even creates that space. And with the space that he's taken, you saw how Winthrop University already pivoted 4 players towards that B site, but not as forward as you want it to be, because you still have great utility to stall. So it slows down an attack. The Nightfall's perfect. And then you just, bingo, you get the round for your side for Winthrop University on a defense. And now Lemon Kiwi, this is 6 rounds in a row for Winthrop since, I guess there was a timeout that was called out at some point, right? It's so long ago that I can't remember, and how dominating it's been for Winthrop. So yeah, this is very nice Valorant right after that timeout.
At that point, that was just a mental timeout. They had a lot of ults, and maybe it was just to figure out that round, but oh man, Ollie. Golly. He just is so
Holly
good.
Molly, golly, anything, dude. This guy's just battle sieging across the place, even gets spike control, drops in front of his wall too, so this is crosshair placement. Yeah, dude, this is insane. You think because there's a sage wall on top of that, you know, you're gonna stay up on top of the wall, you're never gonna drop down, so you don't expect with their crosshair placement re-clearing into B main that they're gonna look down towards that step, so Ali gets another advantage.
Oh, they're gonna let him get it, and Joe, it's just fodder to the sage. And now you got Winthrop kicking their feet and giggling with 7 in a row. You might as well just take the L in the first half and get the full both mental and economy reset that Six Karma desperately need.
If Winthrop University are gonna kick their feet, I don't want to be in front of Moobs, because he's probably gonna launch me across a football field. But yeah, this is nice little aura farming on the side of Ali though in the anti-eco, and already builds up another res for one of these last 2 rounds.
It's too easy. You don't want to be overconfident, and you don't want to take unnecessary risks either. Now a good play system from Six Karma, but now Governor tag team with moves. Prowler available. But just needs to lock in, make sure this op stands, because if it's dropped, Six Karma could recover it, so should be good for the one shot. No, teleports out. Didn't like that jump from Six Karma, especially with that Hunter's Fury ring true from Six Karma. They've really starting to weaken this A site. Now Winthrop have had time to rotate over.
Oh my god.
And jeez.
I thought I was gonna get that collat. That was insane.
Spike planted.
This is a nice little insert though you have on top middle in this post plant. This might be a good round for 6K.
Oh my god. This though.
One enemy remaining.
Is done. this lurk in mid, Subboard's caught Ali rotating from the other side, so I like that Six Karma trying to also spread their offense around to catch Winthrop on the rotations, but the damage has been done. 7-4. Stop the win streak.
It's not too bad too. the Hunter's Fury, though, could have been a free kill into moves in the first place because of the range you're in your TP. There's no way you're TPing back towards the back of the boxes. You have to be on that right side angle. So it should have been a free kill with that Hunter's Fury. It allows for moves to get that free kill into Joe. But thankfully, the Aftershock broke that trip or the TP away. He can't really move anywhere else. He's already flushed in that corner, so you could just high-low at that spot and overtake the site in the end from 6K. And with that chaos that you ensued towards that A set with the Hunter's Fury, supports came up on mid on the last pick. Now moves. He's already walking out. Mid control, avoiding the dart. Free kill again.
Man. It's hard to point out the best parts of Winthrop. Both the tip of the spear, the Duellist has been great. The Sentinel, yeah, the Anchor is so good too. The supportive cast. Winthrop so well-rounded. Having that great start, 13-4, bringing the consistency. That's just the first blood. And 6 Karma actually collapsed on him, man. He flicks, and in a blink of an eye, 6 Karma fall like flies. I mean, see, not the only person you have to watch. Even from mid, Infiltrator will catch 6 Karma frozen in place. It's just Otaku and supports left. Neural Theft. I don't know if this round is savable, but you're gonna just invest it anyway. Last round of the half. Teleport for info and resurrect, and now you have to face the army of Winthrop. Saborts hasn't found any corpses. You actually have to create those. So, and well, he's become a corpse. So, good half for sure. 8-4 for Winthrop.
Moves is going to have to change his name. And if you don't want to change too much around his name, just change the M and the B around. Just call him Booms, because he's just hitting every single shot with the operator right now, and put 5 big booms round after round pretty much, because they're just walking into his crosshair every single time with no util to really flush him out. And I think that's the pain point to trying to deal with a chamber right now when you're playing a Sova instead of a Fade. They got to be better going into the next half.
That could have been worse, could have been better. Winthrop on top, but I hope you guys are enjoying the show so far. Here, our Brazilian co-streamers are having a party, so let's go and check in.
Cara, tô aqui então com as co-streamers que estão fazendo a live diretamente da Riot Games Arena do Brasil, a Lorene, a Caroline Durso e a Vermelha também. Vou trocar um pouquinho de ideia com elas a respeito do que tá rolando. So, I'm here joined by Lorene, Caroline and Vermelha, content creators from Brazil. Você já foi no Champions, já foi em Toronto, mas em casa é muito mais da hora, não é?
É bem mais da hora, mas vou dizer também que fazer co-stream aqui tá sendo muito emocionante também.
So I was joking with her, like she went to Champions, she went to Toronto, and of course being here in Brazil, it's also very good. And she said, well, it's also very good, and being here, like co-streaming here, is also very great. And é a sua segunda co-stream aqui, né, na Riot. Então como é que é essa sensação de ter com a galera no jogo do Brasil mais cedo também?
É uma pena que esse live perdeu, mas a emoção sempre é muito grande. A Caroline lá de 2012 começou a jogar LoL, que tá aqui hoje, mal imaginava que ia chegar e fazer watch party, ser parceiro da Riot. Então, estou muito feliz de estar aqui com as meninas aqui comigo e fazendo essa watch party incrível. Eu quero agradecer a todo mundo aí que tem acompanhado e participado do cenário, galera. Tamo junto.
So she said basically Caroline that was a very big fan of League of Legends, like being here co-streaming for VALORANT is such a dream came true. So she's very, very proud and very happy to be here. E a Vermelha vai fechar agora ou não vai fechar? Fala pra mim. 2-0? Coisa boa? Fala assim, sim ou não? Sim ou não? Aí ela falou 2-0. So I was asking her, like, is it going to be 2-0 or not? Is it going to be like the last map now? And she said that, of course, Winthrop is going to win the game right now. So vamos ver se é isso mesmo que vai acontecer. Já tô falando o idioma do Frodão, já 3 idiomas ao mesmo tempo. Pelo amor de Deus, de volta com vocês.
The co-streamers are ready to be done, and they believe in Winthrop. And shout out to all the co-streamers, both on site and beyond, supporting Ascension to see who will rise to VCT.
Agreed. I even think at some point Bonkar was asking for permission to watch the Ascension, watching EMEA, watching Americas as well. I mean, he used to be the coach of Oxygen Gaming and could have made it into the stage last year, but unfortunately got stopped by TSM of all teams. But now with the pistol round for Winthrop University on the attack, walking contact, potential free kills.
Infiltrator gets hit by the fault line, but Glyph, best friend right there, had his back all along. Is still trying to absorb that space, and guess what? The whole squad is there. Now you don't have a duelist. You don't have Joe. 6 Karma, 3 versus 5 to try and prevent this plan. Otaku doesn't stand a chance. Winthrop setting themselves up for a good map finish with this pistol if they can just keep riding this high.
Yeah, 6K overall doesn't stand a chance in this pistol. The fact here that you have Ali playing classic, so you can play full wall and slow orbs, is such a pain to deal with on defense and attack. Look at that. Doesn't even need the util. Swings out for a kill. Supports Governor for the last one. Looks like Infiltrator has a little bit of a pouty face, wishing that this game was a little bit harder for him right now. But at least, if anything, there are vibes across the board here for Winthrop University. Still not celebrating yet. They're going to be happy once the series ends, if they could close it quick. So right now, it's definitely really in the hands of Winthrop University so far. And 6 Karma has been on their back foot the whole time throughout this whole series, coming in here as this number 3 seed from Mexico and qualifying through the LATAM region. Smoke on the top for Winthrop. Control towards mid with this haunt. Free space for them to walk, especially when the door hasn't been closed.
Time to shout out just the support that Winthrop University have given this team. The polls are looking clean. That's all I wanted to say. But this is now where action heats up and 6 Karma strike. And they're all synchronized. They get ahead. Now it's the Sentinel of supports. It's a fantastic job of giving 6 Karma these weapon upgrades.
All right, well, you could stop pouting it. Infiltrator will get a little bit harder now, because if you lose this round, it'll be an eco. But they have Guardian and Bulldog to work with. Well, range still good versus the weapons available for 6 Karma. Yep, that's one. One weapon down.
Enough of you. 6 Karma.
Protect my wall. Hold the line.
Hold the wall. Hold the door. And 6 Karma disrespecting this post plant, man. Right at the front. Ollie stays on top and shakes his head. They're having way too much fun over there.
The fact that that Glyph eats a paranoia and stays in there and still gets a kill when he has his own paranoia that was supposed to usually be on paper, counter out with your own paranoia. But it still surprises a player. You have to stage Ali on top of his wall, still dropping kills from long range artillery fire. And somehow the one that throws the smoke runs back into where the wall is still up. You can't break it. What are you going to do here with your classic Joe? Oh, this is gonna hurt. 10-4 full gun round, and that could have been a nice little thrifty for 6K, but they've lost another big advantage into the round.
Started off so well. 6 Karma can try to kick things off the trip. Supports really hesitates and wasn't in a position to execute when the trip was triggered. And Ollie with first blood and Winthrop just are overwhelming. When it rains, it pours for 6K, and Fisto does what he can to make the job easier for Joe. He'll make his way over from mid to market and to gamble against Winthrop. There's a sort of silo being created. No, it's just moves, and it's moves all day. It always has been.
And he had the advantage too by taking Tenz's spot, but unfortunately couldn't get the shots into the pointy elbow of Moob sticking out in the first place, and loses that fight still from Vandal to Guardian. And man, if you're looking at it, Winthrop University looked like they didn't even care for a plant. There wasn't too much util to help them out. Look at how they're just swinging one by one, but every single one of them are getting their one. I think the comms after that one, if you're going to listen to it, is most likely, I got mine, I got mine, I got mine, until it finally came down to a 2 versus 1 that Joe could not compete and complete for the side of 6 Karma. Now you're just calling this timeout to just be like, well, guys, I'm going to try to read lips here. I'm not too sure what we could do here right now. We have to try to shoot back. Whatever we're trying so far on the macro side is just getting stopped by Ali. We have to make sure that we're in a good buddy system and we use our util correctly so that we could actually get some sort of an advantage against blind players potentially, against stun players potentially. Because right now, just going for the dry out gunfight solo, it's not working out for us.
Yeah, I think I can confirm that's what the coach said. Yeah, I mean, it's more words than it's so over. It's so cooked. Like, it sounds like
yeah, if that's the chat, you're fired as a coach in my eyes.
All good. Or maybe they're talking about dinner plans, but you can tell that the coach one helps the players lock in for one last
or you
hurrah.
have beads. Decide what you want to do.
You want to be as big and strong as moves.
As moves?
Yeah, you gotta eat your beans. Yeah, if you want to be as good as 14-4, yeah. Hell yeah. 11-2-4, I should say. Winthrop, will they have a flawless second half? Will they keep the North American teams on top of Swiss? Moobs is having a bit of a dance on the right side of the map, so we'll get to see what Winthrop develop into as Lot rides on supports with this Stinger. Should be able to get a good kill here, but the trips are not enough to slow down Infiltrator. Nothing will hinder this Duellist. Bit of damage, and that's all 6 Karma can write home about. With Sheriffs, Stingers, might as well just give this up to Winthrop to get the match point and not feed too many more orbs over. But hey, you deny that from Governor, so he doesn't get too much closer to the Nightfall. But in the end, I don't even think it'll come down to ults. Winthrop are so well drilled on not only this map, but the first one. Haku beats Fodder to Winthrop, who grow even stronger with every round that goes by.
And again, that probably has to be a shout out to Drabervo, aka Hoverboard, the lineup man helping out here at Winthrop University. That was a slow orb lineup to hold out towards the market to allow for them to flood out the way that they wanted to off the smoke. The range from the sage wall allows for you to add that second layer after the smoke so nobody can come through after the orbs. And then even a second orb goes back into Boba so that the neon cannot slide out. What can you do against that? You almost have to play on site. But if you're playing on site, you're getting stalled by so much concusses and util on the side of Winthrop still. I think you gotta go even more forward, which is what Joe's trying to do. Gets it.
That could have been anyone's duel to win, and if this even buys not down to 0 credits and 6 Karma gifted with a few more lives left in this series. Won't be flawless, but every kill matters, especially where the economy is for 6 Karma. You have to play a perfect game and a long game.
Oh, nice shots by Peloncito, at least. The Owl Joan once again trying to be disrespected by Moobs. And he's just trying to have his opponent flush up against him. And you're already seeing as you're throwing the shock darts, sorry, you're giving your position away. So it becomes a very important duel that you want to win on your side here for 6 Karma against such a good opera and a good player overall for Winthrop University on Moobs. And that will give you that confidence potentially to stay alive in this fight. You and I just both expressed that ooh from the kill from Joe because he was being hit by everything and still got a kill onto the entry of Infiltrator. So that was quite nice, at least to start. But Winthrop University, again, still has so much money to work with. But if I could give any hope to any Valorant fans, there's been a 12-5 scoreline in the past in the VCT Americas, Cloud9 against Energy. And Cloud9, whoever battled this back against Energy to win it in overtime. This was once upon a time when Bonkar wasn't there, when Finesse and Victor and Crashies was still in that roster. So it's a different era, but it's also a different story because they already lost a player at the beginning of the round.
Moobs does not care about your silly stories, Vansili.
Listen, It's a very slow round, so everybody sit down around the fire camp and listen to what Gramps has to say.
Winthrop letting the past repeat itself. One step closer, repeating that sweep against 6 Karma. From play-ins to Swiss to maybe a good start. But Peloncito is different. The 3K to sweep away the attack of Winthrop as they hope to recover and salvage the round. But Joe has not given up. You hadn't heard from him since Abyss when he kicked things off on the chamber, but he's going up against North America's best. It's Infiltrator in a 1v1 that could still save it for Winthrop. Wouldn't be the cleanest end, but clean enough if you would look at a 13-5 scoreline any other day. Infiltrator skips away, and Joe is fist bumping before he even got the kill. What a clutch.
And we already knew that because he had time on his side. He had repositioning on his side as well, and it worked out beautifully. The Nightfall with the Omen TP play from Winthrop was actually quite nice to get behind enemy lines, but they couldn't hold that front in the end. Right over here. So you're trying to entry. You get 2 beautiful kills to start. But look at this from Pelocito right after. He doesn't really care. Gets a 3K by being full decayed, silenced. And then Joe comes for the hero play after. Oh boy. Let's start. Winthrop University, no economy. A push forward from 6 Karma already forces out the TP. So a nice little win in the very beginning. In terms of util training, at the advantage of 6 Karma.
Moncito saves 6 Karma. Winthrop cannot trip now. They cannot choke, and all rides on how Mephisto will hold back on A as he finds himself in that back alley. One and done spot where Moncito could maybe stay back and help with the Hunter's Fury, but there's just not enough time being bought by this defense. And the Rolling Thunder is the first on the menu for 6 Karma's retake. The Resurrect comes in from Winthrop and almost back at full force. Infiltrator was left out to dry, maybe even smoked off from the rest of his team. And Winthrop have other plans.
Yeah, the next moves on the chess piece are in favor of 6 Karma still. The stall and the snuff that they have. But unfortunately, the rotate is a little bit too late for Pelocito, so the Hunter's Fury cannot bring the value right away. But everybody's about to come across, and they should be able to still have a clean retake towards the end. You see them soaring back towards this B side like eagles, and they're just setting up here for that flood retake.
Now Glyph doesn't have a paranoia. Joe neither. Hunter's Fury finally now into position to flush out that right side corner. So 6 Karma is focused on playing deep. As Joe emerges, Winthrop's attention being split. And 6 Karma, wait a minute, have converted now 3 unanswered rounds.
And it's nice once again. And that's, I have to commend how Joe has been really good in these plays. It's a bit unfortunate for these times where you're seeing Joe in so many 1vx scenarios, especially when you started off the second half from pistol and losing the bonus round. You don't have too much utility, or should I say any big guns to fight against a retake. But ever since we got into these gun rounds, and he's always late lurking and rotating because, you know, he needs to do his job over on that opposite side of the map. He's still being a key piece on these retakes for the team of 6 Karma, to be able to at least salvage a couple of rounds here. And finally, we're stopping the brakes for the side of Winthrop University. King Fred calling something out now for the side of Winthrop, so that hopefully you don't see this snowball effect starting off here for the side of 6 Karma. And this is actually Cole talking so far. So Fred is the quiet one in the back, but usually Coach Fred is King Fred, sorry, is the head coach for the team. But this time bring fresh minds from Cole to talk with the crew to see what he's seen and how they can react after.
Making sure that Winthrop stay focused, because how much are they thinking this is a little too easy? I was wondering if they were gonna let go of the gas pedal a little bit and kind of forget the checks and balances, like feeding that 3K to Pelocito. Like, someone needed to react to that, punish that, trade something. But hopefully this timeout was enough to ice things out for Winthrop. And for 6 Karma, you just keep going until you can't anymore. And you trust in Mephisto. Oh, these names are killing me. You trust in the Neon Ultimate.
Despacitos.
I know. I have my one brain cell. I need King Fred to help me out.
Oh, sorry, I just DMC'd us, chat. But here's a trap play.
Not
So
even
off
close.
the timeout, here's that push from 6 Karma. The TP out, though. And it stalls. This is actually very nice for Winthrop University. Despite moves dying, they now have a 4-on-1 on that B site.
Mephisto helping me with the first blood, helping 6 Karma get back into this. Infiltrator matches it, goes band for band. The wall can't even go down. This Neon is still a menace and is still lurking about, but now finally put down. Winthrop need to get this plant down, have time on their side, let Governor be the tip of the spear at 10 HP, go and be bait. You're the one to make first contact. Infiltrator is everywhere all at once, and all up the Pelocito can't save them any longer. The cape falls, and North America so good in the Swiss stage. Winthrop with the sweep yet again.
North America has been eating good in the past month. Energy winning champs, all of the North American teams here at Ascension moving into the round 2 of Switch stage. Envy, Winthrop, and TSM getting their own dubs. But you have to think about how Winthrop University are looking really good. Not necessarily looking like really a third seed going into this tournament, and definitely an underdog or dark horse to look out to. And even from the timeout we just talked about here, Lemon Kiwi, without the shenanigans, they kind of felt like they saw that late lurk and the late rotate from Zhou into market, and he punished that right away. So good adaptation, as you can see, from preparation to what you see on the fly. These guys could actually react quite well and right away. And I'm looking forward to see what type of regional matchup for North America we're going to see in the Swiss stage in round 2.
Yeah, both TSM and Winthrop have done the improvements to now become powerhouses, to now well represent North America. We don't even need to be biased because they've proven just how good they really are. And to do it on a big stage, to travel overseas or from all over to get to this point and to still be that good in their very first match and to be consistent, that's what matters. Winthrop making history, and excited to hear what the Death thinks about it, and especially Roy on those predictions.
You know, that is a great point, Roy. How did your predictions go today?
If you look at it backwards, I'm actually 2-0. So there's that going on, which is kind of cool and nice.
But I don't think I'm supposed to look at it backwards.
Why not? Just put it in the mirror, you know what I mean? Boom, then 2-0. But
I love the production also shows it.
production.
I love that.
Whose side are we on here? This is crazy.
That's insane. It was an incredible day though for the side of North America. Not only TSM gets the win, but Winthrop University, they do it too, and they do it in a map that last time gave them a little bit of trouble, the map of Sunset. And today against 6 Karma, they're able to close it 13-7. Ash, I was a little scared, I'm not gonna lie, because I thought it's either going to be really close or maybe 6 Karma is going to have a better read compared to last time. But no, Winthrop were really comfortable, and even more this time around.
They really were. A very far cry from the 18-16 that we saw last time between these two teams during the play-ins. And not even just that, but that first half, I think that there was a lot of pressure on 6K to try and repeat the results, that success that they found on the attacking side last time around. And instead, it goes 8-4 in favor of Winthrop, who were doing a really good job with a lot of those retake protocols. It felt like once that operator got online there for moves, it was really difficult for 6K to find those opportunities on the lurk because they were having to worry about that sniper rifle, getting a little bit more of those forward positioning coming from the chamber on the side of Winthrop.
And I feel like Winthrop University did such a fantastic job with front loading a lot of their defensive side with the Sage utility, right? I feel like that is the ultimate counter to Neon and kind of these breach comps that try to take space early, right? Where the one slow kind of stops things down, like a well-placed wall with a well-placed slow to kind of, you know, cut the executes. That works extremely well when you're very intelligent with the utility usage. And the way Ali and Winthrop University were approaching it, guys, they were constantly moving the Sage around and be like, oh, well, we have a breach wall, let's go B. Oh, Sage is here now. Like, it was kind of impossible for them to sort of guess where the Sage was moving around, and it really slowed down the pace for 6K. And then, you know, considering that with the operator and the retakes that Ash was talking about, you have a recipe for what looked like a very dominant map here for Winthrop University.
Yeah, I think they did a really great job of adjusting what was going wrong for them on the defense last time they played up against 6K here on Sunset, where 6K had a lot of success in pulling out that util early on, really being in control, I think, of the tempo of how they wanted those rounds to go. And Winthrop didn't play into their hands. They made the necessary adjustments. And that also comes down to, I think, we talked about Infiltrator coming online in this series, how well he was playing on Abyss. He absolutely did not slow down as we headed into Sunset.
That is massive too, just having your duelist keep this sort of level. And it was exactly the same. He got 20 kills in that first map, 20 kills in that second map, 2 different agents, but he was able to have so much impact every single time. And this is the Infiltrator that we know as well. Another piece as well that plays a little bit different, but is always a topic of conversation, Roy, is moves, and also what he was able to do in this rematch today.
Yeah, I feel like ever since Moves took off his Cypher hat, he's looked phenomenal with his performances. Like he's just so on point with the chamber, the way he's working the first picks, the way he's opping. He's kind of alternating the paces too. Like he's aggressive some rounds, he's passive other rounds. And it's a sort of switch of pacing, you know, combined with how oppressive Sage utility can be, and combined with the fact that Infiltrator was having a phenomenal series. Is just so much of a buff for Winthrop University. And I'm kind of thinking back on the, you know, the first match that they had, the first set of series, the first set of maps. Infiltrator was kind of towards the bottom, and not that he was playing poorly, but he wasn't as much of a winning factor as, you know, Ali was, as some of the other players were. Now that you have Moves, you have Ali who are popping off, and you have Infiltrator all on max gear. I mean, it's a beautiful.
Yeah, you're looking at the fact that like 5 out of his 16 kills were those first bloods, and it's not even just the openings that Roy's talking about there, but it's the fact that Moves is like living for so long. Like he's always there for the retakes, there for Winthrop. He only died eight times throughout this map, which is so crazy within 20 rounds of Valorant, and that just says so much as to like the value that he was providing to the team, and the fact that him and Infiltrator were able to replicate a lot of that success that they found on Abyss, consistently being the two players that were going to go take the risks. The rest of Winthrop looking to support them, looking to set them up in those endeavors, and the impact that it had into opening up these rounds and finding this win here for Winthrop.
Winthrop University has been insane from play-ins to their opening match today in Ascension. So now it's time that we talk to one of them, and we have Infiltrator on the line to talk about what has been not only today, but this whole journey from the beginning. Infiltrator, first of all, congratulations. Tell me about everything from how it was to go into play-ins to get these wins, and also for today to go into this rematch. How much did knowing Sig Karma help you into going to today to make sure you won?
Well, our coach did a lot of work for like the pregame, both games against 6K. They're working their butts off, and before coming to Brazil, it was honestly good. We had to hide our comps like in our collegiate games, and so when we finally get to play how we practice and what we learned and everything, it feels great.
Yeah, I'm sorry. My cat also had something to say, but it has been incredible to see, and I feel like you continue to be one of those underrated teams when it comes to North America. And going into that next phase, we know for sure that one of the NA teams is going to have to face the other. It could be you, it could be Envy and TSM going against each other. If you had to choose between them, if you had to face either Envy or TSM, do you have a preference? How do you see them right now?
They both look really good. We already know they're all insane, and honestly, I'd probably pick TSM over Envy because we play Envy so much back in NA, and it's too much. So I'd rather play TSM.
Okay, going against TSM. Also, something that I want to mention too, your performance individually has been incredible. How do you see the evolution that you've had as a player from the beginning of this year going into challengers to all the growth and pains as well that you have into the player that you are today in Ascension?
I feel like I'm more consistent as a player since like last year we never practiced and never did anything, but starting this year we practiced like 6 hours a day, not every day, but most of the days, and so I feel like I've become more consistent as a player.
Yeah, I mean, not only you're consistent, but you are incredible and one of the best duelists that we have right now. Best of luck in your future matches. Thank you so much, Infiltrator, for talking to us for a little bit. That being said, we're going to bring back the desk. And it's unfortunate because I know Infiltrator has a little bit of delay, so he didn't know what was going on. I was fighting demons with this cat who wouldn't leave me alone. But I think it's so sweet too that for Infiltrator, he's so humble, and the way that he's talking about his team, himself, he's just like, yeah, we've been putting the practice, it's looking good. I'm happy that I'm consistent, Roy. I mean, that is a dream teammate to have.
I mean, yeah, everyone on the team is locked in. Everyone's doing their job. Some people are overcompensating. The coaches are doing the work. I mean, and he's playing well. I mean, hey, it's a perfect environment for success. I'm happy to see them succeed, obviously. But guys, it is kind of crazy that 3 of NA teams are in the upper bracket right now. That is just
Yes.
madness.
It's insane. All three North American teams, they get the first win on this round 1. And so that means that even though we don't know who they're going to face in that round 2 just yet, Ash, one of them is going to be an NA versus NA matchup.
And it's going to be a banger either way. Honestly, I'm kind of feeling the NVTSM. Like, I really want to get that one. Give me a rematch of the grand final that we got right ahead of Ascension. And I think that for our region as well, a couple of our teams, like, they've been underrated. Like, even with Envy, even though they've been so consistent throughout the seasons here in 2025, you have teams thinking like, oh yeah, like they just like to play kind of crazy. They like to like frag out. They have great mechanics, but there isn't much more to them. And it constantly feels like NA is proving everybody wrong in that kind of regard. And I honestly can't wait to see how the pick ends up going as far as that random draw goes.
Guys, and the crazy part is the lower bracket is kind of a similar thing where it could be LATAM versus LATAM or Brazil versus Brazil. It's going to be an absolute bloodbath in the lower bracket. I mean, it's going to be just crazy. I genuinely don't know how to predict these outcomes, especially in the upper bracket. I feel like that the 4 teams up there are so competitive. They're all kind of, peaking at the perfect time headed into this event. They've looked fantastic in their debut matches, and it's going to be insane from here on out.
It's wild. I mean, on one side, you have the NA teams that are able to get all the wins and are going to be in the upper bracket, all 3 of them. But on the other side of the coin, you also have a LATAM that was not able to secure any of the wins. Sure, we saw Six Karma get a win a few days ago, but that was Plains. It's a very different story what they're facing today. And so seeing 9C, Shinden, and now Six Karma get those losses, it has to hurt a little bit as well for not only the players, but also the community that is trying to see and trying to have high expectations of what they can do next. But hey, anything can happen in the lower bracket as well, so don't count them out just yet. Brazilian teams as well, even though we only have 2 of them, you have 1 in the upper bracket, 1 in the lower bracket, and it's a good balance, I feel like, that we're having right now, especially when you have that NA versus NA matchup. I feel like, Ash, that's when things are going to get so chaotic.
It really is. And I think that it's like the big question for day 1 and day 2 here for Ascension has been, how are these teams going to measure up inter-regionally, right? Like, how are we going to see the different metas clashing up against each other, different play styles clashing up against each other, and then now having these opportunities for the teams to go back against like the same ones that they've been facing consistently throughout the year. That'll also be a big test to see like how they've grown over the last month since the end of the last stage in preparation for Ascension 2.
Yeah, it's not only, playing for yourself and playing to your strengths, but also the fact that the enemy team knows you so well. That's an extra layer of how crazy those next matches are going to be. This is everything that we have today. If you're wondering who is going to face who, you need to set posted and check that social media. I think that should be posted very, very soon. We'll find out what NA team is going to face the other NA team. And that being said, this is everything that we have for today. Tomorrow, we have the first round of lowers, so make sure you stay tuned, and we'll see you tomorrow.
More of their paranoia set up for the top site. It's going to be a split push from Stella. It doesn't matter. Bora can take them all, but numbers are equal. Stella found their way in, and now the spike is smoked off, but Timotino just has to stop the defuse. Surely they're so injured, and he sets the battle stage you were hoping to see, Vans, but there are too many players from Stella. But wait, 7 gets away under pressure. Diamond Storm 1v1 to extend the lead with the multi-kill. 7 Timotino has call 911, but it's for Stella. But he's brought down to 14 HP. TSM coming from Tree, and now it's trades back and forth, and at the end, it's Stella that shines. And look at the Lotus. Oven boy, or from the defense actually. Now TSM just kind of bunkered down. Timotino goes exploring, he goes hunting, and finally will be laid to opening up the angles. Because Winthrop are taking too much time, but maybe that patience pays off. The king of the...
In front of this wall too, so this is crosshair placement. Yeah, dude, this is insane. You think because there's a stage wall on top of that, you know, you're gonna stay up on top of the wall, you're never gonna drop down, so you don't expect with their crosshair placement re-clearing into B main that they're gonna look down towards that step, so Ali gets another advantage.
Oh, they're gonna let him get it, and Joe, it's just... Trader matches it, goes band for band. The wall can't even go down. This Neon is still a menace, and is still looking about, but now it's finally put down. Winthrop need to get this plant down, have time on their side. Let Governor be the tip of the spear at 10 HP. Go and be bait. The one to make first contact. Infiltrator is everywhere all at once, and all up propelling Cito